Hey guys, how are you all? I hope you all are doing well. Today we are going to see an amazing what-if story. But before we start, it's just a humble request that if you are new here, please subscribe because it actually motivates me a lot to post more. Also, the stories on my channel are fully written by me, so if you have any suggestions for what-if stories, please let me know below the comment section. Now, without any further delay, let's start. What if Harry Potter's time travel sent him to an ancestral spirit world? The curse hit the fountain and the whole thing detonated into stone shards. Harry ducked too late. Something clipped the side of his face. His glasses skidded, one lens gone, the world on that side a blur. Harry, move! Hermione's voice cracked on his name. He lunged left, shoulder slamming into the cold archway. The air stank of dust and burning magic. Somewhere close, Ron made a noise that was half a swear and half a yelp. A red jet tore past Harry's ear. He felt the heat of it like an oven door opening. Stupefy! Harry shouted back, aiming at the shadow between the pillars. The spell left his wand with a sharp snap and hit nothing but smoke. The Death Eater was already gone, robes whipping around a corner like ink. Ron spat blood and wiped it with his sleeve. Brilliant. Just brilliant. Hermione was beside Harry, wand up, eyes wide. Ron, stop talking and focus. Ginny was crouched behind the broken base of the fountain, jaw set, hair sticking to her forehead with sweat. Neville stood a step behind her, wand trembling, trying to look like he was not terrified. Luna's eyes kept drifting to the ceiling like she was listening to something no one else could hear. Harry's stomach twisted. His scar prickled like a warning. Where's Sirius? Harry heard himself ask like the question could hold the room together. No one answered. That was worse than being told. A scream echoed down the corridor and Harry's blood ran cold. He knew that laugh. He knew that voice. That's her. Hermione said, breathless. That's Bellatrix. Ron let out a choked, angry sound. Of course it is. Hermione's eyes flashed at him even now. Fewer, not less. Ron stared at her. Are you serious right now? I am always serious, Hermione snapped. Then her face went pale as another curse slammed into the ceiling and the stone rained down. Harry could not keep still. His legs wanted to run and his hands wanted to shake, and he hated that his hands were doing both. They were in the Department of Mysteries. The word sounded stupid in his head, like a joke. Nothing in here felt like a department. It felt like a trap built by someone who enjoyed watching people panic. They had taken a wrong turn and it had only gotten worse. Neville's face was pale under the grime, but he kept his wand up. His lips moved like he was reciting every defensive spell he had ever learned, trying to make his hands obey. Luna drifted closer to Harry, eyes unfocused. They're listening, she said softly. Harry blinked at her. Who is? The room, Luna said like it was obvious. These rooms listen. That's what they do. That's why it feels like your thoughts are too loud. Ron let out a harsh laugh that ended in a cough. Great. So now the walls are nosy. Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve again, forcing him to keep pace. Ron, stop talking and keep your wand up. Ron's eyes flicked to her. You're bossy even when we're about to die. I'm efficient. Hermione snapped back. Then she jerked her chin toward Harry. Harry, keep your head. We stick together. No hero moves. Harry wanted to argue that hero moves were all he had ever been allowed to do. But another curse screamed past and tore a gouge in the stone near Neville's head. Neville flinched, then set his jaw and fired back, the spell wobbling but bright. A mask flashed between the shelves and a voice called, amused and sharp. Little Gryffindors playing at war. How sweet. Ginny fired a bat bogey hex without hesitation. It clipped the Death Eater's shoulder and the masked figure swore, stumbling. Harry's chest tightened with a fierce, stupid spark of pride. Ginny was shaking, but she was still attacking. They all were. Then Bellatrix's laugh echoed again, high and delighted, and the spark died. Harry's scar prickled harder. Felt like it was pulling him forward by the skin. He forced himself to look at his friends. Ron bleeding, still standing. Hermione fierce, voice shaking but steady. Neville terrified but stubborn. Ginny angry. Luna calm in the wrong way. They were here because of him. They were here because they cared. He could not leave them. He could not let Sirius die. Those two thoughts collided in his head and made something inside him snap. A Death Eater's laugh bounced around the hall. "Potter, where are you hiding?" Harry's heart slammed hard enough to hurt. His scar prickled like someone had pressed a hot nail into it. He pressed his back to the archway and tried to breathe quietly. His chest kept jerking anyway. Every inhale tasted like old stone. Hermione was beside him, wand up, eyes wide. Ron crouched lower, one hand tight over his side. Blood soaked through his fingers. Harry's brain tried to focus on that. Ron bleeding. Ron standing anyway. Ron still making jokes. It helped in a horrible way. "Ron, can you walk?" Harry whispered. "Yeah," Ron said. "Probably. Unless my insides fall out, in which case no." Harry almost smiled. Felt wrong on his face. Another curse screamed through the corridor. It hit the floor and the tiles burst like they were made of clay. Ginny hissed, "We have to move." "Now." Harry nodded. He did not know where they were going, but staying meant getting pinned down and picked off. "On my mark," Hermione said, and her voice went high on the last word. Harry looked at the blur of his missing lens, then blinked hard until the world steadied. He tightened his grip on his wand until his knuckles hurt. "3," Hermione whispered. Harry heard his own heartbeat. He heard Ron's rough breathing. He heard the little pop of a candle somewhere in the dark like the place was bored. 2. A shadow moved at the far end. A mask flashed white. 1. They ran. Harry shoved off the archway, sprinting low. The corridor opened into a larger room full of shelves. Glass orbs glowed faintly in rows like trapped moons. He hated them instantly. They felt like eyes. A Death Eater stepped out between the shelves and raised his wand. Harry did not even think. Expelliarmus. The spell slammed into the Death Eater's wrist. The wand flew. The masked head snapped toward Harry like it wanted to bite. Ron fired a curse that went wide and smashed a shelf. Orbs shattered. A sound like 1,000 whispers rushed out at once, cold and panicked, then vanished. Hermione grabbed Ron's sleeve. "Don't hit those. Tell that to them." Ron yelled back as another shelf exploded near his head. Harry dodged around a fallen orb stand. His foot skidded on slick glass. He caught himself on a shelf, fingers cutting. Blood warmed his palm. He kept moving. He had to keep moving. "Harry!" Ginny called from behind, and the way she said it made his throat tighten. Ahead, the room narrowed into a corridor with doors. One was ajar, black inside. A curse hit the wall beside Harry and the stone melted, running like wax. Harry's stomach dropped. "That's not normal. None of this is normal." Ron shouted, voice breaking. They burst into the door. It was cold. Not chilly. Cold like the air in front of an open freezer. Harry's breath fogged. The room was full of more shelves. These ones held delicate objects, hourglasses, pendulums, little silver instruments that looked like they belonged in a museum. Hermione's eyes went huge. "This is the time room." Harry's brain snagged on the word time. It made everything else sharpen. Time. Fix it. Undo it. Go back. He saw Sirius falling. He saw the veil. He saw Bellatrix's grin like a cut. His hands went numb around his wand. "Harry," Hermione said fast. "No. Do not even think about it. You can't. We can't." Harry took one step anyway. Ron grabbed his sleeve. His fingers were slippery with blood. "Mate, she's right. It's mental. Also, do you know how Hermione will kill you if you break one?" Hermione glared at him. "That is not the point." Harry yanked his arm free. "Sirius is out there. So are we." Hermione snapped. Tears shone in her eyes, furious and terrified at the same time. "We came for him. We are trying. But you cannot just grab time and twist it like it's a sock." A curse hit the doorway behind them. The frame cracked. The sound boomed through the room. They were trapped. They were cornered in a room full of time. Harry's scar burned. It felt like a hand around his head, squeezing. He stumbled toward the nearest shelf. A small device hung on a chain, a tiny hourglass in a golden ring. His breath hitched. He had seen one before on Hermione's neck. He remembered the weight of it in his hand when she had shown it to him, like it wanted to pull him forward. Hermione's voice went small. Harry, please. Another curse smashed the door wider. A masked face appeared, wand up. There you are. Harry grabbed the time turner. The chain was cold enough to sting. The hourglass pulsed, faintly, like a heartbeat. He did not think about rules. He did not think about what McGonagall would say, or what Hermione would lecture him about, or what would happen if he messed it up. He thought about Sirius laughing in the kitchen and calling him James. He thought about the way Sirius had looked when he said Harry was not alone. He thought, I am not losing him. Harry! Hermione screamed. Harry spun the hourglass. The world did not turn. Cracked. Felt like his skull split down the middle. It felt like the room folded wrong. Like paper being creased in the middle of someone's fist. The air turned hard. His lungs seized. Sound dropped away, like someone had stuffed cotton in his ears. He saw Ron's mouth moving. He saw Hermione reaching for him. He saw Ginny's hand stretching out, fingers wide. None of them touched him, because Harry was already falling. Not down, not up. It was like the floor had turned into thin ice and he had stepped on it and it had given way. Cold slammed into him. Not the cold of the time room. Something deeper. Something that did not belong in a body. He tried to shout and his throat froze. He tried to grab the shelf and his fingers went through it like it was smoke. The time turner jerked in his hand, chain snapping tight around his wrist. The little hourglass spun wildly, sand flashing silver. The room shattered into fragments, like broken mirror pieces floating in black water. Harry's stomach lurched. He vomited, but there was nothing. Just a dry heave and the taste of bile and fear. He saw the Death Eater's mask split into 5 masks. He saw Hermione's face smear, then snap back, then smear again. He heard a sound like ice cracking, loud and close. Then he hit something, hard. His shoulder slammed into ground that felt like packed clay. Pain flared through his arm. His wand flew from his hand and skidded out of sight. Harry lay there and tried to breathe. Nothing sounded right. He pushed up on his good arm, shaking. His glasses were still on, crooked, one lens missing. The world was blurred on one side and gray on the other. Gray. Everything was gray. The sky above him was the color of old ash. Not clouds. Just a flat, heavy lid. Mist drifted between trees that looked like they had been drawn with charcoal. There was no wind. No birds. No insects. Nothing. Harry's ears rang in the silence. His heartbeat sounded too loud, like it might attract something. He swallowed and tasted dirt. Ron, he tried to say. His voice came out thin, like he was afraid to use it. Which he was. He pushed himself to his feet. His legs wobbled. The gravity here felt wrong. Like someone had put a thick blanket over the world and he was trying to move through it. He looked around for his wand, panic rising. He saw it, a few steps away, half buried in gray leaves. Harry stumbled to it, grabbed it, and held it like it was a lifeline. His fingers were shaking so hard the wood rattled against his palm. "'Kay," he whispered. "'Kay, where am I?" He turned slowly, trying to find anything familiar. There was no door, no shelves, no broken stone, no voices, no Ron shouting, no Hermione yelling at him, just trees, mist, gray. His chest tightened. He could not take a deep breath. Felt like his ribs were too small. He looked down at his wrist. The time-turner chain was still there, loop tight. The device itself hung against his skin. The hourglass inside was dark. The sand was still. It looked dead. Harry's throat went tight. No, 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 no. He tugged at the chain. It did not move. He tried again, harder. The metal bit his skin. It stayed. He took a step and the ground squelched. The leaves under his shoes were wet, but there was no smell of decay. It was like the forest forgot to rot. Harry took 2 slow steps and forced himself to stop shaking long enough to think. The air did not have a normal smell. No damp, no rot, no green. Just cold and that faint sharp tang like metal left in rain. He rubbed his nose and felt nothing. Not even a hint. He cast a small spell on instinct, the sort of harmless magic he did without thinking. Aguamenti. Water should have poured out of his wand. Instead, a thin dribble fell, gray, like melted snow, and it vanished before it hit the ground. Harry stared, throat tightening. Accio, he tried, voice low. Accio Hermione. Accio Ron. Nothing. He swallowed and forced a breath in through his nose. His ribs still hurt from the fall, but he did not feel broken. Not yet. He touched the time turner again, trying not to wince as the chain cut into his wrist. The metal was cold enough to numb his fingers. He could not feel any hum in it, no warmth, no pull. Dead. The word sat in his head like a stone. He tried to pull it up over his hand. The chain tightened, refusing. It felt less like metal and more like a manacle that had decided it belonged there. Harry's stomach rolled. He pressed a hand to his mouth and breathed through it, tasting panic. Okay, fine. He was trapped somewhere. He had been trapped before. He had made it out before. He just needed a direction. He looked up at the gray sky again and felt a fresh wave of dizziness. There was no sun, no sense of time, no sound to orient himself. He tried to listen for anything, even distant water, even a bird. Nothing. The silence pressed at him until his own thoughts felt too loud. He hated that. He hated the way it made his fear bigger. He raised his wand and kept it tight to his chest like it could stop his heart from jumping out of his ribs. Then he heard the scrape, and everything else became unimportant. Harry forced himself to walk, slow and careful. His breathing sounded loud. He tried to keep his wand up, but his arm kept dropping with fatigue. The mist thickened between the trunks. It crawled around his ankles like something alive. He called out once, louder. Hermione. The sound died a few feet away. It did not echo. It just stopped, like the air swallowed it. Harry's stomach dropped again. He wiped his sweaty palm on his trousers. His skin felt cold, then hot, then cold again. He tried to think. Time travel. Past. Future. He had read enough to know you could not just jump anywhere. Hermione had told him the rules about 100 times. His head was full of rules. But this did not feel like time. This felt like stepping into a room you were not meant to enter. Harry's scar tingled. Not the burning of Voldemort. Something softer. Like a warning. He heard a sound. Not a voice. Not a footstep. A scrape. Harry froze. He turned his head slowly, listening. The scrape came again, farther off, like nails on bark. Harry's mouth went dry. He tightened his grip on his wand until his cut fingers stung. He thought about casting a light. The gray was thick like twilight. He could see but barely. Shapes in the mist made his heart jump. He took a breath. Lumos. Light burst from his wand. It was not a gentle glow. It was a spear. The beam shot forward, brighter than any Lumos he had ever done. It ripped through the mist and kept going, straight up, punching into the gray sky like a flare. Harry blinked, shocked. His eyes watered. The light made the trees look like bones. For a second he felt relief. He could see. He could see the path between trunks, the slick roots, the way the mist curled. Then the forest answered. A screech rose in the distance. It was not one creature. It was many, layered, like a chorus of throats tearing at once. Harry's blood turned to ice. He snapped his wand down. Knox! The light died. The afterimage stayed burned into his eyes. The screech got louder. Harry did not wait to see what made it. He ran. His boots slid on wet leaves. A root caught his toe and he nearly went down. He caught himself on a tree trunk, bark cold and too smooth, like stone. The air felt heavier as he sprinted, dragging at his lungs. His breath came in sharp gasps. His throat hurt. Behind him, the screeching kept coming. It did not fade. It followed. Fast. Harry's mind raced. This was not a forest in Britain. This was not even a forest on Earth. Could not be. Felt wrong, like the world had been turned sideways. Something brushed his shoulder. Harry yelped and spun, wand up. Mist. Just mist. But the mist moved like it had purpose. He sprinted again, eyes wide, trying to find open space, trying to find anything that looked like a way out. The trees twisted closer together. Branches hooked at his clothes. One snagged his sleeve and ripped it. Cold air hit his skin. He heard a wet slap behind him. Then another. Harry glanced over his shoulder. Shapes moved between the trunks. Tall, thin, too thin, like shadows stretched into bodies. They did not have faces. They were blacker than the gray around them, like holes cut into the world. Their limbs bent wrong. Their movement was jerky, like a puppet being yanked. The screeching came from them. Harry's stomach lurched. He tasted bile again. Stupefy, he shouted, aiming at the nearest one. The spell hit, and fizzled. It was like throwing a rock into a fog. The red flash sputtered and died before it reached the creature. Harry stared, horror punching him in the chest. "Come on," he hissed, voice shaking. "Come on." He tried again. Stupefy. This time the spell exploded out of his wand like a firecracker and burst against a tree, scorching the bark. The heat blasted back at him. It singed his eyebrows. He flinched, eyes watering. The hollow men kept coming. Harry did not know what else to call them. They were men-shaped, empty inside, hungry outside. He ran harder. Harry forced himself to slow down for half a second and aim properly, even while running. His lungs burned and his ribs still ached, but panic was getting him killed. "Defindo!" he shouted, slashing his wand at a low branch behind him. The branch sliced clean and dropped across the path. A hollow man hit it and stumbled, limbs tangling, screeching in outrage. It bought Harry a breath. Just one. He tried to use it. Expecto Patronum. A silver flash burst out, strong for a heartbeat, the shape of something large forming, antlers maybe. Then it flickered like a candle in wind and died. Harry's heart sank. Even his Patronus was afraid here. The hollow men did not slow. They poured around the fallen branch like water around a rock. They were too hungry to care. Harry pushed harder, legs shaking, vision tunneling. His mouth tasted like copper. He could hear his own breathing and the wet slap of their movement and that layered screech that made his teeth hurt. His lungs burned. His legs felt like lead. Sweat ran down his spine, cold in this air. He heard a hiss near his ear, like breath. He ducked instinctively and something cut through the space where his head had been. It did not hit him, but the air itself felt sliced. Harry stumbled and nearly fell. His hands scraped the ground. The gray leaves stuck to his palms. He pushed up, panting, and forced himself to move. He needed space. He needed a clearing. He needed a wall. Something. The forest did not give him anything. It was just more gray, more mist, more trunks closing in. Harry's heart hammered. His vision blurred. He blinked fast, trying to keep the one good lens focused. A hollow man stepped out in front of him. Harry skidded to a stop, almost falling backward. The thing's head tilted, like it had smelled him. It was close enough now that Harry could see the surface of it. Not skin. Something like smoke packed tight. The edges of it rippled, as if it could unravel any second. His mouth opened. There was nothing inside, just dark. The screech came from that darkness, louder, and it hit Harry like pressure in his skull. He gagged. "Protego!" Harry shouted. A shield flickered into existence, thin as glass. The hollow man slammed into it. The shield cracked. Lines of light split across it. Harry felt the impact in his arm, a jolt up to his shoulder. He screamed and shoved more magic into it. His wand hand shook. His teeth clacked. The shield held for one more second. Then it shattered. The hollow man reached for him. Harry threw himself sideways, rolling. Cold mud soaked through his shirt. He came up on one knee and fired without aiming. Incendio. Fire burst out, but it was wrong. It was pale, almost silver, and it spilled across the ground like liquid light. It hit the hollow man and the creature recoiled, screeching. The sound turned higher, frantic. The silver flame clung to it like oil. It did not burn like normal fire. It ate at the shadow, making it ripple and pull apart. Harry stared for half a heartbeat, shocked again. Then another hollow man lunged from the side. Harry threw up his arm. Something slammed into his ribs. Pain exploded. He flew backward, crashing into a tree. His breath left him in a hard cough. He slid down the trunk, dizzy. The hollow men circled. Harry's wand trembled in his hand. His fingers cramped. His chest hurt where the creature hit him. He could not get a full breath. "Okay," he wheezed, trying to sound brave and failing. "Okay, I get it. You're hungry. I'm not food." The words sounded stupid. The hollow men did not care. He tried to stand. His legs shook. One of them leaned in, head tilting again. The darkness where a face should be seemed to press closer. Harry's scar tingled. His stomach flipped. His body went cold with a kind of fear he had not felt even with Voldemort. Because this was not hatred. This was hunger. The Hollow Man reached out. Its fingers were long, thin, and they looked like they could slide right through his skin. Harry raised his wand with both hands, breathing hard. Stupefy, he barked, more a plea than a spell. The red light shot out, fast and clean this time. It hit the Hollow Man in the chest. The creature paused. Then it kept moving. Harry's stomach dropped through the ground. That's not fair, he said, voice cracking. The Hollow Men pressed in. Harry's body reacted before his brain could. He crawled backward, scraping his elbows on bark and dirt. His heart pounded so hard it made his vision pulse. He was going to die here. He did not even know where here was. A glass bottle whistled through the mist. It smashed on the ground between Harry and the Hollow Men. Silver fire erupted. A ring of it, bright enough to hurt. The Hollow Men recoiled like they had been slapped. Their screeches turned into something sharper, angry. Harry blinked, stunned, and felt warmth hit his face. Real warmth. Not the cold gray air. Someone stepped out of the mist. A man, tall, shoulders broad, moving like he knew exactly where to put his feet. He wore an old coat, dark and worn, and his hair was messy in a way that looked familiar. Round glasses sat on his nose. Harry's stomach twisted. For a second, he thought he was hallucinating. The man raised a hand, palm out, and the silver flame lifted higher. A barrier. Back off, the man said, voice low and steady. Not yours. The Hollow Men hissed. They pressed at the barrier. The silver fire held, crackled like ice breaking. Harry stared at the man. Who? The man's head turned, and his eyes landed on Harry's face. His expression shifted. Not fear. Not surprise exactly. Recognition, like a chord struck in the wrong place. He took one step closer to Harry, staying inside the ring of fire. Potter, he said, voice rough. Harry swallowed hard. Yeah. The man's gaze flicked to the time-turner chain tight on Harry's wrist, then to the wand, then back to Harry's face. James, the man said, then stopped himself. His jaw tightened. No, not James. Harry's breath caught. What? The man crouched, quick, careful, like he expected Harry to bolt. He held out a hand, not touching, just there. I'm not going to hurt you, he said. You're bleeding and you're half drowned in fear. Take a breath. Harry tried. Came out as a ragged gasp. His ribs screamed. The Hollow Men slammed into the barrier again. The silver fire flared brighter. The man did not even look back. Harry's mind scrambled. The man looked like a Potter. He looked like Harry, but older, in a way that made Harry's skin prickle. Who are you? Harry asked again, and his voice shook. The man's mouth twitched, like a smile that did not get to exist. Fleamont Potter. Harry's world tilted. No, he said automatically. That's my grandfather. Fleamont's eyes narrowed. He did not laugh. He did not call Harry insane. He looked at him like he was measuring something invisible. That name is mine, Fleamont said. And unless you've stolen it, you're telling the truth. Which means, he stopped. His throat moved as he swallowed. Harry's skin went cold again. I'm Harry. Harry Potter. Fleamont's gaze sharpened. It flicked down to Harry's chin, his hair, his eyes. He looked like he was seeing someone else, layered over Harry's face. You've got his eyes, Fleamont said softly. Harry's chest tightened. My mum's. Fleamont flinched, like the words hit him. The Hollow Men screeched again, and this time the sound felt closer, like they were pressing their mouths to the fire. Fleamont snapped back into motion. We are not doing this here. Get up. Now. I can't, Harry said, and hated how small he sounded. You can, Fleamont said. Flat. He grabbed Harry's forearm, firm but not crushing, and hauled him up. Harry swayed. The world blurred. He gripped his wand tighter like it was keeping him upright. Fleamont shoved something into Harry's hand. A small vial, warm. Drink. Harry stared at it. What is it? Potion, Fleamont said. If you don't drink it you'll pass out and then you are dead. Drink. Harry's fingers shook, but he uncorked it and swallowed. Heat spread down his throat and into his chest. It did not fix the pain in his ribs, but it made his head clearer. His hands steadied a fraction. Fleamont watched him, eyes hard. Good. Now move. Stay behind me. Do not cast light. Do not shout. Do not do anything clever. Harry blinked. That's a bit unfair. I'm usually forced into clever. Fleamont shot him a look like he could not decide if that was funny. Later, he pulled another bottle from inside his coat. He threw it beyond the ring of fire, farther into the trees. It shattered. Silver fire bloomed there too, drawing the hollow men's attention. They surged toward it, screeching. Fleamont grabbed Harry's elbow and shoved him forward, away from the tree, away from where the hollow men had cornered him. Run, Fleamont said. And if you fall, you get back up. Harry did not argue. He ran. The forest blurred around him. The mist thickened, then thinned. The ground grabbed at his boots. His ribs ached with every breath, but the potion kept him moving. Fleamont ran ahead, fast for a man who looked older than any wizard Harry had met. He moved like he knew the forest, like he had done this before. Harry's brain tried to ask 1,000 questions. None of them came out. His lungs had no room. Behind them, the hollow men shrieked. The sound followed, but it was farther now, distracted by the decoy fire. Fleamont glanced back once. You cast Lumos, didn't you? Harry's cheeks burned. I had to see. There's a flare here, Fleamont said. Breath steady even while running. Light means living. Living means food. Harry's stomach churned. Where am I? Fleamont did not answer right away. He hurdled a fallen trunk and Harry followed, nearly catching his foot and tripping. He landed hard on his hands, breath knocked out. Fleamont was back in a second, grabbing his arm. Harry pushed himself up, panting. His palms stung with fresh scrapes. Gray leaf paste stuck to his skin. Sorry, Harry gasped. Don't apologize, Fleamont said. Save your breath. They ran again. The silence between screeches was worse. It made Harry feel like his ears were filling with water. It made his own breathing sound huge. Harry's mind kept circling the name. Fleamont Potter. His grandfather had died before Harry was born. He had seen the name in a book. He had heard it said once or twice. He had never expected to hear it from a living mouth. Harry swallowed and tried to speak without losing his breath. How is this possible? Fleamont's jaw tightened. How did you get here? Harry's fingers clenched around the time-turner chain. Felt colder now, like it was draining heat from him. Time-turner, Harry said. It broke. It didn't spin right. Cracked. Then I fell. Fleamont's eyes flicked to Harry's wrist again. You brought one of those here. I didn't mean to, Harry said, and his voice went sharp with panic. I was trying to go back. I was trying to fix something. He could not say serious. The name stuck in his throat like a stone. Fleamont heard the break anyway. His expression shifted, softer for half a second. You were desperate, Fleamont said. Harry nodded, throat tight. Desperate magic does strange things, Fleamont murmured, more to himself than Harry. They ran through a patch where the trees bent low, branches like ribs. Harry ducked, the leaves brushing his hair, damp and cold. The mist thinned ahead. A shape rose out of it, huge. Harry's heart jumped. He skidded, wound up. Fleamont grabbed his wrist. Not that. That's ours. The shape was a wall. A boundary, dark stone rising from the gray forest like the edge of a cliff. But it was flat, smooth, and it hummed faintly under Harry's skin. Then Harry saw the gate. Not iron. Not wood. Something like old black oak, polished, carved with symbols that made his eyes ache if he stared too long. 2 lanterns burned on either side. Real flame. Golden, warm, alive. Harry's throat tightened. The warmth felt like a memory. Fleamont shoved a hand into his coat and pulled out a small key. Harry stared. A key. Really? Fleamont shot him a look. Yes, really. Silence. He pressed the key into the gate. The wood shivered. The symbols flared faintly, then dimmed. The gate opened without a sound. Warm air poured out, smelling like smoke and tea and something sweet, like bread just out of an oven. Harry stopped for half a heartbeat, stunned by the smell alone. Fleamont shoved him through. Inside. Now, Harry stumbled into a courtyard. The sky inside looked less gray. Still muted, but softer, like dawn instead of ash. The ground was stone, clean, and there were plants real green, clinging to the edges stubborn. Behind him, Fleamont slammed the gate shut and pressed his palm to it. A ripple of silver light ran through the wood, sealing it. Harry leaned over, hands on his knees, coughing. His ribs screamed. Sweat dripped off his chin and splattered onto the stone. He forced himself upright and looked around. A house stood ahead. Manse was the only word for it. Old, wide, built from stone that seemed to hold its own heat. Windows glowed with yellow light. It looked like someone had taken a chunk of summer and planted it in the middle of winter. Harry's eyes burned. He did not know if it was from smoke or fear. Fleamont watched him, chest barely rising with effort. He looked annoyed, like Harry's lungs were being dramatic. "You're gonna keep breathing," Fleamont said. "Good." Harry laughed once, a sharp broken sound. "Thanks for the encouragement." Fleamont's mouth twitched again. "You are loud for someone who nearly got eaten." "I'm loud when I'm scared," Harry snapped, then immediately felt stupid. He looked away. "Sorry." Fleamont's expression softened a fraction. "Fine. Come on." Before they circled back, Harry followed, still shaking. The courtyard was quiet. Too quiet, but in a different way than the forest. This quiet had warmth in it. It felt like a place meant for voices, even if no one was speaking right now. They crossed the stone path. Harry noticed his own footprints, wet and dark. He noticed that the gray leaf paste on his hands looked wrong against the clean stone. Fleamont stopped at the front door and touched the frame. The wood glowed faintly. The door opened. The warmth hit Harry like a blanket. He stepped inside and froze. The entrance hall was lit by lamps and a fireplace deeper in. The air smelled of beeswax, old books, and something floral. A rug lay underfoot, red and worn. A coat hung on a peg, not dusty, as if someone had just come in. Harry's throat tightened. This felt like a home. It felt like the opposite of the forest. Fleamont shut the door behind them. The click sounded loud. Harry turned, heart still racing, and finally got a good look at Fleamont in this light. He looked older than James had ever been in photos, but not old like Dumbledore. His hair was dark with streaks of gray. His glasses were round and sat a little crooked. His hands were rough, stained faintly with something that might have been potion residue. He looked unfairly, like Harry could have grown into him. Fleamont caught Harry staring. "Stop that." Harry blinked. "Sorry. You look like a Potter," Fleamont said. He took off his coat and hung it, movements brisk. "Sit." Harry did not sit. His legs felt too full of electricity. Fleamont sighed, impatient, and waved a hand. A chair slid from the side of the hall and bumped gently into Harry's knees. Harry stared at it. "Right. Okay." He sat. The chair was warm, like someone had been sitting in it. Fleamont crouched in front of him, close enough that Harry could smell smoke on him. Fleamont's eyes were sharp behind the glasses. "You said your name is Harry Potter," Fleamont said. Harry nodded, throat tight. "And you said a time-turner brought you here," Fleamont continued, voice steady. "During a crisis, in a building full of secrets." Harry's fingers tightened on his wand. "Yes." Fleamont looked at the time-turner chain on Harry's wrist. "Show me." Harry held out his arm. Fleamont did not touch it at first. He stared long, like he could read the metal. Then he reached out and brushed his fingers over the chain, careful. The chain was cold, but Fleamont did not flinch. Instead, his eyes narrowed. "This thing is dead," Fleamont muttered. "It's not supposed to be dead," Harry said, and his voice went rough. "It's supposed to work. Hermione used one. It worked. It cracked." Fleamont's gaze lifted to Harry's face. "Hermione." Harry froze, then realized. "She's my friend. Hermione Granger." Fleamont's mouth tightened. "You brought friends into the time room." "We didn't mean to," Harry said, defensive. "We were being chased. We were trying to get out. He stopped because his voice was climbing. His hands were shaking again. Fleamont watched him for a moment, then stood up. You need water. He snapped his fingers. A glass appeared on the little table beside the chair. Water inside, clear, with condensation on the outside like it had been there all along. Harry stared. That's convenient. Fleamont raised an eyebrow. Drink. Harry drank. The water was cold and real, and it steadied him. He wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. His ribs still hurt. His head still rang with the hollow men's screeches. He remembered the barrier of silver fire. He remembered Fleamont saying, "Not yours." "What are those things?" Harry asked quietly. Fleamont's face went hard again. "Hollow men." Harry's stomach sank. "So I wasn't imagining that name." "No," Fleamont said. "They are what hunts in the gray. They follow living heat. They follow light. They follow the mistake you made." Harry flinched. "Thanks." Fleamont's gaze softened slightly, like he realized he sounded cruel. "You are alive. That is the problem." Harry stared at him. "What do you mean?" Fleamont turned, walking toward the hall that led deeper into the house. "Come. If we are going to explain anything, we do it where the wards are thick." Harry pushed himself up, dizziness hitting him. He steadied himself on the chair. His legs still shook. Fleamont looked back. "Can you walk?" Harry nodded, stubborn. "Yeah." "Good," Fleamont said. "Then walk." Harry followed. The house felt lived in. Not just a set. The floor creaked in the right places. The walls held pictures, framed, crooked in a way that felt human. Harry's stomach tightened when he saw one of them. A painting of a young man with messy hair, laughing, arms slung around a woman with dark hair. They looked happy. Too happy. Harry's throat closed. He kept walking, eyes down. Fleamont did not look back, but his voice softened. "Don't stare at the walls. They stare back." Harry frowned. "What?" Fleamont stopped in front of a wide doorway. Beyond it, a room opened up, lit by a huge fireplace. The fire was real, crackling, throwing orange light. Bookshelves lined the walls. A long table sat in the middle with a teapot and cups, as if someone had left them and would return any second. And on the far wall there were portraits. Not still. Not silent. They moved. Faces turned toward the doorway as Harry stepped in. Eyes sharpened. Expressions shifted. Harry's chest tightened so hard he thought he might break. There were men and women in old clothes, in robes, in dresses, some in armor that looked too real. They were not strangers. Not fully. They had his nose, his hair, his chin, his eyes in different shades. A woman with gray hair pulled back tight leaned forward in her frame. Her eyes flicked over Harry like she was counting bones. A man with a mustache scowled like Harry had tracked mud on his carpet. As they crossed the threshold, Harry felt a pressure release in his chest, like he had been holding his breath since he landed in the gray forest and only now noticed. The screaming outside dulled, muffled by the walls and the wards. Not gone, just held back. Harry's shoulders sagged with a relief so sharp it almost made him cry. He swallowed it down hard. Fleamont pressed his palm to the doorframe again, eyes narrowing as if he was listening through the wood. "They'll circle," he said. "They always do. They test. They wait. But they won't cross the gate unless someone invites them, or unless the wards break." Harry's throat went tight. "Invite them." Fleamont glanced at him. "Living invites them. Light invites them. Desperation invites them. You have a talent for invitations." Harry wanted to argue. He was tired. He was still shaking. He did not have the energy. He stared at the fire in the hearth and realized his hands were trembling less. The warmth was real enough to make his fingers tingle. Fleamont followed his gaze. "Keep your wand, but don't point it at my furniture." Harry let out a short breath that might have been a laugh. "I'm not planning to duel your chair." "Good," Fleamont said. Then he turned and took 2 steps toward the portraits like he was bracing himself. He looked older suddenly, the lines around his eyes deeper. Harry noticed it and felt his stomach twist again. This man was alive, talking, moving, saving him, and yet he spoke like someone who knew death up close. Harry took 1 step into the room, then another, careful, like the floor might change under him again. The portraits watched him the whole time. They were watching him. They knew him. Someone whispered, voice low, amazed. "That's James's boy." Harry's breath caught. Fleamont stepped aside, letting Harry see the whole gallery. Harry's hands went numb around his wand. His knees felt weak. Harry swallowed and tried to speak. His voice came out a whisper. "Where am I?" Fleamont's voice came from beside him, steady, heavy. "You are not in the past," Fleamont said. "You are not in the future. You are not anywhere your friends can reach by turning a clock." Harry turned slowly, eyes wide, heart pounding. Fleamont met his gaze. "This is the land of the dead," Fleamont said. Harry's mouth opened. No sound came out. One of the portraits, an old man with sharp eyes, leaned closer, voice like a blade. "And you have brought the living with you." Harry just stood there, mouth open, like his lungs forgot what to do. The portraits kept staring. The old man with blade eyes leaned closer inside his frame, like he could lean out of it if he tried. His voice was sharp enough to make Harry flinch. "And you have brought the living with you." Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. His palms still stung from the fall and the run. He could feel the mud drying in the scrapes. His ribs ached every time he breathed in too deep. "I didn't bring anyone," Harry said, because it was the only thing his brain could grab. "I'm the only one here." A woman in a portrait to the left made a sound like a scoff. Her hair was pinned up tight, her dress old-fashioned, her posture rigid. "Then where did the flare come from?" she snapped. "We all felt it." Fleamont's shoulders went stiff. "Enough!" The mustached man with the angry scowl practically spat. "He is alive. That is enough to draw the hollow men to our gate." Harry's stomach flipped. He could still hear those layered screeches, even muffled by the wards, like his ears had memorized the sound. "I didn't know," Harry said, louder now, because the panic was turning into anger. "I didn't choose this." "None of us chose to die either," someone else muttered from a frame in the corner. That hit Harry in the chest, and for a second his anger collapsed into shame. Fleamont stepped forward, putting himself between Harry and the portraits like a wall. "He is James's son." A ripple went through the room. Not magic. Reaction. Like a crowd shifting. The woman with pinned hair went still. "Say that again." Fleamont did not look at her. His gaze stayed on Harry. "Tell them," he said low. "Say it again. Clear." Harry's throat tightened. His tongue felt too big for his mouth. "I'm Harry Potter," he said. "James Potter's son." Someone in one of the portraits made a strangled sound. Another leaned forward, eyes wide. "James," a voice whispered softer. "Our James had a boy." Harry's stomach twisted. The warmth of the fire suddenly felt wrong, like he was standing too close to something that could burn. A door behind Harry opened. He did not hear footsteps at first, just the soft shift of fabric. Then a voice, calm but edged, like kindness with a knife behind it. "Fleamont." Fleamont's face changed in a way Harry could not explain. Not fear, not relief. Something like a man who has been holding a stone for years and someone just offered to take it. Harry turned. A woman stood in the doorway. She was not young, not old either. Her hair was gray, but it was glossy, brushed back with care. Her eyes were sharp in the same way Fleamont's were, but warmer, like she chose when to cut. She looked at Fleamont first, then at Harry. Her gaze landed on Harry's face and she went very still. Her hand lifted slowly, like she was not sure she was allowed to move too fast. "Oh," she said, and her voice broke on the single word. Harry's chest squeezed. He knew that look. He had seen it in the mirror of Eriste. He had seen it on Molly Weasley's face when she thought she might lose someone. Fleamont swallowed. Euphemia. Harry's stomach dropped. Euphemia Potter. His grandmother. He had never even had a picture of her. Just a name. A line in a book. A gap in his life. Euphemia took one step closer. Then another. She stopped a few feet away, as if she was afraid he would vanish if she tried to touch him. Her eyes flicked to the chain tight on his wrist, to the mud on his sleeves, to the missing lens in his glasses, to the cuts on his hands. Then her gaze snapped back to his face, and her mouth pressed into a thin line that did not match the shine in her eyes. "You," she said, softer now. "You are breathing." Harry almost laughed at how ridiculous that sounded, but he could not. His throat was too tight. Yes, Harry said. I think so. Euphemia's eyes narrowed, like she was trying to keep herself from falling apart. That is a very Potter answer, the mustached portrait muttered. He looks like Fleamont around the eyes. Fleamont shot him a look that could have set something on fire. Stop! Euphemia's gaze flicked to the portrait, then back to Harry. Sit down, she said. It was not a suggestion. Harry realized his legs were shaking again. He nodded and took a step toward the chair, but Fleamont's hand caught his elbow. Not that chair, Fleamont said quickly. Harry blinked at him. It's a chair. It bites when it feels like it, Fleamont replied. Harry stared. You're joking. Fleamont's expression did not change. No. Harry looked at Euphemia. Her mouth twitched, and for the first time she looked almost amused. Sit, Euphemia repeated, and snapped her fingers. A different chair slid forward, graceful and obedient. Harry sat because his knees were not going to keep listening much longer. The chair was warm. It did not bite. Euphemia moved closer, stopping again at arm's length. She studied his face like she was committing it to memory. You are James's, she said again, like she needed to say it until it became real. Harry swallowed. Yes, and Lily, Euphemia said, and this time the warmth in her voice made Harry's chest ache. Her name is Lily. Your father wrote about her when he was young. Like a fool. Like a boy. Harry's mouth went dry. He did not know what to do with that. He had never heard anyone talk about Lily like she was a person with habits and stories. People spoke about her like a saint, like a tragedy. She was brave, Harry said, because it was the only safe thing. Euphemia's gaze sharpened. Was? Harry froze. Fleamont's jaw clenched, his eyes fixed on the fire. Euphemia's shoulders rose and fell once. Controlled. Tell me, she said quietly. Tell me what happened. Harry's heart started to pound hard again. His scar tingled faintly, like it did when he was under pressure. Not Voldemort pressure, just fear. Harry started, then stopped. His tongue felt stuck. Euphemia did not move. She waited. Harry looked at Fleamont, desperate. Fleamont's face was stiff, like stone. But his eyes flicked to Harry, and there was something there that felt like permission. Harry swallowed. They died, he said, because saying it any other way would feel like lying. Voldemort killed them. When I was a baby, the room went silent in a way that felt heavy, not empty. Euphemia's breath hitched. She did not cry. Not yet. Her fingers curled into her palm. Fleamont's hand tightened on the back of a chair. One of the portraits made a low sound, like someone had been punched. Tom Riddle, an older portrait hissed, face twisting. That filthy boy. Harry's stomach flipped. Hearing Voldemort described like that, like a mistake someone regretted, felt strange. Euphemia stared at Harry. And James, she said. Her voice was flat. And Lily. Harry nodded. His eyes burned. Euphemia's chin lifted. And you survived. Harry swallowed. Yes. How? Euphemia demanded, and the sharpness came back. How did my grandson survive when my son did not? Harry flinched. I don't know. Everyone keeps saying it's a miracle. But I don't feel like a miracle. Euphemia's eyes softened slightly, but her jaw stayed tight. Fleamont finally spoke, voice rough. Euphemia. She did not look away from Harry. Where did he go? She asked. After. Harry's chest tightened again. The answer tasted bitter. The Dursleys, Harry said. My aunt. My mum's sister. Euphemia blinked once. And she raised you. Harry let out a short laugh that sounded wrong. No. Euphemia went still. Explain. Harry's fingers tightened around the glass of water beside him. The coolness grounded him. They didn't like magic, Harry said carefully. He could feel his voice trying to shake, so he forced it steady. They didn't like me. They kept me in a cupboard when I was little. Euphemia's eyes went wide. Fleamont's head snapped toward Harry. A cupboard? Fleamont repeated, like he had not heard properly. Harry nodded. Under the stairs. The room changed. Harry could feel it, like the warmth of the fire turned into something else, something angrier. Euphemia's face went pale. They put you in a cupboard. Harry shrugged because shrugging was easier than admitting how much it still hurt. It was only for a while. Mostly. Fleamont's voice went low, dangerous. What do you mean mostly? Harry stared at the fire because looking at their faces felt too much. I got a bedroom later. When my Hogwarts letter came. Euphemia's hand lifted, then dropped again, like she could not decide whether she was allowed to touch him. Come here, she said, and the command trembled. Harry's throat tightened. He stood slowly, legs unsteady, and stepped closer. Euphemia reached out and cupped his cheek with both hands. Her palms were warm, real. Harry froze, every muscle locked, because being touched gently felt unfamiliar in a way that made his eyes sting. Euphemia stared into his face like she was looking for James and Lily in him, like she was searching for proof. You look like your father, she whispered. But your eyes, those are Lily's. Those are not ours. Harry's breath shook. Everyone says that. Everyone is right, Euphemia said. Her voice went hard again, but the tears finally spilled. And they put you in a cupboard. Fleamont made a low sound that was not a word. Euphemia wiped her tears with the back of her hand like she was offended by them. Sit, she told Harry again, but softer this time. You are shaking. Harry sat because his knees were done. Euphemia turned toward the portraits, and Harry saw the Potter in her then. Not just the warmth, the temper. You, she snapped at the mustached man. Stop staring like a hawk and get me the healing salve. The mustached portrait blinked. I am in a frame. Euphemia's eyes narrowed. Then shout for someone who is not. The portrait scowled but leaned out, voice booming down the hall. Iolanthe, get in here. Harry blinked. Who is Iolanthe? Fleamont exhaled. Trouble. Euphemia shot him a look. She is family, Fleamont muttered. So is a storm. Harry's mouth twitched despite himself, then faded. What is this place? He asked, quietly, because his brain kept trying to reject what Fleamont had said. The land of the dead. Euphemia's gaze returned to him, steady. We call it Summerland, she said. Not because it is always warm, because it is where the dead go when they are not ready to vanish. Harry's stomach twisted. Vanish. Fleamont spoke before Euphemia could. Most spirits fade eventually. Some fast, some slow. Memories thin. Names blur. You stop being you. Harry's throat went dry. So you're all going to disappear. Euphemia's mouth pressed into a line. Not today. Harry swallowed. And I'm not meant to be here. No, Fleamont said flatly. You are not. Harry looked down at the chain on his wrist. His skin around it was red. How do I leave? He asked. How do I get back? Fleamont's jaw tightened. We do not have that answer yet. Harry felt panic surge, hot and sharp. Yet, Harry repeated. His voice rose. What do you mean yet? I have friends. They were with me. I grabbed the time turner and I fell and they were right there and I need to go back. Euphemia's eyes sharpened. You need to breathe. Harry's hands shook. I am breathing. That is not breathing, Euphemia snapped. That is panic. Harry swallowed and forced air into his lungs, but it came in ragged. Fleamont crouched in front of him, eyes hard. Listen, you are alive. This place is not built for living. The longer you stay, the more it will try to make you match it. Harry stared. What does that mean? Fleamont's gaze flicked to Harry's face, then to the chain again. It means your soul will fray. Harry felt cold spread through his fingers. What? Euphemia's voice softened, but it was still blunt. We call it soul erosion. Harry's stomach lurched. He remembered the hollow men reaching for him, fingers like smoke. It will, Fleamont said, voice tight, try to digest you. That is what the gray does. That is what the hollow men do. They do not just eat flesh. They strip memory. You become empty. Harry swallowed hard. His throat hurt. How long? Harry asked, and hated how small his voice sounded. Euphemia hesitated. Fleamont did not. It depends on you. How stubborn you are. How much will you have? How much you cling to being Harry Potter. Harry's scar tingled. He pressed a hand to it without thinking. Also, Fleamont added, and his voice went colder. It depends on the rot. Harry looked up. Rot. Euphemia's face went tight. Corruption. A sickness in Summerland. It spreads. It twists spirits. It weakens wards. It makes hollow men bolder. Harry's mind flashed back to the forest and that silver fire. Is that what those things are? Rot. Fleamont shook his head. Hollow men are hunger. The rot is worse. The rot remembers. Harry's stomach dropped. Before he could ask anything else, footsteps came down the hall. Fast, confident, like the person wanted the floor to move out of their way. A woman strode into the room without hesitation. She looked younger than Euphemia, but not young. Her hair was dark and loose down her back. Her clothes were old in a different way, simpler, like she belonged outside, not in a drawing room. Her eyes landed on Harry and she stopped so sharply she nearly tripped over her own foot. "Oh," she said, and the word sounded exactly like Euphemia's had. Then she recovered and lifted her chin, like she refused to be shaken. "So," she said, looking Harry up and down, "this is the boy." Harry stared at her. "Hi." She blinked at the greeting, then looked at Fleamont. "You brought him in through the gate." "I had to," Fleamont replied. She looked back at Harry. Her gaze snagged on the chain around his wrist. Her eyes narrowed. "Time magic," she murmured. Harry's heart thumped. "You can tell." She took 2 steps closer. She did not ask permission. She grabbed Harry's wrist and lifted it, examining the chain. It was not painful, but it was too close, too sudden. Harry flinched anyway. Hermione's voice flashed in his head. Personal space. Consent. Boundaries. The woman noticed the flinch and paused. Her grip loosened. "Sorry," she said, and she sounded like she meant it, even if she did not look like someone who apologized often. "I forget you are alive." Harry swallowed. "Right?" Euphemia's voice cut in. "Iolanthe. Healing salve." Iolanthe blinked like she had forgotten why she was summoned. Then she snapped her fingers and a small tin appeared in her hand. Harry stared. "Everyone here can just do that." Iolanthe's mouth twitched. "Not everyone. Just those of us who have had centuries to get bored." Fleamont snorted. Euphemia took the tin from Iolanthe and pressed it into Harry's hands. "Rub that on your palms." Carefully, Harry opened the tin. The smell hit him, sharp and clean, like mint and smoke. He smeared it onto the cuts. It stung for a second, then warmth spread, numbing the ache. Harry exhaled, surprised at how good it felt. Iolanthe watched him the whole time. "Your magic is noisy," she said. Harry froze. "Noisy?" "Yes," Iolanthe said, like it was obvious. "Living magic flares, pushes. It announces itself. You can feel it even when you are not casting." Harry swallowed. "So everything here can feel me?" Fleamont nodded. "Yes." Harry felt his stomach drop again. Iolanthe's gaze flicked to the fire. "How close were the hollow men?" "Too close," Fleamont said. Iolanthe's eyes went sharp. "Did he cast light?" Fleamont's mouth tightened. "Yes." Iolanthe let out a breath that sounded like an annoyed laugh. "Of course he did." Harry bristled. "I couldn't see." Iolanthe's gaze snapped to him. "Do you know what you look like in the gray when you cast light?" Harry hesitated. "A target. A feast," Iolanthe corrected. "A flare that screams living. They swarm. They do not stop." Harry's throat went dry. "Okay. No light." Euphemia nodded, satisfied. "Good. He can learn." Harry swallowed. "So I just stay here, in this house, while my friends are back there fighting Death Eaters." Fleamont's eyes narrowed. "Your friends are fighting Death Eaters?" Harry's mouth tightened. "Yes." Euphemia's face went hard. "And you were in the time room?" Harry nodded. Fleamont swore under his breath, soft but vicious. Euphemia's eyes flashed. "Language." Fleamont shot her a look. "Our grandson is in a war and you are worried about my language." Euphemia's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Yes," she said, "because I can worry about 2 things at once." Harry's chest tightened painfully. He wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Iolanthe leaned forward. "Why were you there?" she asked, blunt. "In the time room, with Death Eaters, with friends. At your age." Harry's stomach twisted. Euphemia's gaze sharpened. Iolanthe. Iolanthe lifted a hand. "I am asking because it matters. The living do not fall into Summerland by accident unless Summerland pulls. Harry froze. Pulls. Fleamont's eyes flicked to Iolanthe. A warning. Iolanthe ignored it. Harry swallowed. We were trying to save Sirius. Euphemia blinked. Sirius. Harry nodded. Sirius Black. He's my godfather. Euphemia's face softened slightly. Black, she murmured, like she tasted the name. Fleamont's jaw tightened. That family. Harry's stomach twisted with defensiveness. He's not like them. Euphemia's gaze returned to him. Tell us, she said. Not in pieces. Properly. Harry's mouth went dry. He wanted to tell them everything. He wanted someone to know. But the words felt tangled and sharp. We got a vision, Harry said finally. About Sirius. About him being tortured. Voldemort wanted me to come. So I came. Fleamont's face went hard. You walked into a trap. Harry's chest tightened. Yes. Euphemia's eyes narrowed. And your headmaster allowed that. Harry hesitated. He didn't know. Iolanthe snorted. They never know until it is too late. Hermione would have argued. Hermione would have defended Dumbledore with 10 reasons and 3 footnotes. Harry could not summon that right now. I need to go back, Harry said, and his voice cracked. I need to find him. I need to make sure they're okay. Fleamont's gaze locked on his. You cannot go back yet. Harry's hands clenched. Why not? Because, Fleamont said, and he pointed at the chain on Harry's wrist. That is dead, and because your body is still alive, and because you do not understand where you are. Harry swallowed. Then explain. Euphemia nodded once. Fine. She moved to the table, poured tea with brisk motions that looked normal until Harry realized she did not touch the teapot to the cup. Poured itself. She slid a cup to Harry. Harry stared at it, then at her. Thank you. Euphemia's eyes flicked to his face. Drink. It helps steady the living. Harry lifted the cup. The tea smelled like chamomile and something else, something sweeter. He took a sip. Warmth spread into his chest. His hands steadied a fraction. His breathing slowed. He swallowed and realized his throat hurt less. Euphemia sat opposite him. Fleamont remained standing, restless. Iolanthe leaned against the mantel, arms crossed, watching like she was ready to interrupt if Euphemia said something she disliked. Euphemia folded her hands. Summerland is not one place, she began. It is layers. The gray is the edge. It is the first bite of death. It is where hunger hunts and where the lost wander until they forget why they are wandering. Harry's stomach twisted. He remembered the hollow men circling him. Euphemia continued. This house sits behind wards and blood magic. Potter blood. Our line anchored here. It keeps the worst of the gray out. Harry looked down at his hands. So I'm safe here. Euphemia's gaze sharpened. Safer. Not safe. Fleamont's voice cut in. Because you are living, and living changes things. Harry swallowed. How? Iolanthe pushed off the mantle and stepped forward. Because your presence is loud. Pulls at the world. It irritates it. It reminds it of what it cannot have. Harry's stomach dropped. Fleamont nodded. And because the rot is moving. Harry's fingers tightened around his cup. Tell me about the rot. Euphemia's expression went flat. It is a sickness that came after Cadmus. Harry blinked. Cadmus. Iolanthe's eyes sharpened. Of course you do not know. Harry's temper flared. I've been here for less than an hour. Fleamont's mouth twitched. Almost a smile. He is definitely James's. Euphemia shot Fleamont a look that said do not encourage him. Then she focused on Harry again. Cadmus Peveril, Euphemia said. One of the old ones. He did not accept death. Harry's stomach twisted. Like the resurrection stone. Iolanthe's gaze snapped to him. You know of the Hallows. Harry hesitated. Hermione would have answered with history. Ron would have scoffed. Harry just felt cold. I've heard stories, Harry said carefully. Not all of them true. Iolanthe studied him like he was a puzzle. Then you have more knowledge than most living children. That is not an accident. Harry's skin prickled. Stop saying that. Euphemia's voice softened, but it stayed firm. We are not trying to frighten you for fun. We are trying to keep you from dying. Harry swallowed. His hands were trembling less now, but his mind was still sprinting. Cadmus wanted to break the veil, Euphemia continued. He wanted to pull the dead back. He wanted to keep spirits from fading. He wanted to control what should not be controlled. Harry's stomach tightened. He thought of Sirius again. His throat burned. That desire, Euphemia said, watching Harry carefully, makes a mess of worlds. It leaves rot. It leaves hungry things and twisted things. It leaves holes. Harry looked down at the chain. So is that why I'm here? Because of him. Fleamont's jaw tightened. Not only. Harry looked up sharply. What do you mean not only? Iolanthe's eyes flicked to the door, then back to Harry. We do not speak everything in the open room. Harry's chest tightened. Why? Because, Fleamont said, voice flat. The house listens. Harry stared. Luna was right. Iolanthe blinked. Luna. Harry waved a hand. A friend. Forget it. Euphemia leaned forward. This house is anchored with magic that remembers. It does not repeat your words to enemies, but it holds them. And some things should not be spoken where they can cling to walls. Harry swallowed. The idea made his skin crawl. Okay, Harry said. Fine. But I need to know what to do. Fleamont's gaze locked on him. First, you learn to survive here without flaring like a lantern. Harry bristled. I already agreed. No light. Fleamont nodded once. Good. Second, you learn will magic. Harry frowned. Will magic? Iolanthe's eyes sharpened. Old magic. Before wands. Before incantations became a crutch. Harry's fingers tightened around his wand. He felt defensive even though he did not mean to. Euphemia's voice cut through the tension. Wands work here, she said. But they flare. They announce. Every spell is a shout. In the gray, a shout means hunger hears you. Harry swallowed. So I need to cast without a wand. Not exactly, Fleamont said. You need to cast with control, with intent, with restraint. Your wand is a tool, not your spine. Harry stared at him. That sounds like something Hermione would say if she was trying to be dramatic. Fleamont's mouth twitched again. Then your Hermione is not wrong. Harry's chest tightened. Hermione, Ron, Ginny, Neville, Luna, were they alive? Were they still fighting? Had Sirius fallen? The thought made his stomach churn so hard he nearly gagged. Euphemia noticed. You are going to make yourself sick, she said. Drink the tea. Slow down. Harry's hands shook as he lifted the cup again. He drank. Warmth steadied him again. Euphemia watched him like she was memorizing his face and his breathing patterns at the same time. Then she stood brisk. You need food. Harry blinked. I'm not hungry. Euphemia's gaze went sharp. You are alive. You will eat. Harry opened his mouth, then shut it again. Something about her tone reminded him of Molly Weasley, and arguing with Molly never ended well. Fleamont moved toward the table. Bread and broth, he said. Iolanthe snorted. He is not a toddler. Fleamont shot her a look. He is a living boy who nearly got eaten by hollow men and his ribs are bruised. Iolanthe's eyes flicked to Harry's chest. Bruised. Harry nodded. It hurts. Iolanthe's expression tightened. Show me. Harry hesitated, then lifted his shirt slightly. A dark bruise spread along his ribs. Iolanthe made a low sound. They hit you. Harry swallowed. Yes. Iolanthe's gaze went distant for a second, like she remembered something. Then she snapped back, and her voice turned brisk. After you eat, we train. If you are going to stay, you cannot stay weak. Harry's temper flared. I'm not weak. Iolanthe's eyes narrowed. Then prove it. Euphemia set a bowl of broth in front of Harry with a chunk of bread beside it. It appeared with a soft pop, but the smell was real. Rich, salty, comforting. Harry stared at it, then realized how empty his stomach felt. He ate. The first swallow made his throat loosen. The second made his hands stop trembling as much. He ate faster than he meant to. Euphemia watched with tight lips, like she was pleased and furious at the same time. Fleamont sat at last opposite Harry, and for a moment the room looked almost normal. Family around a table. Warm fire. Tea and food. Then Harry remembered where he was, and the normal shattered. Euphemia broke the silence first. "Tell me about Hogwarts," she said, voice softer now. Harry blinked, startled by the shift. "What? I want to know," Euphemia said. "You are my grandson. I will not spend our first hour together discussing only death and monsters." Harry's throat tightened. "It's a castle. It's loud. It leaks. The stairs move. The ghosts complain." Iolanthi's mouth twitched. "Ghosts complain everywhere." Harry felt a reluctant smile tug at his mouth. It faded quickly. Euphemia watched him closely. "And your friends?" Harry swallowed. "Hermione is Hermione. She reads everything. She gets angry when people are stupid. Ron is loud and annoying and brave. Ginny is—" He hesitated, then shrugged. "Ginny is terrifying." Fleamont let out a short laugh. "Good." Harry blinked at him. "You laughed." Fleamont's eyes narrowed. "Do not get used to it." Harry huffed a breath that might have been another almost laugh. Euphemia's gaze softened. "Do you have anyone who looks after you?" Harry's stomach twisted. "Yes," Harry said carefully. "The Weasleys, and Sirius, and Remus. Sometimes." Euphemia's eyes sharpened at the name. "Remus." Harry nodded. "Remus Lupin. He was my dad's friend." Fleamont's face softened in a way Harry did not expect. Just for a blink. "Moon," Fleamont murmured, then cleared his throat like he regretted the softness. Harry stared. "You knew him." Euphemia's gaze went distant. "He was a good boy. Sad, but good." Harry felt something in his chest ache. Remus was still sad. Even alive. Euphemia shook herself and set her cup down. "Now," she said, voice firm again. "After you eat, Iolanthe trains you." Harry swallowed another mouthful. "Right now?" "Yes," Iolanthe said. "Right now." Harry stared at her. "I nearly died an hour ago." Iolanthe's eyes narrowed. "Then you learn faster." Fleamont leaned back in his chair. "She is not wrong." Harry sighed. "Fine." He finished the broth and wiped his mouth with the back of his hand. Euphemia reached across the table and grabbed his hand, startling him. Her fingers wrapped around his, warm and firm. "You are here," she said low. "I do not know how long we have, but while you are here, you are not alone." Harry's throat tightened so hard it hurt. He nodded once, because if he tried to speak he might fall apart. Euphemia let go and stood. "Garden," she said to Iolanthe. "Inside wards." Iolanthe nodded once, then jerked her chin at Harry. "Come on." Harry stood, legs steadier now. The salve and tea and broth helped. Not enough to make him feel safe, but enough to keep him upright. Fleamont rose too. "I am coming." Iolanthe rolled her eyes. "Of course you are." They moved through the hall. Euphemia led, pace quick. Harry followed, wand in his hand but pointed down. He kept noticing things without meaning to. The way the house smelled like beeswax. The way the floorboards creaked in familiar places. The way the air felt thick, like the wards were a blanket. Euphemia opened a back door. Warm air hit Harry's face. A small garden lay beyond, enclosed by stone walls. Green, actually green. Real color. Flowers and herbs. A fountain that actually sounded like water. Harry froze for a second, stunned by the sound alone. "Breathe," Euphemia said softly, like she knew he needed permission. Harry breathed. The air smelled like soil and rosemary and smoke from the house. Iolanthe stepped onto the grass and turned to face Harry. "This is where you learn control," she said. "No wand." Harry blinked. "No wand at all." Iolanthe shook her head. "Put it down." Harry hesitated. His wand was the only thing that made him feel like he was not helpless. Fleamont's voice cut in, steady. "You can pick it up in a heartbeat. Put it down." Harry swallowed and laid his wand on the stone edge of the fountain. His fingers felt naked without it. Iolanthe stepped closer. "Hold out your hands." Harry did. Iolanthe's gaze flicked to his wrists, then to the chain tight around one of them. "Does it hurt?" she asked, surprising him. Harry nodded. "Yes." Iolanthe's mouth tightened. "Later. Focus." She lifted her own hands, palms out. "Will magic is not about words. It is about intent, emotion, visualization. You have done it before without knowing." Harry frowned. When you survived monsters as a child, Iolanthe said. When you cast a Patronus at 13. When you flew on instinct. When you made your wand obey even when you were terrified. Harry swallowed. He remembered the stag bursting from his wand. He remembered the way it had felt like a part of him. Iolanthe's gaze sharpened. Close your eyes. Harry hesitated, then closed them. The garden sounds sharpened. Water trickling. Leaves shifting. The fire crackle faint through the door behind them. Euphemia's quiet breathing. Iolanthe's voice came soft but firm. Feel your body. Your ribs. Your hands. Your throat. Harry swallowed. The bruise ached. His palms tingled. His throat felt raw. Now, Iolanthe continued. Pick one thing you want. Harry frowned. What? Iolanthe sounded annoyed. Do not overthink. Pick. Harry's mind flashed to hollow men. To their empty mouths. To their hunger. He wanted warmth. Light. Safety. He also wanted to not flare like a beacon. He swallowed. A barrier. Good, Iolanthe said. See it. Harry tried. In his head he pictured a wall. Like a shield charm but thicker. He pictured it as a solid sheet of something like glass. Iolanthe's voice sharpened. Not glass. Glass breaks. Choose something that does not. Harry's stomach tightened. He pictured stone. Good, Iolanthe said. Now feel what it would take to make the world listen. Harry frowned, eyes still shut. He could feel his heartbeat. He could feel fear sitting in his chest like a clenched fist. He reached for that fear. He tried to shape it. His hands warmed, then cooled. A sensation prickled along his fingertips like static. Open your eyes, Iolanthe said. Harry opened them. Nothing had changed. He stared at his hands, frustrated. I don't think it worked. Iolanthe's eyes narrowed. Try again. Harry's jaw tightened. He closed his eyes again. Stone barrier. Solid. Heavy. Unmoving. He pulled at his fear again. He tried to turn it into stubbornness. His fingers twitched. He felt a faint pressure in front of his palms. Like air thickening. Open, Iolanthe said. Harry opened his eyes. The air in front of his hands shimmered. It was thin. Barely there. Like heat above a road. But it existed. Harry's breath caught. I did that. Fleamont's voice came from behind. Dry. Yes. Do not look smug. It is pathetic. Harry snapped his head toward Fleamont. You are rude. Fleamont's mouth twitched. You are alive. Be grateful. Euphemia's voice cut in. Fleamont. Fleamont held up his hands. I am motivating him. Euphemia rolled her eyes. Harry turned back to the shimmer. It wobbled, then popped like a bubble and vanished. Harry swore under his breath. Iolanthe's eyes were bright now. Again, Harry clenched his jaw and tried again. He closed his eyes, pulled at will, pictured stone. The shimmer formed quicker this time, thicker. It held for 2 seconds. Then his arms started to shake like his muscles were doing all the work. Harry opened his eyes and gasped. Sweat had broken out on his forehead. I'm tired, he said, and hated how weak it sounded. Iolanthe nodded once. Good. Harry blinked. Good. Yes, Iolanthe said. Because it means you are using yourself instead of your wand like a crutch. Now you learn efficiency. Harry swallowed. His ribs ached with every breath. He felt nausea build low. Iolanthe stepped closer and tapped his chest with 2 fingers. Not hard, just enough to make him focus. Your emotions are fuel, she said, but you cannot let them run wild. You will burn yourself. You will flare. The gray will hear. Harry swallowed. So what do I do? Control, Iolanthe said simply. Breathe. Choose one emotion. Hold it. Do not let the rest pile on. Harry's mouth twisted. That is not easy. Iolanthe's eyes narrowed. No one said it would be, Fleamont added. If it was easy, you would not be special. Harry glared at him. Stop saying special like it's a compliment. Fleamont's expression softened for a blink. It is not a compliment. It is a fact. Facts do not care about your feelings. Harry's mouth fell open. Did you just quote something like Hermione would? Euphemia made a sound like a laugh. He did. Fleamont looked mildly offended. I did not. Harry huffed a breath. almost smiling again. It faded as quickly as it came. The smile felt fragile. Iolanthe clapped her hands once. Sharp. Focus. Harry swallowed and closed his eyes again. This time he pictured something smaller. Not a full barrier. Just a shield around his hands. He chose one emotion. Stubbornness. The kind that got him through the cupboard. The kind that got him through the tournament. The kind that got him through being told he was lying about Voldemort. He held it tight. He pushed gently, not a flare, not a shout. A press. The air thickened around his hands like invisible gloves. Harry opened his eyes. A faint sheen wrapped his fingers. Not light, not glow. Just a shift like the world acknowledged his hands were protected. Harry stared. That is weird. Iolanthe nodded. Good. Now hit the fountain. Harry blinked. What? Iolanthe pointed. Punch it. Harry stared at her like she had lost her mind. It is stone. Exactly, Iolanthe said. Punch it. Harry looked at Fleamont like he expected him to protest. Fleamont just crossed his arms. Do it, Harry muttered. You're all mad. Then stepped toward the fountain. He raised his fist, hesitated, then punched the stone. The impact jolted up his arm. Pain flared through his knuckles, but it was duller than it should have been, like the sheen took the edge off. Harry gasped and pulled back, shaking his hand. Ow! Iolanthe rolled her eyes. Again. Harry glared, then punched again, harder. The pain was less. He stared at his knuckles. They were red, but not split. Harry's breath came fast. So this is like a shield charm, but without a wand. Iolanthe nodded. Yes, small, controlled, quiet. Euphemia's voice softened behind him. Well done. Harry's chest tightened again at the praise, and it made his will flicker. The sheen vanished from his hands. Iolanthe noticed immediately. And that, she said, is why you cannot let emotion scatter. Harry swallowed. Right? He took a breath. He tried to pull the sheen back. It formed again, weaker. His hands shook. Stop, Iolanthe said. Harry blinked. But you said again. I said stop. Iolanthe repeated. You are overloading. You will vomit. And then you will be useless. Harry's stomach rolled right on cue. He swallowed hard. I'm fine. Euphemia's hand appeared on his shoulder. Firm. You are not fine. Come inside. Harry wanted to argue. His pride wanted to. His body wanted to curl up on the grass and sleep for a week. He nodded once and moved, stumbling slightly. Fleamont caught his elbow without making a big deal of it. Slow, Fleamont said. Harry swallowed. Thanks. Fleamont grunted like he did not accept thanks as a concept. They went inside. The warmth hit Harry again. His skin prickled as if the house itself was reacting to him, testing his edges. Euphemia guided him to a chair and shoved another cup of tea into his hands. Harry drank because he had learned that arguing with Euphemia was pointless. The nausea eased. His hands still trembled, but less. Iolanthe paced in front of the fire, restless. You can do it, she said. You have the raw strength. You just leak it everywhere. Harry's mouth twisted. I leak. Yes, Iolanthe said, blunt. Like a cracked pot. Harry glared. That is rude. Fleamont's mouth twitched. Accurate, though. Euphemia shot Fleamont a look, then focused on Harry. We will not break you, she said quietly. We will teach you. Harry swallowed. I don't have time. The words came out before he could stop them. The room went still again, but softer this time. Euphemia's expression tightened. I know. Harry's throat burned. If I'm gone, they could die. Sirius could die. My friends could die. And I'm here drinking tea like it's a normal afternoon. Fleamont's voice went hard. Your panic will not pull you back. Harry snapped his gaze to him. Then what will? Fleamont's jaw clenched. Control. Knowledge. A plan. Harry's hands clenched around the cup. And the time turner. Ilanthe's eyes narrowed. That thing is not your answer. It brought you. It might not take you back. Harry's stomach dropped. It has to. Euphemia spoke gently, but firm. Listen to me. You are alive. Your friends are alive. If you panic, you will fray. If you fray, you become prey. If you become prey, you never go back. Harry stared at the fire, breathing hard. His eyes stung. He blinked fast and forced the tears down because crying in front of a room full of dead relatives felt unbearable. Euphemia leaned forward. "Tell me about Sirius," she said, softer now. Harry's throat tightened. Harry began, then stopped. The words tangled. "He's the first person who looked at me like I wasn't a problem. He's reckless. He jokes when it's stupid. He gets angry fast. He also tries." Euphemia's gaze softened. "And you love him?" Harry flinched at the word like it was too exposed. Then he nodded once. Euphemia's eyes shone again, but she did not let the tears fall this time. "Good," she said. "Hold on to that. Not as panic. As anchor." Harry swallowed. "Anchor," Iolanthe nodded, surprising him. "That is actually good advice." Euphemia shot her a look. "I know." Harry huffed a breath that might have been a laugh. Then it broke into something shaky. He pressed his fingers to his eyes. His head throbbed. Fleamont spoke quietly. "You should rest." Harry shook his head. "No." Fleamont's eyes narrowed. "You need rest or your will magic collapses." Harry's chest tightened again. "If I rest and Sirius dies, I'll never forgive myself." Silence again. Then a new voice, not from a portrait, not from Euphemia, not from Fleamont. A voice that sounded like the room itself had decided to speak. "Guilt is loud." Harry's head snapped up. Euphemia's face went still. Fleamont's posture tightened. Iolanthe's eyes flicked toward the back of the house like she had heard a door open that no one else heard. Harry swallowed. "Who said that?" Euphemia rose smoothly. "Garden," she said, and her voice was careful now. Harry stared at her. "Why?" Euphemia's gaze held his. "Because she is here." Harry's stomach flipped. "Who?" Fleamont's voice went low. "Death." Harry's hands went cold around his cup. Iolanthe muttered, almost to herself. "Of course." Harry stood slowly, legs unsteady again. "Death is here." Euphemia nodded once. "Yes." Harry's mind tried to make a joke and failed. They moved again, quieter this time. Harry felt his heartbeat in his throat. They stepped into the garden. The air seemed different. Still warm, still smelling of herbs, but heavier, like the world was holding its breath. Harry looked around and did not see anyone. Then he saw her. She stood near the far wall where ivy climbed stone. She was not glowing, not floating, not dramatic. She was just there. Like she had been there the whole time and Harry's eyes had refused to accept it. She wore dark clothes that looked simple and clean. Her hair was dark, falling loose. Her skin was pale but not sickly. Her eyes were the strangest part. They were calm in a way that made Harry feel seen and small at the same time. Harry's throat went tight. "You're Death." She tilted her head slightly. "That is what they call me." Harry's stomach rolled. He tried to speak and his voice came out thin. "Are you here to take me?" Her gaze flicked to the chain around his wrist, then back to his face. "You are not mine," she said, and there was no cruelty in it, just fact. Harry's breath hitched. "Then why are you here?" Death's eyes held his. "Because you are loud." Harry felt heat rise in his face. "Everyone keeps saying that." Death's mouth twitched, almost amused. "It is true." Fleamont stepped forward, like he wanted to block Harry again. "You should not be near him." Death's gaze slid to Fleamont. "I am near everything." Fleamont's jaw clenched. Euphemia's voice was polite, but tight. "He is frightened." Death's eyes returned to Harry. "Of course he is." Harry swallowed. His hands trembled. He hated that they trembled in front of her. "You said guilt is loud," Harry managed. Death nodded. "It echoes. It flares. It draws things that feed." Harry's stomach twisted. "Hollow men." Harry forced his voice steady. "I didn't mean to come here." Death studied him for a long moment. "No," she said softly. "You did not mean to come here." Harry's chest tightened. "But I did." Death's gaze flicked to the chain again. "You were pulled." Harry froze. Euphemia's eyes sharpened. Fleamont's posture went rigid. Iolanthe's jaw tightened like she wanted to interrupt and did not dare. Harry's voice shook. "Pulled by who?" Death's gaze held his. "You are already thinking of a name." Harry's scar tingled faintly. His stomach turned. Voldemort, Harry whispered. Death did not blink. Not him, Harry stared. Then who? Death's gaze slid to the house behind them, then back. Someone who hates silence. Someone who thinks death is an insult. Someone who wants the living to be a key. Harry's mouth went dry. Cadmus? Iolanthe said, and her voice was sharp. Death's eyes flicked to Iolanthe. Yes, Harry's heart started to pound. He's real. Fleamont's voice went low. He is a wound that never closed. Harry swallowed hard. Why would he pull me? Death stepped closer. Not fast. Not threatening. Just closer. Like she wanted Harry to hear her without raising her voice. Because you are living, she said. Because you have crossed a line before and survived. Because you carry things in you that do not belong to a normal child. Harry's chest tightened. The scar. Death's gaze flicked to it. Among other things. Harry's stomach dropped. What other things? Death's eyes held his. Blood. Names. Old promises. Harry felt cold spread through his spine. Euphemia's voice went tight. Enough. Death did not look away from Harry. You want to go back, she said. Harry's throat tightened. Yes, you want to save someone, Death continued. Harry swallowed. Yes, Death's gaze softened by a fraction. Then you need to stop screaming inside your own skull. Harry flinched. I'm not screaming. Death's eyes sharpened. You are. Harry's mouth opened, then shut. Because she was right. His thoughts were loud. They were smashing into each other. Sirius. Ron bleeding. Hermione reaching. Hollow men. Dursleys. Cupboard. Death. It was a mess. How? Harry whispered. How do I stop? Death's gaze flicked to his hands. Hold one thing. Harry frowned. One thing. Yes, Death said. Not 10. Not 100. 1. Harry swallowed. What thing? Death watched him calm. Choose. Harry's chest tightened. He pictured Sirius's face. Sirius laughing. Sirius shouting. Sirius grabbing Harry's shoulders and calling him James. Harry's throat burned. I want him alive, Harry said. And his voice cracked on the last word. That's the thing. Death nodded once. Good. Harry's hands trembled. Can you help? Death's eyes held his. I do not pull the living back for free. Harry's stomach dropped. So you want something. Death's mouth twitched. Not quite a smile. Everything wants something. Harry swallowed. His voice went small. What do you want? Death looked at him for a long moment. Then she lifted her hand slowly and held it out. Palm up. Your honesty, she said. Your restraint. Your choice. Harry stared at her hand. He did not understand. You are already fighting your own nature, Death continued. You leap. You burn. You shove yourself into danger and call it love. Harry flinched because it was too accurate. I want to see if you can do something else, Death said softly. If you can choose to breathe when every part of you wants to scream. Harry swallowed hard. And if I can. Death's gaze flicked to the chain again. Then you might live long enough to leave. Harry's chest tightened. That's not a promise. It is not, Death agreed. Harry stared at her. He wanted to hate her. He wanted to beg. He wanted to bargain. Instead, he just felt tired. Okay, Harry whispered. Death's eyes held his. Show me. Harry's breath came in shallow. He forced it deeper. His ribs ached. His hands shook. He focused on one thing. Sirius alive. He held it, not like a panic, but like a weight, like a stone in his pocket. Real. Solid. His breathing steadied. Death watched him, still. After a moment, she nodded once. Better. Harry exhaled. Shaky. Is that it? Death's mouth twitched again. For now. Harry's stomach twisted. You said I was pulled. If Cadmus pulled me, can he pull me again? Or pull someone else? Death's gaze went colder. Yes. Euphemia's hand tightened on the edge of her sleeve. Harry swallowed. Can he get into the house? Fleamont's voice cut in sharp. No. Death's gaze slid to Fleamont. If the wards hold. Fleamont's jaw clenched. Harry's stomach rolled. So the rot weakens wards, and Cadmus is connected to rot. Iolanthe nodded, grim. Yes. Harry forced his voice steady. Then we need to stop him. Euphemia's gaze sharpened. We will. Harry looked at Death again. Why are you telling me this? Death's eyes held his. Because if you die here, it will not be clean. It will be wasted. And I do not like waste. Harry swallowed. That sounds like you care. Death's gaze did not change. Do not romanticize me. Harry felt heat rise in his face. I wasn't. Iolanthe let out a short laugh. Euphemia shot her a look. Harry's chest tightened. He did not know why, but Death's presence made him feel like he was standing in front of someone who knew every secret he had ever kept. He hated it. He also wanted to cling to it because it felt like the first honest thing since he fell. Death's gaze flicked to the house again. He is waking, she said quietly. Harry's stomach dropped. Cadmus, Death nodded. Your arrival shook things. Fleamont swore again, softer. Euphemia's face went tight. We keep him inside. Ilanthe's eyes narrowed. We keep him trained. Harry's chest tightened. I'll train, he said quickly. I'll do whatever. Just tell me how to get back. Death's gaze returned to him. Not whatever, she said. Not blindly. That is how you break. Harry swallowed. Then what? Death lifted her hand again, palm up, then closed it slowly, like she was showing him something simple. Learn quiet, she said. Harry nodded, even though it sounded impossible. Death took one step backward. The air felt lighter, like the world exhaled with her movement. Her gaze lingered on Harry's wrist. That chain, she said softly. It is not dead because it broke. Harry's stomach flipped. Then why? Death's eyes met his. Because something here is holding it. Harry's throat went tight. Where? Death's gaze slid to the house, to a side corridor Harry had not noticed properly. Behind a door, she said. A door you have not opened yet. Euphemia's face tightened like she knew exactly what door Death meant. Fleamont's posture went rigid. Ilanthe's eyes sharpened. Harry stared at them. What door? Euphemia's voice was controlled. Not today. Harry's chest tightened. Why? Because, Euphemia said, and for the first time her voice trembled with fear. That room is sealed for a reason. Harry's stomach rolled. He looked at Death, desperate. Death's gaze held his for one last moment. Calm. Unmoved. Choose your steps, she said. Then she was gone. Not a puff of smoke. Not a dramatic fade. One blink and the space where she had been was empty. Harry stood there, heart pounding, hands cold. He turned to Euphemia. What room? Euphemia hesitated. Fleamont spoke first, voice rough. Inside. Harry followed them back into the house, stomach churning. They moved down the corridor Death had looked toward. Harry noticed things now, small details that made his skin prickle. The way the air cooled as they approached the far end. The way the house creaked differently, like it did not like this part. Euphemia stopped in front of a door. It looked normal at first. Dark wood. Plain handle. Then Harry saw the marks carved into the frame. Not Potter marks. Different. Twisting shapes that made his eyes ache if he stared too long. Harry's scar tingled. His stomach flipped. Euphemia's voice was tight. This room does not open. Harry swallowed. But Death said it's holding the time turner. Fleamont's jaw clenched. Death says many things. Ilanthe's eyes narrowed. And Death is rarely wrong. Euphemia's gaze held on the door. It is sealed because what is inside is not Potter. Harry's heart thumped hard. Then what is it? Euphemia looked at Harry, and her eyes were sharp and frightened at the same time. Gaunt, she said. Harry's blood turned to ice. Gaunt, Harry repeated, voice thin. Fleamont's hand lifted, then dropped, like he wanted to put it on Harry's shoulder and did not know how. Long ago, Fleamont said. Our line tangled with dark blood. Harry's stomach rolled. Voldemort. Euphemia's eyes flashed. Do not say his name in this hall. Harry swallowed, heart racing. His scar prickled like it agreed. Iolanthe stepped closer to the door, gaze hard. It has been quiet for decades. Harry's eyes snapped to her. Iolanthe's jaw tightened. Something in there is awake now. Harry's throat went dry. Because of me. Euphemia did not deny it. Harry stared at the door. His hand lifted without him deciding. Euphemia grabbed his wrist. Do not. Harry's breathing turned shallow. Death said it is holding the chain. Euphemia's grip tightened. And I am saying not yet. Harry's fingers trembled. His eyes stayed on the handle. Then he heard it. Not a voice in the hall. Not a portrait. A whisper, thin and close, like it came from inside the wood. A sound like a hiss. Harry's stomach dropped. His skin went cold. He could not understand the words, but his scar burned like it recognized the shape of them. The chain around his wrist warmed, just for a heartbeat, like something inside the door had touched it. Harry swallowed, eyes wide, staring at the sealed door, and the whisper came again, closer, like it knew he was listening. The whisper came through the charred door like someone breathing against a keyhole. Harry had his hand on the wood before he even thought about it. The surface felt wrong, not warm like the rest of the manse. Cold, like stone left outside in winter. His fingers tingled, and for a second he swore he could feel something on the other side pressing back. Euphemia yanked him away so hard his shoulder popped. Her grip was iron, the kind that meant she was trying not to shake. "Harry," she said, low and sharp, not angry, scared. Fleamont stepped in front of them. He held a small glass vial in his palm, and when he uncorked it, the air snapped with heat. Not a flame you saw, a pressure you felt, like standing too close to a hearth. He poured a thin line along the threshold. The stuff hissed against the stone floor and left a bright seam that didn't look like light. It looked like the air itself deciding to keep its distance. Iolanthe stood a step back, shoulders squared, eyes fixed on the door like she was counting heartbeats. "Do you hear it?" she asked. Harry's mouth was dry. "Yeah." The whisper shifted, like it knew it had been noticed. It wasn't words. It was the shape of words, the idea of someone trying to speak while their mouth was full of mud. Harry swallowed. That's not a Potter, is it?" Euphemia's thumb dug into his wrist. "No." "Then what is it?" Harry snapped, and hated how his voice shook at the end. He tried again, quieter. "What is it? And why is it in your house?" Fleamont didn't look at him. His stare was locked on the blackened ironwork around the door, on the scorch marks that climbed up the frame like someone had tried to burn it out and failed. "It's not in our house," he said. "It's in the part we shut away." Harry's pulse thumped in his throat. "That's not an answer." "It's the only one you're getting tonight," Iolanthe said. Her voice was calm, but the calm had teeth. "You are alive. You do not open doors in the dead world just because your curiosity is loud." Harry stared at her. "You lot keep saying I'm alive like it's a blessing. Feels like a target." Euphemia made a sound that was almost a laugh and almost a sob. "It is both." Harry looked from her to Fleamont. "Lady Death said someone pulled me here. Not the time-turner breaking, someone pulling. You all heard that, and you still didn't tell me." Fleamont's jaw tightened. "We were going to." "When?" Harry shot back. "After I'm eaten by those hollow things because I don't know what I'm walking into. After that door opens on its own." The whisper turned into a soft scrape, like nails on wood, slow and patient. Euphemia flinched. She tried to hide it. She didn't. Harry saw it and something inside him went hot. Not anger at her, not really. Anger at the fact she was terrified and still trying to protect him like she could fix everything by standing in the way. "Who is it?" Harry said. "Tell me the name." Iolanthe's eyes flicked to Fleamont. Fleamont didn't answer. Harry felt it then, not in his head, in his chest. That awful sinking sense he'd had his whole life when adults decided they knew better and he just had to accept it. He'd been lied to by Dumbledore with a smile and a cup of tea. He'd been lied to by everyone who told him he was safe. He wasn't doing it again. Not here. "You can't do that," Harry said, and his voice went smaller without him meaning it. "You can't make me live in a house with something whispering my name through a door and just expect me to sleep." Euphemia lifted her hand like she wanted to touch his face. She stopped halfway. Her fingers trembled. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "I'm sorry, love. We should have said more. We should have been braver." The whisper scraped again, harder. Fleamont's head snapped up. "Enough." He stepped closer to the door and pressed his palm against the air above the seam of heat he'd poured. His fingers flexed, and Harry felt the pressure change in the corridor, like the air had thickened. The whisper dimmed, not gone, but pushed down. Fleamont turned, and for a moment he looked older than he had all day. Go back to your room, Harry. Harry stared at him. No, Fleamont didn't raise his voice. He didn't have to. Go. Iolanthe moved to Harry's side, close enough that he could feel the cold coming off her skin. Not dead cold. Controlled cold. You are not ready for what is behind that door, she said. And you will not make yourself ready by charging at it. Harry's hands curled into fists. His nails bit his palms. You're hiding something. You're all hiding it. Why? Euphemia's breath hitched. Fleamont looked away. That was the answer. It was always the answer. Fear. Harry's throat burned. Fine, he said. Keep your secrets. He turned before they could see his face properly. He walked away fast, like he could outrun the whisper behind the door, like he could outrun the feeling that the house had corners even the dead were afraid of. He didn't go back to his room right away. He took the long route, through halls that smelled like old paper and faint smoke, past portraits that watched him without eyes. The manse was quiet, but not empty. The silence here had weight. It sat on his shoulders like a wet cloak. By the time he reached his room, his hands were shaking. Harry shut the door and leaned against it, eyes closed, breathing hard. He waited for his heart to slow down. Didn't. Not properly. His chest ached, like the argument had cracked something open and now the cold from outside had a way in. He crossed the room and sat on the edge of the bed. The sheets felt too clean, too warm. It made his skin crawl. His whole life, comfort had always meant something was about to go wrong. He pulled the time turner out from under his shirt. The chain was still there, warm from his skin. The little hourglass sat in his palm like a dead insect. No sand moved. It was just glass and metal and a mistake. Lady Death's voice flickered in his mind, soft and not soft at the same time. Pulled, not broken. Harry rubbed his thumb over the metal rim. His fingers came away damp, like the air in this place was seeping into everything. He tried to picture Ron's face. Easy. Freckles. That stupid grin when he thought he'd won an argument. The picture slid. Harry blinked hard. He tried again. Ron's eyes. Blue. Round. The way he looked when he was scared and trying to act like he wasn't. The memory stuttered like a badly tuned radio. Harry's stomach dropped. No, he whispered. He tried Hermione. Bushy hair. Sharp voice. The way she'd say his name like it was a scolding and a hug at the same time. Her face came, but it was blurry at the edges. Harry's breath went thin. He stared at his hands like they might tell him what was happening. Soul erosion. That was what Iolanthe had called it earlier, like it was a thing you could name and therefore control. You stay too long, the realm eats pieces of you. It doesn't take your body first. Takes your anchors. Harry pressed his fists to his eyes until he saw sparks. Not happening, he muttered. Not bloody happening. He stood up so fast the room tilted. He paced once, twice, then stopped because pacing felt useless. There was rot outside. There was something behind that door. There was someone who had pulled him here. And everyone in this house was acting like if they just kept him calm, the problem would wait politely. Harry dragged a hand through his hair. He could still feel Euphemia's grip on his wrist, the fear in her eyes. If he stayed obedient, he'd lose his friends' faces and still not know what was coming. If he went out there, at least he'd know what he was fighting. He crossed to the small chest by the wall and flipped the lid. His invisibility cloak lay folded inside, a soft weight that looked like nothing. He ran his fingers over it, and for a moment he remembered being 11, using it for stupid adventures, sneaking into the restricted section, feeling invincible because he was invisible. He wasn't 11 anymore. Invisible didn't mean safe. He pulled it out anyway. He slung it over his shoulders, and the room looked wrong with half of him missing. He checked his pockets by touch. Wand. Time turner. A small vial of Fleamont's alchemical fire he'd been given earlier for emergencies. Like they hadn't already been in one since he arrived. Harry hesitated, then took a breath and opened the door. The corridor outside was empty. He moved quietly, barefoot, cloak brushing the floor. The manse creaked now and then, like it was breathing in its sleep. Harry kept to the shadows because old habits didn't vanish just because you were in the dead world. He made it down 2 turns before a voice murmured, "You know, if you fall down the stairs while invisible, it still hurts. Just so we're clear." Harry froze. His stomach lurched. A figure leaned against the wall ahead, arms folded, watching the empty air where Harry stood. The man looked young compared to Fleamont, maybe in his 20s, hair dark and messy, shirt half tucked like he'd dressed in a hurry. His grin was too sharp to be kind. Harry swallowed. How did you? The man's grin widened. You're not as quiet as you think. Also, the house tells on you. He pushed off the wall and stepped closer. Harry Potter, yeah. Living. Annoying. Smells like panic and stubbornness. Harry kept his wand down. Who are you? Charles, the man said like it should mean something. Charles Potter. Before you ask, yes, we're related. No, I'm not going to do the whole family tree thing in the hallway. And yes, you're sneaking out. Harry pulled the cloak back just enough to show his face. I'm not sneaking out. I'm going for a walk. Charles let out a short laugh. Brilliant. The dead world, famously safe for walks. Harry's jaw tightened. Move. Charles tilted his head. You going to the deep wilds? Harry didn't answer. His silence was answer enough. Charles's eyes flicked down to Harry's chest. You've got the time turner on you. And the cloak. You're either going to do something heroic or something stupid. Harry stared at him. Both, probably. Charles's grin softened just a bit, like he respected that. Good. I'm bored. Harry blinked. What? Charles stepped closer and lowered his voice. They told you to sleep. They told you not to poke the rot. That means there's something worth seeing. And if you go alone, you'll die. Or worse, you'll come back missing bits. The house will cry about it for a week. Harry's pulse hammered. You're offering to come with me. Charles shrugged. I'm offering to stop you getting eaten in the first 10 minutes. After that, it's on you. Harry hesitated. He hated trusting anyone. He hated how much he needed it right now. Charles watched him, eyes bright. You don't have to say yes, he said. But you're going anyway. I can smell it on you. You've got that Potter thing where you decide and then you throw yourself at the problem until it breaks. Harry swallowed. Fine, he said. But if we get caught, you're explaining it. Charles snorted. Oh, we'll get caught. Just not until we're back. They moved together, Harry with the cloak pulled low, Charles walking like he owned the corridors. He didn't tiptoe. He didn't need to. The manse didn't scold him with creaks. They slipped through a side door near the kitchens. Cold air rushed in the second it opened, heavy and damp. The outside smelled like wet earth and ozone, like a storm that never broke. Harry stepped out and the world changed around him. The warm glow of the manse vanished behind their backs, and the spirit verse swallowed them. Mist hung low, thick enough that it clung to Harry's hair and eyelashes. The trees ahead were tall and twisted, bark pale as bone in the near light. No sun, no moon, just a dim gray that made everything look tired. Charles moved ahead, careful now. Keep the cloak ready, he muttered. Not for hiding from me, for hiding from things that can smell you. Harry's stomach twisted. Hollow men. Charles nodded without looking at him. And worse. They walked for a few minutes, then Charles lifted a hand. Harry stopped. A river cut through the forest, narrow but bright, like it was lit from inside. The water wasn't water. It moved too slowly, thick and syrupy, and when it touched the rocks, the sound wasn't a splash. It was a murmur, like voices far away. Harry's skin crawled. That's the river of memory. Charles's face went hard. Don't touch it. Harry stared at the flow. He could hear something in it. Faint, like laughter, like crying, like someone calling his name in a voice he couldn't place. He took a step closer without meaning to. Charles grabbed his arm. Harry. Harry blinked, breath sharp. Sorry. It pulls, Charles said. It's not trying to be cruel. It's just what it is. You dip a hand in and it'll show you things. And it'll take things. Fair trade, right? Except you don't get to choose what it takes. Harry swallowed and stepped back. How do we cross? Charles pointed at a line of stones jutting out of the flow. Step quick. Don't stop in the middle. Don't look down. Harry followed, heart thumping. The stones were slick under his bare feet. The air above the river felt colder, like it was sucking heat straight out of his bones. Halfway across, Harry heard a voice, clear as if someone stood right beside him. Harry. He nearly slipped. Charles hissed, "Don't," and yanked him forward by the sleeve. Harry caught himself on the next stone. His breath came out in a shaky burst. He didn't look down. He didn't. They made it across. The forest on the other side looked the same for about 5 steps. Then it changed. The trees leaned inward, branches knotted and heavy. Black sap dripped from cracks in the bark, slow and thick, and where it hit the ground, the soil bubbled like it was boiling under the surface. The mist here wasn't just mist. It carried a faint stink of ash and something stale, like old water left in a bucket too long. Harry's throat tightened. "This is the rot." Charles nodded. He kept his voice low. "Yeah. Welcome." They moved deeper. Harry kept his cloak half ready, fingers tight around the edge. His other hand stayed near his wand, but he remembered what Fleamont had said. Wand magic here flared. It was loud, called things. He tried to feel his will instead, like Fleamont had taught him. Not words, not wand movements, just intent, like pushing his hand into the air and telling the world to listen. It was harder out here. The rot fought back. The air felt heavy, like it didn't want to be moved. Charles glanced at him. "You're doing that thing," he muttered. "What thing?" "Thinking too much," Charles said. "If you wait for perfect, you'll die. This place likes hesitation." Harry's mouth was dry. "Good advice." Charles smiled without humor. "I know. It's awful." They came around a bend and Harry stopped dead. A figure stood between the trees, a woman in old robes, hair plastered to her face like she'd been underwater. Her hands clawed at her throat. Her eyes were wide, bloodshot, panicked. She choked, gagging, silent. She fell to her knees. Her body jerked like she was drowning on dry land. Harry took a step forward. "Oi, wait, are you—" The woman's head snapped up. Her eyes locked on him and her mouth opened in a soundless scream. The air around her rippled. And then she was standing again, exactly where she had been, hands at her throat, eyes wide, starting the whole thing over. Harry's skin went cold. "She's stuck." Charles's face was tight. "Loop." Harry stepped closer carefully. "Can she hear us?" The woman's eyes flicked toward him again, but there was nothing there. No recognition, just the same terror on repeat. Harry's chest ached. He remembered Sirius falling, the way it had replayed in his head for weeks. The same moment again and again until he couldn't breathe. He swallowed hard. "We have to help her." Charles grabbed his shoulder. "Harry." Harry looked at him. "We can't just leave her." Charles's voice dropped to a hiss. "You touch her, you'll get pulled into it. And you're alive. Your soul has weight. It'll stick." Harry stared at the looping woman. His throat burned. "So we do nothing." Charles's jaw clenched. "We keep moving." Harry shook his head, furious and sick at the same time. He stepped forward anyway, slow, hand out. The moment his fingers brushed the woman's sleeve, the world lurched. Harry's ears filled with water. Except it wasn't water. It was voices. Too many. A flood of memories that weren't his. Cold panic. Wet lungs. A mouth full of mud. The taste of fear so sharp it was metal. Harry gasped and stumbled. Charles yanked him back hard. "I said don't." Harry fell against a tree, coughing, eyes watering. His heart slammed against his ribs like it wanted out. Charles held him upright by the collar. "Look at me, Harry. Look at me." Harry blinked, fighting the spinning. I felt it." "Yeah," Charles said, rough. "That's the point. It eats you with feelings. It doesn't care if you're brave." Harry's hands shook. His stomach rolled. He swallowed bile and forced himself to stand straight. "I'm fine," he lied. Charles snorted. "Sure. Keep telling yourself that." They moved again, faster now. The rot got thicker the deeper they went. The ground under Harry's feet felt soft in places, like it wasn't solid soil but something breathing under a skin of dirt. Harry's skin prickled. The hairs on his arms lifted like static. Charles slowed, eyes narrowing. "Hear that?" Harry listened. First nothing, just the heavy silence. Then a faint scrape. Soft footfalls that didn't crunch leaves or snap twigs. A movement that avoided making noise like it had practiced for years. Harry's heart raced. Revenants. Charles's hand went to the small vial at his belt. Yep, the first one stepped out of the mist like it had always been there. It looked almost human. Almost. A robe hung off a frame that didn't quite have a proper shape, like someone had tried to rebuild a person from soot. The face was wrong, not blank, but blurred, like a smudge where features should be. It lifted its hand. The air snapped cold. Harry felt the pressure hit his chest, like someone had shoved him hard. He stumbled back, breath knocked out. Charles moved in front of him. "Cloak!" he barked. "Now!" Harry pulled the cloak up, but the Revenant's head tilted, like it could smell through fabric. More shapes moved in the mist. 3, 4. They spread out without speaking, a slow circle tightening. Harry's mouth went dry. He could feel his will inside him like a clenched fist. He needed to use it. He needed to do it without his wand. He thought of Euphemia, grabbing his wrist, scared but stubborn. He thought of Fleamont pouring that line of heat, putting himself between Harry and the door. He thought of the manse, warm, safe, the only place that didn't feel like it wanted to swallow him. Protect. The word wasn't spoken. It was a shove from his chest outward. Harry thrust his hand forward. The air in front of him compressed so hard it made a sound, a dull boom like a door slamming shut. The pressure wave hit the closest Revenant and it snapped backward, body folding like a puppet with its strings cut. Crashed into a tree, bark splintering. Harry's nose instantly started bleeding. Hot and sudden. He swayed. Charles glanced at him fast. "Nice," he said, and it sounded like he meant it. "Do it again, but don't pass out." Harry wiped his nose with the back of his hand. Blood smeared across his skin. He swallowed and forced his feet steady. 2 Revenants rushed them at once. Charles whipped his vial out and hurled it. The glass shattered midair and a burst of heat slammed outward. Not flames licking, just raw hot force. The mist recoiled. The Revenants staggered like they'd been punched. Harry moved without thinking. He stepped into the gap and drove his palm into the air again. Pushing. The second shockwave hit harder. He felt it travel through his arm like a painful vibration. The air bent. The Revenant in front of him cracked apart at the edges, like its form couldn't hold shape under that pressure. Harry gagged. His stomach lurched. He tasted iron. His knees wobbled. Charles grabbed his sleeve and pulled him sideways as another Revenant swung an arm at Harry's head. The blow passed through mist and heat and clipped Harry's shoulder anyway. Pain shot down his arm, sharp and cold, like the hit had been made of ice. Harry hissed and stumbled. Charles swore. "Yeah, they can touch you. That's the fun part." Harry's breath came fast. "Shut up." Charles barked a laugh. Then his face twisted as a Revenant lunged for him. Charles dodged, but the thing's fingers grazed his side. The fabric of Charles's shirt blackened instantly, and the skin under it bubbled like a burn. Charles sucked in a breath through his teeth. "Oh, that's lovely." Harry's chest went tight. "Charles, focus." Charles snapped, voice sharp now. "Hit them. Don't stare at me like a lost puppy." Harry clenched his jaw so hard it hurt. He lifted his wand without thinking, desperate. The moment he cast, the wand flared. It wasn't light. It was a scream of energy, heat and pressure and a sharp crack that echoed through the trees. Harry felt it blast outward like a beacon. The Revenants froze for half a second. Then the forest answered. Far off, a long, thin wail rose through the mist. It sounded like wind through a broken pipe. It got closer fast. Charles's eyes went wide. "You absolute idiot." Harry's stomach dropped. "I know." The Revenants surged again. Faster now, like the flare had excited them. Harry shoved his wand away, forcing himself to breathe through the panic. Wand was loud. Will was quieter. He reached for the feeling again. Protect. Hold. Push. He pictured a wall, solid, thick, not a spell, just a decision. He slammed his hands outward. The air between them hardened. Not visibly. You could feel it, like running into a sheet of glass. The Revenant hit it and bounced back, limbs flailing. Harry's head pounded. His nose bled harder. His vision blurred at the edges. Charles moved to his side, breathing hard. One hand pressed to his burned ribs. "We're leaving," he said. Now. Harry nodded, too dizzy to argue. They ran. The forest tried to trip them. The ground pulsed underfoot, soft and shifting. Black sap splashed when they stepped wrong. The mist clung to their faces, damp and cold. Behind them, the revenants followed, silent footfalls, patient pursuit. And behind them, closer now, came the other sound. The wail. Hollow men. Harry's lungs burned. He felt sweat slick down his back. His legs shook, but he kept moving. Charles grabbed Harry's wrist and yanked him around a thick tree. "This way," he hissed. Harry stumbled after him. "Where are we going?" Charles's grin flashed, wild. "If we're going to die, we might as well die knowing what's doing it." Harry stared at him like he'd lost his mind. Charles didn't slow. "You wanted answers. There's only one place the rot points to." They broke through a line of trees and the world opened up. Ahead, rising out of the mist like a bruise, stood a ruin. Black stone, sharp angles, jagged walls half collapsed. It looked older than the manse, older than anything Harry could place. The air around it felt colder, like the ruin was sucking warmth from the world. Harry's stomach twisted. "Peveril," Charles nodded, breathing hard. "Yeah, the rot was thicker here. The ground near the ruin was slick with black sap. The trees around it were dead, bark split open and leaking." Harry's breath came out in a shaky burst. "This is insane." Charles glanced at him. "You only just noticed." The wail behind them rose again. Closer. Loud enough now that Harry's bones vibrated with it. Charles grabbed Harry's cloak and shoved it into his hands. "Put it on properly. Full cover." Harry did it, pulling the fabric over his head, wrapping it tight. The world dimmed a little under the cloak, like sound got muffled too. Charles leaned in, voice low. "If something grabs you, you run. You do not play hero. You do not stop to feel guilty. You run." Harry swallowed. "What about you?" Charles's smile flickered. "I've been dead a long time. You haven't." Harry hated that answer. They moved toward the ruin, stepping carefully. The air got heavier with every step. Harry's skin prickled, like static building under his cloak. A figure stood near the entrance, waiting. He didn't look like a monster. That was the worst part. He looked like a man, tall and thin, robes hanging off him neatly. Hair dark, pulled back. Face pale, tired, lined like he hadn't slept in years. His eyes were sharp and hollow at the same time, like grief had carved out everything soft and left only the edge. He watched the empty space where Harry stood under the cloak. "Hello," the man said, voice calm. Harry's heart tried to jump out of his chest. He froze. Charles stepped forward, positioning himself between Harry and the figure. "Cadmus," he spat. Cadmus Peveril smiled faintly, like he found that name funny. "Charles Potter," he said, like he was tasting it. "Still clinging to the house that rejected you." Charles's jaw clenched. "We didn't reject you. We shut you away because you were rotting everything you touched." Cadmus's eyes flicked past him. "The living one is here," he said softly. "I can smell the pulse." Harry's stomach lurched. Under the cloak, he tightened his grip on his wand, then forced himself to loosen it. Wand was loud. Wand would bring more. Cadmus took a step forward. The air dropped colder instantly. Harry's teeth ached. "You've been running around my realm," Cadmus said, "touching my loops, breaking pieces off my work." Charles laughed. Harsh. "Your work. Listen to yourself." Cadmus's gaze stayed fixed. "Harry Potter," he said, and Harry flinched because his name sounded wrong in Cadmus's mouth. "Master of Death. The one who lived when he should not have." Harry forced himself to pull the cloak back enough to show his face. His hands shook, but he lifted his chin. "You pulled me here." Cadmus's eyes softened, just a fraction. "Yes." Harry's throat burned. "Why?" Cadmus's smile vanished. "Because you are the hinge," he said, voice flat. "You are the crack in the door. You are the only soul with enough weight to push through the veil from both sides." Charles's voice went sharp. "He's not your tool." Cadmus's gaze snapped to him, cold now. "He is what he is, whether he wants to be or not." Harry's pulse hammered. "What do you want?" Cadmus looked almost surprised, like Harry should have already understood. "To end this," he said, gesturing around them. To stop the rot. To stop the drifting. To stop the loops. Harry's stomach twisted. You made the loops. Cadmus's eyes hardened. I trapped what I could, he said. I held them. I preserved them. I kept them from dissolving into nothing. Harry thought of the woman choking again and again. He felt sick. That's not saving. That's torture. Cadmus's jaw clenched. Easy to say when you have never had to watch someone slip away and know you cannot hold them. Harry's chest tightened, hot and painful. He thought of his mum and dad, of Sirius, of Cedric, of everyone. He swallowed hard. I know what that feels like. Cadmus's eyes sharpened. Then why won't you use the stone? Harry went still. What? Cadmus stepped closer, and Harry felt the cold press against his skin like a hand. You hold the Hallows, Cadmus said. You carry the cloak. You carry the hourglass you broke. And you have touched death and lived. You are made to do what I could not. Charles swore. He doesn't have the stone. Cadmus smiled faintly. All Peveril blood carries its echo. The stone is not only an object. It is a claim, a refusal, a hunger. His gaze locked on Harry. I summoned you because you can feed the claim without dying. A living soul is a battery. Harry's stomach dropped. You want to use me? Cadmus's expression didn't change. Yes. Charles took a step forward, wandless hand lifting like he was about to strike. You touch him and I will burn what's left of you. Cadmus's eyes flicked down. You are brave, he said, but you are soft. Then his gaze snapped back to Harry. Come with me, Harry Potter. I will show you every soul you failed to save. I will show you every death you left behind. You will feel their rot. Then you will understand why I did this. Harry's breath caught. His head throbbed. He could feel the pull in the air, like the ruin itself was leaning toward him. No, Harry said, voice hoarse. Cadmus's eyes narrowed. No, Harry forced his hands steady. You don't get to decide what I'm for. Cadmus's expression finally cracked. Not into anger, into something bitter. That is the arrogance of the living, he murmured. You think choice matters when the world is built on consequences. He lifted his hand. The air slammed into Harry like a wall. Harry gasped. His knees buckled. He felt something grab his chest from the inside, like invisible fingers squeezing his heart. His vision blurred. The edges of the world went gray. Cadmus's voice came through the pressure, calm as ever. Open, he said. Just a little. Let me through. Harry's throat tightened. He couldn't breathe properly. He couldn't move. Panic hit him, sharp and electric. He heard Charles shout something, but it sounded far away, like Harry was underwater. Then Charles slammed into Cadmus from the side. It didn't knock Cadmus down. It just made him turn his head. Annoyed, Cadmus flicked his wrist. Charles was thrown backward like he'd been hit by a giant hand. He crashed into the black stone and slid down, coughing, blood on his lips. Harry's stomach dropped. The pressure on his chest eased just enough that he could suck in air. He stumbled toward Charles, hands shaking. Charles forced a grin, teeth red. Don't, he rasped. Don't come here. He wants you close. Cadmus stepped forward again. The cold pressed harder. You see, he said softly, even your ancestors bleed for you. The Potter line. So dramatic. So fond of sacrifice. Harry's hands shook so badly he could barely keep his wand still. His nose bled again, hot and steady. His head pounded. He didn't cast with the wand. He cast with the feeling. He thought of Euphemia's hands on his face, gentle and shaking. He thought of Fleamont's laugh earlier at dinner. Too loud, too normal. He thought of the manse, warm in the middle of gray. He thought of Charles, reckless and stupid and brave. Protect. Harry shoved his will outward like he was pushing a door closed. The air between him and Cadmus compressed so hard it made a sound like thunder. The pressure hit Cadmus full force. Cadmus staggered, one foot sliding on the slick ground. His eyes widened, not in fear, in interest. There you are, Cadmus murmured. That's it. That is the weight. Harry gagged, pain flaring behind his eyes. He nearly dropped to his knees, but he forced himself upright, legs trembling. Cadmus straightened, slowly. He wiped a thin line of blood from his own nose with the back of his hand. He looked almost amused. "You can do that," Cadmus said, voice calm again. "And you still refuse to use what you are." Harry's voice came out rough. "I'm not doing this for you." Cadmus's gaze flicked to Charles, slumped against the stone, breathing hard. "Then do it for him," Cadmus said. "Do it for the ones trapped in loops. Do it for your parents. Do it for every name you carry like a wound." Harry's chest tightened. Rage flared, hot and ugly. He wanted to scream. Instead, he pulled the cloak fully over himself. Cadmus's eyes narrowed. He turned his head slightly, like he was listening for Harry's breathing. Harry moved, silent. He ran toward Charles, cloak hiding him, boots whispering over the slick ground. Cadmus lifted his hand again, aiming for where Harry had been. Harry wasn't there. Harry grabbed Charles under the arms and hauled him up. Charles hissed, pain sharp. Harry's breath came fast. "Can you walk?" Charles laughed weakly. "I can limp. That's basically walking." Harry pulled him away from the ruin. Cloak draped over both of them as best he could. It didn't cover Charles fully. Harry felt the edge of it tug, like the fabric didn't like stretching. Cadmus's voice followed them, calm and certain. "You cannot hide from me forever," he called. "The living soul is a beacon. I will find you. I will take what you are." Harry didn't answer. He kept moving. They slipped back into the trees. The mist swallowed them fast. Harry's lungs burned. His arms shook from holding Charles up. Behind them, the wail rose again, closer now. The hollow men had followed the flare earlier, and now they were here, drawn to the ruin like flies to rot. Charles's breath hitched. "We're not making it back," he whispered. Harry's throat burned. "Yes, we are." Charles tried to laugh, but it came out as a cough. "You're stubborn." Harry's voice went sharp. "Shut up and move." They stumbled through the deep wilds, Harry half dragging Charles, cloak slipping off their shoulders, mist soaking into the fabric. The trees seemed to lean closer, branches snagging at the cloak like hands. A shadow moved ahead. Harry froze. His heart slammed. A revenant stepped into their path, head tilting like it could sense the living heat under the cloak. Harry's hands shook. His head throbbed. He couldn't do another big shove. He felt hollow already, like he'd poured too much out and there was nothing left. Charles sucked in a breath. "Harry," he rasped. "Run." Harry clenched his jaw. He lifted his free hand and forced his will into something smaller. Not a shockwave, not a wall, just a shove at the revenant's feet. The ground under the revenant hardened instantly, like wet clay turning to stone. The revenant's foot stuck. It lurched, arms swinging, balance off. Harry didn't wait to see if it recovered. He dragged Charles around it and kept moving. The wail behind them sharpened into shrieks. Hollow men were close now. Harry could feel them like cold spots in the air, gaps where warmth vanished. Charles's weight got heavier. Not physically, spiritually, like he was fading, like his form was losing its grip. Harry's stomach twisted. "Stay with me," he panted. Charles's voice was weak. "I am," he lied. Harry's eyes stung. "Charles." Charles's head lolled toward him. "You know," he rasped, trying for a grin, "if Fleamont kills me, tell him I did it for the drama." Harry let out a broken laugh that hurt his throat. "He's going to kill both of us." Charles coughed again. "Worth it." They burst out of the thickest rot and Harry nearly sobbed with relief as the air changed. Still cold, still gray, but less heavy. The river of memory gleamed ahead, bright and humming. Harry's legs shook. His lungs burned. He dragged Charles to the stones. Charles's eyes widened. "Careful," he whispered. "Don't drop me in." Harry swallowed, throat tight. "I won't." They crossed step by shaking step. Harry didn't look down. He didn't listen to the murmurs in the water. He kept his eyes on the far bank like it was the only thing holding him upright. Halfway across, Charles slipped. Harry's heart stopped. He grabbed tighter, nearly falling himself. The river's voice rose, louder now, like it sensed weakness. Harry heard names in it, voices. For a second, he heard Hermione's voice, sharp and familiar. like she was right behind him saying, "Harry, watch your footing." Harry nearly cried. He pushed harder, dragged Charles onto the last stone, then onto the bank. They staggered into the safer forest. Mist thinner here. The faint warm glow of the manse was visible through the trees, a soft rectangle of light that made Harry's chest ache. Charles sagged against him. His breath came shallow. The burn on his side had spread, black creeping under his skin like frost. Harry's hands shook so badly he could barely hold him. "Don't," Harry whispered. "Don't you dare." Charles's eyes flickered open. "Bossy," he breathed. Harry forced his will again, smaller, desperate. Not an attack. An anchor. Hold. He pictured Charles's face, his stupid grin, the way he'd said, "I'm bored." Like death was just another hallway to break rules in. Harry shoved that image into the air between them like a nail into wood. Charles's form steadied, just a fraction. He gasped, eyes widening, like he could feel the grip returning. Harry nearly collapsed from relief and exhaustion. They reached the manse door. Harry slammed his shoulder into it. It opened fast, warm air spilling out, smelling like herbs and smoke and something like bread. Light hit Harry's eyes and made him blink. Footsteps pounded down the hall inside. Fleamont appeared first, hair wild, eyes furious. Euphemia was right behind him, face white, hands lifted like she'd already decided she was going to catch Harry, even if he fell apart in front of her. Iolanthe came last, silent, eyes sharp, taking in everything in one glance. Fleamont froze when he saw Charles. "Oh, for Merlin's sake." Charles lifted his head weakly. "Hi!" Fleamont swore, then surged forward, hands already glowing faint with heat as he grabbed Charles's burned side carefully. "Idiot!" he muttered. "Absolute idiot." Harry's knees finally gave out. He dropped to the floor, cloak pooling around him. His hands were slick with blood from his nose and from gripping Charles. His whole body trembled like he'd been out in the cold too long. Euphemia knelt in front of him instantly, hands cupping his face. "Harry!" she whispered, voice breaking. "Harry, what did you do?" Harry swallowed, throat raw. He tried to speak and his voice cracked. He forced it out anyway. "I saw him," Harry said. "Cadmus." Iolanthe went still. The air in the entryway felt like it tightened. Fleamont's head snapped up. "Where?" "Peveril Ruin," Harry panted. His chest hurt with every breath. "He knows I'm here. He wants me," he said. "He said I'm a battery." Euphemia's hands trembled against Harry's cheeks. "Oh, love." Harry swallowed hard, eyes burning. "And he's coming," Harry said, voice shaking. "He's not whispering behind a door anymore. He's out there. He knows the way." Harry barely remembered sliding down the wall. He remembered Euphemia's hands on his face, warm and shaking, and the way her voice kept trying to stay steady and failing. He remembered Fleamont swearing, sharp and ugly, like the words were the only thing stopping him from falling apart. He remembered Charles being hauled past him, half carried, half dragged, still trying to grin through blood. Then the world narrowed into little pieces. A cloth pressed under his nose, a cup pushed into his hands, heat against his back, like a fire had been dragged closer. "Breathe," Euphemia kept saying. "Just breathe, love. In and out. Slow." Harry tried. His chest hurt. The air felt too thick. He blinked hard until the room stopped spinning. They had moved him. He was on a low couch in a sitting room that smelled like old wood and herbs. A hearth glowed in front of him. The fire was real, not just for comfort. He could feel it pushing against the chill that always lived in the spirit verse. Euphemia knelt in front of him. Her hair was coming loose, curls frizzed from stress. Her hands were still on his face, thumbs smearing away blood like she could wipe the whole night clean. Fleamont stood near the door, shoulders tight, hands glowing faintly as he worked something invisible into the air. Harry watched him for a second and realized, with a sick little jolt, that Fleamont was reinforcing wards. Not calmly, not as routine. Fast, hard, like the house might get hit any second. Iolanthe stood a step behind Fleamont, posture straight, eyes cold. She looked like she had already decided what she wanted to do, and she was waiting to see if anyone would stop her. Harry swallowed. His throat felt raw. "Where's Charles?" he managed. Euphemia's mouth trembled. "Fleamont's taken him to the still room." Harry forced himself upright. The movement made his head throb. "I want to see him." "You will," Fleamont said, turning just enough to look at Harry. His voice was controlled, but his eyes were furious. "After you tell me what you did." Harry stared back, breathing hard. "I did not do anything. I reacted." Fleamont's laugh was one sharp sound with no humor. "You went into the rot. You went to the ruin. You brought Cadmus's attention back to our door." Harry's stomach turned. He already knew I was here. Iolanthe's eyes narrowed. "How?" Harry looked at her. "Because he said it. He smelled my pulse. He said I'm a beacon." Euphemia's hands tightened on his cheeks. "Sweetheart," she whispered, and her voice broke right on the word. Harry flinched. He hated the softness in her voice. It made everything feel more real. Fleamont dragged a hand through his hair. "You spoke to him?" "Yes," Harry snapped, "because I wanted to know what I'm dealing with, since no one here could be bothered to tell me." Silence slammed into the room. Euphemia's hands fell away from Harry's face. She sat back on her heels, looking like she'd been hit. Fleamont's jaw clenched. Iolanthe didn't move, but something in her eyes shifted, sharp and dangerous. Harry heard his own breathing, fast, uneven. He tried to slow it down. His hands shook. He curled them into fists to hide it. "I went out," Harry said, quieter now, because shouting was starting to make him feel sick. "Because something was whispering through a door in your house and none of you would say what it was. Because Lady Death told me I was pulled here. Not dropped. Pulled. And you all acted like that was normal." Euphemia whispered. "Harry." "No," Harry cut in. His voice cracked. He hated that it cracked. "No. You don't get to shush me. You don't get to do the Dumbledore thing where you pat my head and pretend it's for my own good." Fleamont's eyes flashed at the name. "Do not bring that man into my house." Harry swallowed. "Then don't act like him." Euphemia's shoulders shook once. She pressed a hand over her mouth, like she was trying to hold herself together by force. Iolanthe spoke, calm and sharp. "If you wanted answers, you could have asked without breaking our rules." Harry laughed, bitter and breathless. "I did ask. You told me to go to bed." Fleamont's mouth tightened. He looked away, like the fire was suddenly more interesting. Harry stared at him. "Tell me the truth. Right now." The hearth popped. A soft crack of burning wood. Euphemia took a shaky breath. "We were afraid," she said. Harry's stomach twisted. "Of what?" "Of him," Fleamont said finally. He didn't look at Harry when he spoke. "Of what he can do. Of what he wants. Of what he would do to you if you understood too early." Harry's pulse hammered. "Cadmus." Fleamont nodded once. Iolanthe's voice was flat. "Cadmus Peveril is not a ghost that wanders. He is a rot that thinks it can bargain." Harry's throat burned. "And the door." Euphemia's eyes filled. "That door is a seal," she whispered. "A wound we stitched shut." Harry stared at her. "A wound to what?" Fleamont finally turned fully toward him. His eyes were tired now, not just angry. "To the manse," he said. "To our sanctuary. Cadmus cannot enter freely, not while our wards hold. But he can press. He can whisper. He can make the house remember his name and try to open for him." Harry felt cold creep up his spine. "So the whisper was him." "Yes," Iolanthe said. "It is his tether. His hook. He uses it like a nail in the doorframe." Harry swallowed hard. "How did he get a tether into your house?" Euphemia's hands clenched in her skirt. "Because we let him," she whispered. Harry went still. "What?" Fleamont's voice went rough. "Not willingly. Not like you think. Years ago, when the rot started spreading, we tracked the source. We found the ruin. We found him. He was quieter then. Less loud. Less hungry." Harry's mouth went dry. "You met him." Iolanthe's eyes stayed hard. "We tried to reason with him. We tried to offer him rest. He refused." Euphemia looked down, voice shaking. "He wanted the stone." Harry's stomach dropped. "The resurrection stone." Fleamont's gaze snapped to Harry then. "He wanted to pull it into this realm permanently. to make the veil a door he could kick open. Harry heard his own voice, thin. And you couldn't stop him. We stopped him from getting what he wanted, Fleamont said. But we could not stop him from leaving scars. The tether is one of them. Harry's hands trembled. So you sealed it and hoped it would stay quiet. Euphemia's eyes squeezed shut. We hoped. We worked. We held. And then you arrived. Harry's breath hitched. He could feel the blame trying to creep into his chest, like a familiar poison. He shoved it away. I didn't choose to come here. No, Fleamont said, voice tight. But your presence changes the balance. Harry stared. Because I'm alive. Yes, Iolanthe said. Because you are alive and you are not ordinary. Harry swallowed, throat raw. Lady Death called me Master of Death. The words landed heavy in the room. Euphemia's face went soft with something like grief. Fleamont's eyes flicked down, then away, like he'd been waiting for this line. Iolanthe's gaze sharpened, measuring. Fleamont exhaled slowly. That title follows you, he said. Even here. Harry's mouth tasted like iron. Explain. Euphemia reached for his hand, careful, like she was afraid he would pull away. When Harry didn't, she held on. Both hands wrapped around his like a lifeline. You have brushed death's robe more than once, she whispered. You survived what should have ended you. You carried things you should not have carried. Harry's skin prickled. The Hallows, Fleamont nodded. The cloak, yes. The Turner, too, even if it is broken. And the echo of the stone. Cadmus smelled that on you the moment you stepped into the rot. Harry's stomach twisted. But I don't have the stone. Iolanthe's voice was cold. You do not need to hold it in your pocket for it to matter. This realm is not built only on objects. It is built on claims. The Peverills made claims. They carved them into death itself and called it legacy. Harry's chest tightened. So Cadmus thinks I'm his key. Yes, Euphemia whispered. And he is not patient anymore. Harry's head throbbed. His nose was starting to bleed again. A slow warmth under the cloth. He pressed it harder, jaw clenched. Fleamont stepped closer. Tell me exactly what happened at the ruin. Harry's mouth went tight. He tried to squeeze my heart. Euphemia gasped, fingers tightening around Harry's hand. Harry forced the words out anyway, because pretending it hadn't scared him wouldn't make it less true. He pushed, like he was trying to make me open, like he wanted something inside me to move. Iolanthe's eyes narrowed. He was probing for the stone's echo. Harry swallowed. He said, I'm a battery. Fleamont's face went hard. He wants to use living weight to break the veil. Harry stared at the fire because looking at their faces was starting to make him feel sick. He also said, I'm arrogant. That choice doesn't matter when consequences exist. Euphemia's voice went soft. That sounds like him. Harry snapped his gaze back to her. You talk like you know him. Euphemia's eyes filled. We have listened to him whisper for years, she said. Through the seal. Through the walls. He never stops talking to the house. He never stops trying to make it doubt itself. Harry's throat burned. He could picture it too easily. A voice in the dark, wearing away your certainty one word at a time. He knew that kind of voice. You should have told me, Harry said, and his voice cracked again. You should have told me the first time I asked. Fleamont's shoulders sagged a fraction. You're right. Harry blinked. He hadn't expected that. Fleamont looked him in the eye. You're right, he repeated, quieter. We were trying to protect you and it made you blind. That was a mistake. Euphemia's grip on Harry's hands tightened. We feared if you knew too much, you would run straight at him, she whispered. And we feared you would be taken. Harry laughed, sharp and wet. I ran straight at him anyway. Euphemia's eyes squeezed shut. I know. Silence pressed down again. Harry stared at the fire until the heat prickled his cheeks. He swallowed hard, fighting the ache in his chest. Where is Charles? Fleamont's jaw clenched. Alive. If he stays that way depends on how much rot is in the burn. Harry shoved himself up off the couch. His legs wobbled. Euphemia moved instantly, hands on his arm, steadying him. I'm going to see him, Harry said. Iolanthe stepped forward. You will not go alone. Harry's gaze snapped to her. I'm not going anywhere outside. Not outside. she agreed. But you do not wander this house with your soul frayed. You are leaking. Harry frowned. What? Ilanthe's eyes flicked to his face. Your memory. It is thinning. I can see it. Harry's stomach dropped. Don't. Euphemia's voice went small. Love earlier. When you tried to say your friend's name, Harry's mouth went dry. He didn't answer. He didn't have to. Fleamont swore under his breath. We will speak to death, he said suddenly. Harry's head snapped up. You can do that. Fleamont's eyes were tired. We can call. She comes when she chooses. It is not a summon. Harry swallowed. I already met her. Ilanthe's gaze sharpened. And she spoke to you. Harry's skin prickled. Yes, Fleamont nodded once. Like that confirmed something for him. Then she is already watching. Good. Harry stared at him. Good. Fleamont's voice went rough. It means she has not decided you are a mistake. Euphemia made a small sound like she hated hearing that out loud. Harry's chest tightened. He forced himself to breathe. Charles first, he said. They moved, and Harry tried to follow the travel rule without letting his mind spiral. But his body did it anyway. Every step made his head pulse. Every breath tasted like ash. The manse felt warmer than outside, but the cold still lived under his skin. By the time they reached the still room, Harry's hands were shaking again. The still room was not a bedroom. It was a healing chamber built into the house, all stone and warm light, with a faint scent of crushed leaves. A table sat in the middle. Charles lay on it, shirt cut open on one side. His ribs were wrapped in bandages that looked like they were made from woven light, not cloth. Fleamont stood at the table, hands glowing with alchemical heat. He wasn't touching Charles directly. He was working in the air above the burn, shaping something careful. Charles's face was pale. His grin was gone. His mouth was slightly open, like he was struggling to breathe. Harry's stomach dropped hard. He stepped closer without thinking. Euphemia's hand tightened on his arm. Slow, she whispered. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. Is he dying? Fleamont's voice was tight. Not if the house keeps holding him. Harry stared at Charles's side. The burn was not like a normal burn. It looked like frost had bitten into him from the inside. The skin around it was dark, almost black, and the edges crawled like it wanted to spread. Ilanthe's voice was cold. That is rot. Harry's mouth went dry. Can you stop it? Fleamont didn't look away from his work. I can slow it. I can cauterize the edges. But rot is not just damage. It is hunger. Harry's hands clenched. He looked at Charles's face, at the blood dried at the corner of his mouth. Charles had gone out there because he'd been bored, because he'd seen Harry was going anyway and decided to keep him alive. Harry's chest ached. Charles's eyelids flickered. His eyes opened a crack. He stared at the ceiling for a second, unfocused. Then his gaze slid, found Fleamont, found Harry. His mouth twitched. Hi, he rasped. Harry let out a breath he hadn't realized he was holding. You're an idiot. Charles's eyes narrowed slightly. Yeah, he whispered. But I'm your idiot. Fleamont made a sound that was half a growl. Do not encourage him. Charles's lips twitched again. You're encouraging him, he rasped. You're just doing it with anger. Fleamont's hands shook for a second, and he forced them steady again. If you speak, you waste strength. Charles's gaze slid to Harry. Did you get what you wanted? He whispered. Harry's throat burned. I met Cadmus. Charles's eyes sharpened. And, Harry swallowed. He wants me like a tool. Charles's mouth twisted. He wants everything like a tool. Harry stared at him. Why did you come with me? Charles's eyes flickered. He tried for a grin, failed, then tried again. Because you looked like someone who was about to do something stupid alone, he whispered. And I hate missing out. Euphemia made a broken sound behind her hand. Harry's chest tightened. I'm sorry. Charles's gaze stayed on Harry. Don't, he whispered. Do not do that thing where you take everything on your back. You didn't make Cadmus. Harry swallowed hard. I made you get hurt. Charles's eyes narrowed. I made me get hurt, he rasped. I chose. I am a ghost, not a toddler. Harry's mouth tightened. He nodded once because arguing would not help. Fleamont's hands moved again, careful. You are fortunate, Fleamont muttered to Charles. If the rot had climbed another inch, you would have unraveled. Charles's eyes slid to Fleamont. You'd miss me, he whispered. Fleamont's jaw clenched. I would miss the noise you make, yes. Charles's smile flickered. Real this time, even if it was weak. See, he whispered to Harry. He loves me. Fleamont swore. Harry felt something in his chest loosen. Just a fraction. Not relief. Not yet. But the sharp edge of fear dulled enough that he could breathe. Iolanthe stepped closer to Harry, voice low. Listen, she said. Charles is right about one thing. Cadmus wants to own death. He thinks if he holds her, the realm will obey. That is Peveril arrogance. Harry's throat burned. And what am I supposed to do? Iolanthe's gaze sharpened. You are not supposed to own her, she said. You are supposed to walk with her. That is the difference. Harry swallowed. So you want me to talk to death? Fleamont's hands stilled. Yes, he said, blunt. Because Cadmus is pressing harder now. The seal is louder. The rot is closer. And you are the only living soul in this house. If he breaks through, he will come for you first. Harry's stomach twisted. You're saying I'm bait. Euphemia's voice went sharp. No. Fleamont's eyes softened a fraction. You are not bait, he said. You are the hinge. And if you do not choose how to stand, the door will choose for you. Harry's hands shook. He stared at Charles, then at Fleamont, then at Euphemia. His head throbbed. His chest felt tight like a fist around his ribs. He nodded once. Fine, he said. But I'm doing it my way. Iolanthe's mouth tightened. Your way has a habit of involving blood. Harry's voice came out rough. So does living. Euphemia's eyes filled again. She stepped forward, hands cupping Harry's face once more. Her thumbs brushed under his eyes like she was trying to memorize him. Be careful, she whispered. Please. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. I'll try. He did not promise. Promises had a way of breaking. They did not call death in the still room. Fleamont said it would be wrong, like asking her to stand over a half-healing body like she was a threat. Instead, they let Charles rest, and Fleamont layered more wards over him. Euphemia stayed, sitting by the table, one hand on Charles's wrist like she could hold him in place through touch alone. Iolanthe walked Harry back toward the main hall, silent, steps measured. Harry's head was pounding. His stomach kept flipping like it wanted to empty itself. His nose had stopped bleeding, but his skin still felt wrong, like he was half outside himself. Iolanthe stopped at a doorway that led toward a narrow corridor. The air there felt colder, and Harry could hear it again, faintly, the whisper. Iolanthe's eyes narrowed. He is awake, she said. Harry's mouth went dry. He was never asleep. Iolanthe's gaze flicked to Harry. No, she agreed, but he was quieter. After you touched him at the ruin, he is louder. Harry's stomach twisted. So I made it worse. Iolanthe's voice was flat. You made it different. Harry stared at the corridor. He could feel something behind the seal, pressing like a hand on glass. He swallowed. I want to see it. Iolanthe's eyes went hard. No. Harry's gaze snapped back to her. I'm not opening it. That is not the point, she said, voice sharp. You are afraid. You look at it and it looks back. It will learn you. It will taste you. You do not give it that for free. Harry's jaw clenched. So what? I just pretend it's not there. Iolanthe stepped closer, and her voice dropped. You pretend nothing, she said. You survive. That is the only rule that matters. Harry stared at her for a second, then nodded once. He did not trust himself to speak. They moved away from the corridor. The whisper faded behind them, but Harry could still feel it, like a pressure at the back of his skull. By the time they reached the edge room, the one that faced the gray forest, Harry's hands were shaking again. The edge room was not fancy. It was a plain chamber with a wide opening that looked out into the mist. Not a window, not glass. Just an opening with a threshold of warm air, like the house had carved a hole in itself to watch the world. Fleamont arrived a few minutes later, wiping his hands on a cloth. His face looked older now, Euphemia did not come. She stayed with Charles. Fleamont stood beside Harry and stared into the mist like he was looking for something that wanted to kill him. "You want answers," Fleamont said. Harry's throat burned. "Yes," Fleamont nodded once. "Then we start with this. Cadmus cannot be fought like a normal enemy. He is not just a spirit with power. He is a claim that has gone rotten." Harry swallowed. "What does that mean?" Fleamont glanced at him. "It means if you try to beat him by matching his hunger, he wins. If you try to own death the way he does, he wins." Harry's hands clenched. "So what do I do?" Fleamont's gaze shifted back to the mist. "You do what my line always did," he said, voice rough. "You protect. You accept. You do not try to cheat the rules of the world until the rules bite your hand off." Harry's mouth went dry. "That sounds like a lecture." Fleamont's lips twitched. Almost a smile. "It is," he admitted. "Because you are young and angry and you think force solves everything." Harry's voice came out sharp. "Force has kept me alive." Fleamont's eyes softened. "Just a fraction." "And it has cost you," he said quietly. Harry looked away, jaw tight. Fleamont exhaled slowly. "Lady Death will come to you at the edge," he said. "Not here. Not in the warm rooms. Not under my wards. You go to the boundary where the house ends and the realm begins. You sit. You wait. You do not demand. You do not beg. You just be." Harry's throat tightened. "And if she doesn't come?" Iolanthe's voice came from the doorway, calm and cold. "She will." Harry turned. Iolanthe leaned against the stone frame, arms folded. Her gaze was fixed on Harry like she could already see the outcome. Harry swallowed. "How do you know?" Iolanthe's mouth tightened. "Because she is interested," she said. Harry felt heat crawl up his neck. "In what?" "In you," Fleamont said bluntly. Harry's stomach flipped. "That's not comforting." Fleamont snorted. "It is not meant to be." Harry stared into the mist again. His hands shook. His memories felt slippery, like he was trying to hold water. He forced himself to speak. "If I go out there, do I come back?" Fleamont's silence answered before his words did. Euphemia's voice echoed in Harry's head, soft and shaking. "Be careful. Please." Harry swallowed hard. "Fine," he said. "I'll go." Iolanthe straightened. "I will watch from the threshold. I will not follow. If she speaks to you, she speaks to you alone." Harry nodded, throat tight. He stepped out. The cold hit him instantly. Not a gentle chill. A full body shock. It crawled into his bones and made his teeth ache. The mist curled around his legs. The ground here was hard, like the realm did not want to give him even the comfort of soft soil. Harry walked a few steps, then stopped at the boundary stone, a line of pale rock that marked where the manse's warmth ended. He sat down. His legs were shaking. He pressed his palms to his knees to steady them. His breath came out in little clouds. His nose stung. His head pounded. He stared into the mist and tried not to think about the whisper behind the seal. Tried not to think about Cadmus's eyes. Tried not to think about Charles's burn, black and hungry. He tried to think of Hermione again, just to test it. He pictured her face. It came, but soft at the edges, like someone had smudged charcoal with a thumb. Harry's stomach dropped. "No," he whispered. He tried Ron. A blur of hair and freckles, but the eyes would not settle. Harry's chest tightened hard. Panic rose, sharp and hot. He could feel it in his throat, choking. He pressed a hand to his mouth, trying not to gag. His stomach rolled. He swallowed bile and forced his breathing slow. If he panicked, he would lose more. That thought landed like a slap. He sat very still, staring into the mist, listening to his own heart pound too loud. Minutes passed. Maybe. Time was strange here. It stretched and snapped without warning. Then the air shifted, not like a breeze, like the world deciding to pay attention. The cold became sharper. The mist parted without wind, sliding aside like curtains being pulled. And she was there. Lady Death stood a few steps away, barefoot on the cold ground like it did not touch her. She looked like a woman in shape, but her presence was heavier than any person Harry had ever met. Her skin was pale. Her hair was dark, falling straight down her back. Her eyes were the worst part. Not scary, not glowing, just deep, like she had watched too much and never blinked. She wore a simple black dress that did not move like fabric. It moved like shadow choosing to look like fabric. Harry's breath caught. His heart hammered harder. She tilted her head slightly. "You ran," she said. Harry swallowed. His voice came out rough. "I came to talk." Her mouth twitched, almost amused. "You came to bleed," she said, gaze flicking to the dried blood under his nose. "And to tremble. And to ask for a fix." Harry's jaw clenched. "I didn't ask you for anything." She stepped closer. The air around her felt like cold and heat at the same time, and it made Harry's skin prickle. "You will," she said. Harry stared up at her. His hands shook, but he forced them still. "Cadmus pulled me here," Harry said. "Did you let him?" Lady Death's eyes held his like she could pin him in place with a look. "I did not pull you," she said. "I did not push you. I watched." Harry's stomach twisted. "So you let it happen." Her gaze did not soften. "I do not stop every hand that reaches," she said. "If I did, nothing would ever move. No choice would ever exist. Not yours. Not his." Harry's throat burned. "My choice is getting eaten." Lady Death's head tilted again. "Your choice is what you do with teeth at your throat," she said. Harry swallowed hard. He tried not to flinch. "He wants to use me," Harry said. "He called me a battery." Lady Death's eyes narrowed a fraction. "Cadmus wants to own me," she said. "He thinks my realm is a lock and he can forge a key from your living weight." Harry's jaw clenched. "So what do I do?" Lady Death looked at him for a long second. The silence felt heavy, like it had hands. "You stop trying to hold everything alone," she said. Harry's laugh was sharp and shaky. "That is not helpful." Lady Death stepped closer, close enough that Harry could feel the cold on his face. She crouched slightly, bringing her eyes level with his. "It is," she said. "You just dislike it." Harry stared at her, throat tight. "My friends' faces are fading," he said suddenly, because the fear had been sitting behind his teeth and it needed out. "I can't remember them properly. It's like someone is smearing them away." Lady Death's gaze flicked, sharp. "The realm eats anchors," she said. "Not out of cruelty. Out of nature." Harry's chest tightened. "That's a fancy way to say I'm losing them." Lady Death's voice was flat. "Yes," she said. Harry felt his eyes sting. He hated it. He hated crying. He hated feeling small. He swallowed hard. "Fix it," he said, and his voice cracked on the word. Lady Death watched him. "There it is," she murmured. "The ask." Harry clenched his jaw. "I'm not asking nicely." Lady Death's mouth twitched again. "You do not have to," she said. Harry stared at the ground because looking at her eyes made his chest hurt. "I can't lose them," he whispered. "They're real. They're mine." Lady Death's voice softened. Just a little. Not kind. Not warm. Just less sharp. "You are afraid you will forget who you are without them," she said. Harry's throat tightened. "I'm afraid I'll forget why I'm fighting." Lady Death's hand lifted slowly. Harry tensed, but he did not move away. Her fingers touched his cheek, cold and heat, not pain, not comfort, just sensation so intense it made Harry's breath hitch. His skin prickled, his heart hammered, his stomach flipped. Lady Death's eyes held his. "Your anchors fade because you clutch them like chains," she said. "You hold too hard. The realm pulls back." Harry's jaw clenched. "What am I supposed to do? Let them go?" "No," she said. Harry blinked. Lady Death's thumb brushed under his eye, wiping a tear he had not realized had fallen. "You hold them differently," she said. "Not as fear, as choice. Not as panic. As love." Harry's throat burned. "That sounds like a poster." Lady Death's mouth twitched. "You are still stubborn," she said. "Good. Stubborn survives." Harry's breath shook. "Cadmus said I'm arrogant," he muttered. Lady Death's eyes narrowed. "Cadmus calls everything arrogance when it does not obey him," she said. Harry stared at her. "Why is he like that?" Lady Death's gaze went distant for a fraction of a second, like she could see through the mist to the ruin. "Grief," she said. Harry's stomach twisted. "That's it." Lady Death looked back at him. Grief that became hunger, she said. Hunger that became rot. He loved once. He lost. He refused the ending. He tried to force the world to say yes. Harry's throat tightened. And it didn't. Lady Death's voice was flat. No, she said. It never does. Harry stared at the mist, jaw clenched. He could picture it. Someone losing everything and deciding the rules were wrong. Someone deciding he could rewrite them if he pushed hard enough. Harry swallowed hard. So what? I'm supposed to pity him. Lady Death's eyes narrowed. You are supposed to end him, she said. But not the way he thinks. Harry's breath caught. What way does he think? Lady Death's gaze held his. He thinks you will fight him with his own weapon, she said. He thinks you will try to pull the dead back, to fix, to repair, to undo. He thinks you will chase the stone's hunger until it bites you. Harry's hands clenched on his knees. And you're saying I shouldn't. Lady Death's voice was quiet. I am saying you cannot win by becoming him. Harry swallowed. So I win by accepting death. Lady Death's eyes did not soften, but her voice went lower. You win by accepting that endings exist, she said, and then choosing what you do inside that truth. Harry stared at her. His breath came slow now, but his chest still hurt. A beat passed. Then Harry said, quiet and raw, do you ever get tired? Lady Death blinked once. Harry met her gaze, forcing the words out before he lost his nerve. You're everywhere, he said. You watch everyone. You take everyone. Do you ever feel anything about it? Lady Death's eyes stayed on his. For a second, Harry thought she would laugh. Or vanish. Or tell him he was foolish. Instead she said, I feel everything. Harry's breath caught. Lady Death's voice stayed flat, but there was something under it that made Harry's skin prickle. I feel the fear, she said. I feel the relief. I feel the fight. I feel the surrender. I feel the love that makes people beg and the love that makes them let go. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. That sounds awful. Lady Death's mouth twitched. It is, she said. Harry stared at her, voice rough. Then why do you keep doing it? Lady Death's gaze held his. Because I am not doing it, she said. I am it. Harry's chest tightened. He swallowed, trying to breathe around the ache. Lady Death's fingers slid from his cheek to his jaw, then to the side of his neck, where his pulse jumped under her touch. Her eyes flicked to it. Loud, she murmured. Harry's voice came out strained. Yeah, well, I'm alive. Lady Death's mouth curved slightly. Yes, she said. And you are stubborn enough to argue with me. Harry's throat tightened. Is that why you're here? Because you're entertained? Lady Death looked at him for a long second. Partly, she admitted. Harry huffed a laugh, shaky. Great. Lady Death's fingers lifted. The cold and heat vanished, leaving Harry's skin feeling strangely empty where she had touched. Then she held her hand out, palm up. Harry stared at it. What? He said. Lady Death's eyes stayed on his. Take it, she said. Harry hesitated. His hands shook. He hated that they shook. Then he reached out and placed his hand in hers. Cold. Heat. His skin prickled like static. His stomach flipped. Lady Death's grip was gentle. Not weak. Gentle, like she could crush his bones if she chose not to be. You want to keep your anchors, she said. Harry swallowed. Yes, then you need sight, she said. Harry frowned. Sight. Lady Death's thumb pressed lightly into his palm. The world snapped. Harry gasped. His breath caught like he had swallowed ice. For a second, everything went dark. Then it came back, but wrong. The mist was not just mist. It had threads, lines in the air, thin and bright, like someone had drawn invisible strings through the world and his eyes could finally see them. Some threads were pale, drifting, weak. Some were thick, pulsing, strong. Harry's chest tightened. He turned his head, breath shaking. He could see the manse behind him, not just the stone and the firelight. He could see the wards, lines of heat and light layered over each other, woven like a net. He could see where they were strong and where they were thin. He could see, far off, a dark line in the air, jagged and ugly, stretching from the direction of the sealed corridor, reaching outward like a hook. His stomach dropped. The tether, he whispered. Lady Death's voice was calm. Yes, she said. Now you can see what you are fighting. Harry swallowed, breath fast. His eyes stung. Not from tears. From the sheer overload. He looked down at his own hands. Threads wrapped around him too. Some were warm, some were sharp. He saw one thread that felt like fire and safety and realized it pointed back toward the still room, toward Euphemia and Fleamont. He saw another thread, thin and bright, pulling at his chest in a way that made him ache. Pointed somewhere far away, not here, not in the spirit verse. His friends. His throat tightened. He looked back at Lady Death, voice rough. Spirit sight. Lady Death nodded. A boon, she said. Not a gift. A tool. It will not fix everything for you. It will let you see where you stand. Harry's breath shook. Can it stop the erosion? Lady Death's eyes narrowed. It will help you anchor yourself, she said. But you must choose to anchor. You must stop clinging in panic. You must decide who you are. Harry swallowed hard. And if I don't? Lady Death's voice was flat. Then the realm will eat you, she said. Not out of malice. Out of hunger. Harry's stomach twisted. He forced his breathing slow. He stared at her for a long beat, then said quiet, Why are you helping me? Lady Death's gaze held his. Because Cadmus is breaking my realm, she said. And because you are not trying to chain me. Harry's throat burned. I didn't even know there was an option. Lady Death's mouth twitched. There is always an option, she said. That is what terrifies people. They would rather pretend there is only one path. Harry swallowed. He looked at her hand still holding his. He could see threads around her too. But they were not like his. They were everywhere. They ran through the mist, through the stone, through the air. She was connected to everything, not like a person, like a law. Harry's chest tightened. Lady Death watched him. Do not romanticize me, she said quietly. Harry blinked. I wasn't. Lady Death's gaze stayed sharp. You were about to, she said. Harry's face heated. Shut up. Lady Death's mouth curved. Still stubborn, she murmured. Harry's breath shook. And then, before he could talk himself out of it, he said, quiet and raw, I don't want to be alone. The words hung in the cold air. Lady Death went still for a fraction of a second. Then her gaze softened in a way Harry could not name. You are not, she said. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. I am, he whispered. I'm here. I'm cut off. And if I stay too long I forget them. And if I go back, I don't know if I bring rot with me. I don't know if I ruin everything. Lady Death's hand tightened slightly on his. You are alive, she said. You ruin things by existing. That is what living does. It changes the world. Harry let out a shaky breath. That makes it sound like I should stop. Lady Death's eyes narrowed. Do not twist my words into self-pity, she said. Harry huffed a weak laugh. Sorry. Lady Death stepped closer. The cold and heat pressed into Harry's skin again. Her other hand lifted, fingers brushing his hair back from his forehead. The touch was careful, almost gentle. Harry's breath hitched. Lady Death's eyes held his. You want a bond, she said. Harry's stomach flipped. I don't know what I want. Lady Death's mouth twitched. Yes, she said. That is also being alive. Harry stared at her, throat tight. Lady Death leaned forward. For a second, Harry thought she was going to whisper something, or bite his throat, or vanish. Instead she pressed her lips to his forehead. It was a kiss, but it did not feel like anything he understood from human life. It felt like cold and heat meeting at the same point. Felt like a seal being placed. Felt like a promise without words. Harry's whole body jolted. His breath caught hard. His eyes stung. His heart hammered like it wanted out. Lady Death pulled back. Harry's skin tingled where she had kissed him. He lifted a shaking hand and touched his own forehead, like he could still feel it. Lady Death watched him, voice quiet. Now you carry a mark, she said. Not ownership. Connection. Harry swallowed. His voice came out hoarse. What does it do? Lady Death's gaze flicked to the threads around him. It will steady you when Cadmus tries to pull, she said. It will not make you invincible. It will remind you you are not alone in the dark. Harry's chest tightened. He nodded once because if he spoke, his voice might break again. Lady Death straightened. Her presence pressed into the air like gravity. Listen, she said. Harry forced himself to focus. Okay, Lady Death's eyes narrowed. Cadmus will not stop, she said. He has tasted you. He has confirmed the echo. He will press the seal until it breaks or until you step out to meet him. Harry swallowed. So I meet him. Lady Death's voice was flat. Yes, she said. But not as a hungry child chasing a fix. As a master. Harry's throat burned. Master of death. Lady Death's gaze held his. Not because you own me, she said. Because you accept me. Harry swallowed hard. And you think that beats him? Lady Death's eyes sharpened. Acceptance is the only thing rot cannot digest, she said. Harry stared at her, chest tight. That sounds like philosophy. Lady Death's mouth twitched. It is also survival, she said. Harry nodded once. He looked back at the manse. With spirit sight, he could see the wards pulsing, strong but strained. He could see a dark pressure at the edge of them like a bruise spreading. Harry's stomach twisted. He's already coming. Lady Death's voice was quiet. Yes, she said. Harry's throat tightened. Will you help in the fight? Lady Death's eyes narrowed. I do not fight for you, she said. I do not swing your wand. I do not throw your fire. I am not your weapon. Harry swallowed. Then what are you? Lady Death looked at him. I am the end, she said. And I am the witness. When the moment comes, I will claim what is mine. Harry's chest tightened. He nodded. Lady Death's gaze stayed on him for a long beat. Then she said quiet, Do not die foolishly. Harry huffed a shaky laugh. No promises. Lady Death's eyes narrowed. That is not funny. Harry swallowed. Sorry. Lady Death stepped back. The mist shifted around her like it was making room. Harry felt the cold and heat fade. The threads stayed. His sight stayed. Lady Death's voice came one last time, calm and sharp. Harry Potter, she said. Do not let Cadmus turn your love into a chain. Harry's throat burned. I'll try. Lady Death's mouth twitched. Try harder, she said. Then she was gone. Not fading slowly. Just gone. Like the world had decided she was no longer necessary for this moment. Harry sat there, breathing hard, hands still on his forehead, skin tingling. His heart hammered. His stomach rolled. He forced himself upright. His legs shook. He swallowed hard, pushing down nausea. He turned and walked back to the threshold. Iolanthe stood there, exactly where she said she would be, face unreadable. Her eyes flicked to Harry's forehead. Harry lifted a hand, defensive. Don't. Iolanthe's mouth tightened. I will not comment, she said. Harry swallowed. She gave me spirit sight. Iolanthe's gaze sharpened. I can tell, she said. Your eyes are tracking threads. Harry frowned. You can see me doing that. Iolanthe's voice was flat. Yes, she said. You look like a hawk that just realized the air has currents. Harry huffed. Shaky. Great. Iolanthe stepped aside. Come, she said. Your family is waiting. Harry's throat tightened at the word family. He followed her inside. The warmth hit him again, but now he could see it. A warm thread of safety woven through the room, pulsing with the hearth. He could see Euphemia's presence like a bright knot farther down the hall where the still room was. He could see the tether too, dark and jagged, clawing at the house from the sealed corridor. It made his stomach twist. Fleamont met him in the main hall. His gaze snapped to Harry's face, then to his forehead, then away, like he had seen enough. You spoke to her, Fleamont said. Harry nodded once. His throat was too tight to do more. Fleamont exhaled slowly. Good, he muttered, then looked annoyed that the word had come out gentle. Harry swallowed. She marked me. Fleamont's jaw clenched. I can feel it, he said. The house can too. Harry's stomach flipped. Is that bad? Fleamont's voice went rough. No, he said. It means you are recognized. Harry stared at him. Recognized as what? Fleamont met his gaze. As someone death will not treat like a stray, he said. Harry's throat burned. He nodded once. Fleamont's gaze shifted past Harry, toward the corridor that led to the still room. Euphemia is with Charles, he said. He is stable for now. Harry's shoulders loosened slightly. Good. Fleamont looked at Harry for a long beat. Now, he said, we do the part you have been demanding. Harry's heart hammered. What part? Fleamont's eyes were tired. We stop hiding, he said. They went to the hearth room. It was larger than the sitting room Harry had been on earlier, and the fire here burned brighter. The walls were lined with old family things, not trophies, not fancy, just signs of people living. A battered chair with a cloak thrown over it. A shelf with cracked glasses. A table with an ink stain that had never been cleaned properly. Harry could see the threads of memory clinging to it all now, like the room was made of quiet love and habit. It hit him in the chest. Hard. Fleamont stood near the hearth. Iolanthe took a position by the doorway, arms folded, watchful. Euphemia arrived a moment later, moving fast, eyes red. She sat beside Harry without asking and took his hand again like she could not help herself. Harry let her. Fleamont cleared his throat once, like he was about to give a speech and hated it. We hid the truth because we feared Cadmus would use it, he said. We feared if you understood the tether, you would stare at it, and it would stare back. Harry's stomach twisted. It already did. Fleamont nodded once. Yes, he said. And that is on us. Euphemia's fingers tightened around Harry's. We are sorry, she whispered. Harry swallowed. His throat burned. I don't need sorry, he said, then forced the next words out because they mattered more. I need you to stop treating me like glass. Euphemia's mouth trembled. You are not glass, she whispered. You are our boy. Harry's chest tightened so hard it hurt. Fleamont's gaze flicked to Euphemia, then back to Harry. His voice went rough. You want the rest, he said. Here it is. Cadmus is not just pressing the seal for fun. He is building. He is gathering hollow men and revenants, twisting what remains of spirits into weapons. He intends to siege this house. Harry's heart hammered. Tonight. Iolanthe's voice was flat. Soon, she said. Harry swallowed, eyes stinging. With spirit sight, he could see the pressure on the wards already. Dark mist threads pushing. Fleamont's jaw clenched. We have held him off for years, he said. But you are new weight. He smells you. He will come harder. Harry's voice came out hoarse. Then we fight. Euphemia's grip tightened. We fight, she echoed, but her voice shook. Fleamont stared at Harry for a long second, then said quieter. There is one more thing we hid. Harry's stomach dropped. What? Fleamont's gaze shifted to the hearth. Harry followed it. The fire crackled. The heat pressed into Harry's face. Then Harry saw it. A faint shimmer in the air above the flames, like the heat was shaping itself into a doorway. His breath caught. Euphemia whispered. We kept them back. Harry's mouth went dry. Them. Fleamont's jaw clenched. James and Lily, he said. Harry went still. The world narrowed into a single point. He heard his own heartbeat, loud and stupid. He felt sweat prick under his shirt. His hands shook so hard Euphemia had to squeeze tighter to steady him. Harry swallowed, throat raw. They're here. Euphemia's eyes filled. Yes, she whispered. Harry's voice came out broken. And you didn't tell me. Euphemia flinched like he'd slapped her. We were afraid, she whispered. We were afraid if you saw them too soon you would break, and then you would not have the strength to fight. Harry laughed, shaky and ugly. I already broke. Fleamont's eyes softened. Not the way you could, he said quietly. Harry's chest hurt. He pressed a hand to it like he could hold it together physically. Why? Harry whispered. Why keep them from me? Euphemia's voice cracked. Because seeing you would tear them too, she whispered. And they would want to keep you. They would want to hide you. They would want to take you away from the fight, and they can't. They can't, love. They're dead. Harry's eyes burned. I know that. Euphemia shook her head, tears slipping. Knowing it in your head and watching your mum look at you are not the same, she whispered. Harry's throat tightened. He stared at the fire, trying to breathe. Fleamont's voice was low. We were waiting, he said, for the moment you chose to stand. For the moment you stopped being dragged by this realm and became part of it. Harry swallowed hard. And you think I'm there? Fleamont met his gaze. I think you are close, he said. Harry's hands shook. He stared at the hearth again. The shimmer in the air above the flames pulsed. Euphemia's voice went soft. If you want them, she whispered, we can open the way. Harry's breath hitched. His chest hurt. He whispered, yes. Fleamont nodded once. He stepped closer to the hearth and lifted his hands, palms facing the fire. He did not speak a spell. He did not draw a wand. He pressed his will. Harry could see it now with spirit sight. Fleamont's will was like a warm, steady thread, thick as rope, sinking into the hearth's heat. Euphemia's thread joined it, softer but stubborn. Iolanthe's thread joined too, sharp and cold, like a blade reinforcing the shape. The shimmer widened. The air above the flames thickened into a doorway. Harry's breath stopped. A figure stepped through. At first, Harry could not process it. His brain refused. His chest refused. Then his eyes did, and everything cracked open. James Potter stood in front of the hearth, wearing simple clothes, hair a mess, glasses slightly crooked. He looked younger than Harry expected, and older too. His face held the kind of tired Harry recognized in himself. He stared at Harry like he was looking at the sun. His mouth opened. No sound came out for a second. Then he whispered, Harry. Harry's throat burned. He tried to say it back. He couldn't. His voice died in his chest. James took a step forward, slow, like he was afraid the moment would shatter. His hands lifted slightly, then fell, unsure. Behind him, another figure stepped through. Lily Potter. Her hair was red, softer than any picture Harry had seen, and her eyes were green and sharp and familiar in a way that made Harry's whole body jolt. She stared at Harry for 1 second. Then her face crumpled. Oh, she whispered, and the sound was pure pain and love at the same time. Oh, my baby. Harry's breath broke. He stood up so fast the room tilted. His legs wobbled. He stumbled forward. Lily moved too. They met in the middle, and Lily wrapped her arms around him like she had been waiting his whole life. Her touch was not fully physical, not like a living person, but it was real enough, warm enough, heavy enough. Harry made a sound that he hated, a broken noise that came from somewhere deep and ugly, and he clung to her like he could pull her into him. Lily held his face, hands trembling. Look at you, she whispered, voice shaking. Look at you. Harry tried to breathe. His throat hurt. His eyes burned. James stepped closer, hovering like he did not know where to put himself. His voice cracked. You're tall, he managed, like that was the most important thing his brain could grab. Harry let out a shaky laugh that turned into a sob. James's face crumpled. He stepped in and wrapped his arms around them both, awkward and tight, like he was trying to make up for years in one squeeze. Harry's chest hurt. He could not stop shaking. Lily's voice was soft and fierce in his ear. I'm sorry, she whispered. I'm so sorry. Harry shook his head, breath hitching. Don't, he rasped. Don't say sorry like it fixes it. Lily's hands cupped his face. Her thumbs brushed under his eyes, wiping tears he did not want. No, she whispered. It doesn't fix it. But I need you to hear it anyway. Harry swallowed hard. His voice came out broken. I was alone. James's breath hitched. I know, he whispered, and his voice sounded like it was tearing apart. I know. We watched. We couldn't touch. We couldn't do anything. Harry's throat burned. You watched me live with them. Lily's face twisted. Yes, she whispered. Harry's chest tightened, anger flaring through grief like a spark. And you did nothing. Lily's eyes flashed, and her voice went sharp. Not cruel, just desperate. We could not, she said. We screamed until our throats were nothing. We begged. We fought. We tried to break the veil with our bare hands. There is no door from our side, Harry. Harry's breath caught. James's voice was rough. If there had been, we would have crawled through broken, he said. We would have torn our own souls to do it. But we couldn't. We were trapped in watching. Harry's stomach twisted. He could see it suddenly, the helplessness, The horror of seeing your child and being unable to reach. Harry's anger deflated into something uglier. He pressed a hand over his mouth, fighting nausea. Lily's hands held his face. "You don't have to forgive us," she whispered. "But you have to understand we did not choose to leave you." Harry's breath shook. "I know," he whispered, and it was the truth, and it still hurt. James's hand brushed Harry's shoulder, hesitant. "You're alive," he whispered, like he still could not believe it. "You're here." Harry swallowed hard. "I got pulled," he said, voice rough. "Cadmus did it." James's jaw tightened. "Cadmus?" he repeated, and Harry heard hate in the word. Lily's eyes narrowed. "He's pressing," she whispered. Harry blinked. "You can feel it." Lily nodded once. "The house trembles when he pushes," she said. Harry's throat burned. "He wants to use me." James's eyes flashed. "He can try," he snapped, then caught himself, breath shaking. He looked at Harry like he was trying to hold back the urge to grab him and hide him somewhere impossible. "Sorry," James muttered. "Sorry. I'm doing the thing where I want to punch the problem." Harry let out a shaky laugh. "I do that too." James's mouth twitched, and for a second Harry saw something lighter in him. Familiar. "Yeah," James said, voice cracking. "That tracks." Lily's hands tightened on Harry's face. "Listen," she said, voice fierce. "You are not just our son anymore." Harry went still. Lily's eyes shone. "You are the protector of this house," she whispered. "You are the Potter line standing up in the dark. You are the reason our sanctuary still burns warm." Harry's throat tightened. "Mom," he whispered, and the word felt like a knife and a bomb at the same time. Lily's face crumpled. She kissed his cheek, quick and shaking. "My brave boy," she whispered. "My stubborn boy." Harry's breath hitched. He held her tighter. James's hand lifted, awkward, and patted Harry's shoulder like he did not know what else to do. Then he pulled Harry into another tight hug, face pressed against Harry's hair. Harry shook. His chest hurt. His hands clenched in Lily's dress like he was afraid she would vanish if he loosened. Fleamont's voice came quietly from near the hearth. "We have little time." Harry flinched like the reminder hurt. Lily pulled back just enough to look at Harry. Her eyes were fierce now. "We know," she said. Harry wiped his face with the back of his hand, angry at the tears. His voice came out rough. "Lady Death gave me spirit sight." James blinked. "She did." Harry nodded. He stared past them, seeing threads in the room. He could see Lily and James differently too. Their threads were bright but not anchored to flesh. They were tied to the hearth, to the house, to Fleamont and Euphemia. They were held by love and wards and stubborn will. Harry's chest tightened. Lily noticed his gaze. "You can see it," she whispered. Harry nodded, throat tight. "I can see the tether," he said. "I can see where Cadmus is pushing." James's jaw clenched. "Good," he said. "Then you can aim." Harry swallowed. "Lady Death said I can't win by becoming him." Lily's eyes narrowed. "No," she said. "You win by refusing his hunger." Harry's throat burned. "How?" James took a shaky breath. His voice went low, rough. "Cadmus thinks love means possession," he said. "He thinks grief means the world owes him a redo." Harry stared at him. James's eyes held Harry's. "But love isn't owning," he said. "Love is choosing someone even when you can't keep them forever." Harry's chest tightened. Lily's hand brushed Harry's cheek. "We died," she whispered. "And it hurts. It hurts in ways I don't have words for. But I would not rip the world apart to undo it. Because then you would not be you. Your choices would not be yours. Your friends would not be real. Everything would be a puppet on Cadmus's string." Harry swallowed hard. He called it arrogance to believe choice matters. Lily's eyes flashed. "He is wrong," she said, voice sharp. "Choice is the only thing that matters when everything else is stolen." Harry's throat burned. James's mouth tightened. "You can end him," he said. "Not by crushing him. By making him face what he refused." Harry's hands shook. "And what if he doesn't?" Lily's gaze softened, just a fraction. "Then death will take him," she whispered. Harry glanced toward the edge room, like he could see Lady Death through the walls. With spirit sight, he could see threads leading everywhere, but Death's threads were too vast to track. Harry swallowed. "She marked me," he said quietly, touching his forehead. James's eyes widened. "She did that." Harry nodded once. James let out a shaky breath. That's something," he murmured. Harry looked at him, voice rough. "What? Is that bad?" James shook his head. "No," he said. "It means she sees you. And if she sees you, maybe you won't get swallowed whole by this place." Harry's throat tightened. Lily's eyes held his. "You are not alone," she whispered. Harry felt his chest crack open again. He nodded, jaw clenched, fighting tears. Fleamont cleared his throat. "We need to plan," he said bluntly. "And we need to stop the seal from weakening any further." Ilanthe's voice cut in, calm and cold. "The tether is thickening," she said. "I can feel it in the stone." Harry turned his head toward the corridor, and with spirit sight he saw it clearly. A dark thread like a rope of smoke, vibrating, pressing. It ran from the sealed door through the walls and out into the mist, like a hook anchored in the manse. Harry's stomach twisted. "He's using the door as a handle." Fleamont nodded once. "Yes." Harry swallowed. "Can we cut it?" Ilanthe's eyes narrowed. "We can weaken it," she said. "But cutting it will not be gentle. It will fight back." Harry's hands clenched. "Then we weaken it." Lily stepped closer, gaze fierce. "We will help," she said. Fleamont's jaw tightened. "You will not burn yourselves out," he snapped. James's eyes flashed. "We are already dead," he shot back. Fleamont's face tightened, and for a second the room felt too small for all that stubbornness. Euphemia's voice came from the doorway, soft and shaking. "Fleamont." Harry turned. Euphemia stood there, eyes red, hands trembling. "Charles is awake," she whispered. "He wants to see Harry." Harry's chest tightened. "Now." Euphemia nodded. "Now," she said. Harry looked at Lily and James, throat tight. "I'll be back," he whispered, like he was afraid leaving the room would make them vanish. Lily's hands cupped his face one more time. "Go," she whispered. "We're not going anywhere. Not yet." Harry nodded, jaw clenched, then moved. The still room felt warmer now, not because the fire was closer, but because Harry could see the threads of care woven through it. Euphemia's presence was a bright knot. Fleamont's warding was a steady heat. Charles lay on the table, eyes open, face pale, but more focused now. He looked at Harry and his mouth twitched. "Hey!" Charles rasped. Harry stepped closer. His voice came out rough. "Hey!" Charles's eyes flicked past Harry, and he frowned slightly. "You look different," he whispered. Harry touched his forehead. "Death marked me." Charles's eyes widened. "Oh!" he breathed, then coughed, then grinned weakly. "Look at you," he rasped. "Getting fancy." Harry's mouth tightened. "You almost died." Charles's grin flickered. "Still not dead," he whispered. "Try not to sound like my mum." Euphemia made a sharp sound, half laugh, half sob. "You are impossible." Charles's eyes flicked to her. "Love you too," he whispered. Harry's chest tightened. "Why did you do it?" Charles stared at Harry for a long beat. His voice went quieter. "Because you're family," he rasped. Harry swallowed hard. "You barely know me." Charles's mouth twitched. "Potter blood doesn't care," he whispered. "It recognizes." Harry's throat burned. Charles's gaze sharpened. "Did you talk to them?" he whispered. Harry nodded. "They told me." They opened the hearth. Charles's eyes widened. "You saw them." Harry's breath hitched. "Yeah." Charles's face softened, just for a second, and his voice went rough. "Good," he whispered. "You needed that." Harry swallowed hard. "I don't know if it makes it easier or harder." Charles's grin flickered. "Both," he rasped. Harry let out a shaky breath. Charles's eyes narrowed. "Cadmus is coming," he whispered. Harry nodded. "I can see the tether now." Charles's gaze sharpened. "Spirit sight," he whispered. Harry nodded. Charles swallowed, face tightening with pain. "Then listen," he rasped. Do not let him drag you into his grief. Harry's jaw clenched. He's not the only one with grief. Charles's eyes held his. Yeah, he whispered. That's why he's dangerous. He'll try to make yours match his. He'll try to convince you that the only way to love is to undo. Harry's throat burned. Charles's voice went low, rough. You can love and still let go, he whispered. Harry stared at him, chest tight. That's what Death said. Charles's mouth twitched. Death has good advice, he rasped. Shocking. Harry huffed a shaky laugh. Charles's eyes slid to Euphemia. Mom, he whispered. Euphemia flinched at the word, then leaned in, tears in her eyes. Yes, love. Charles's voice was weak. If I unravel, he whispered. Don't do the Cadmus thing. Euphemia's face crumpled. Don't, she whispered. Don't say that. Charles's eyes stayed on her. Promise, he rasped. Euphemia's hands trembled as she cupped his face. I promise, she whispered, voice breaking. I promise. I will not chain you. Charles's eyes closed for a second, relief washing over his face like he had been holding that fear too. Harry's chest tightened. He looked away, swallowing hard. Fleamont's voice came from behind them, blunt and strained. Enough, he said. We need you both upright. Harry turned. Fleamont stood in the doorway, face tight. The wards just shuddered, he said. Harry's stomach dropped. Iolanthe appeared behind Fleamont, eyes sharp. The mist is turning, she said. Harry's pulse hammered. With spirit sight, he could feel it before he saw it. A dark pressure pushing like a wave against the manse. Harry swallowed hard, voice rough. He's starting. Fleamont's jaw clenched. Yes, he said. He is. Euphemia's hands tightened on Charles's face. Stay, she whispered to Charles. Charles's eyes opened. He tried to grin. I'm not going anywhere, he rasped. Euphemia pressed a kiss to his temple, quick and shaking, then stood up, wiping her face hard like she could wipe away fear. Harry stepped back from the table, hands shaking. His stomach rolled. He swallowed bile. He looked at Charles one more time. Charles met his gaze. His voice was weak but clear. Go, he rasped. Do the Potter thing. Harry's throat burned. What's the Potter thing? Charles's grin flickered. Be stupidly brave, he whispered. Harry huffed a shaky laugh, then nodded once. He followed Fleamont and Iolanthe back toward the main hall. The house felt different now. The warmth was still there, but it was tight, like a fist. The threads of wards pulsed fast. The tether thread vibrated like a rope being yanked. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook. When they reached the hearth room again, Lily and James were still there, standing close to the fire like it was holding them in place. James's eyes snapped to Harry's face. It's starting, he said. Harry nodded. Lily stepped closer, gaze fierce. Then we stand, she whispered. Fleamont's voice went sharp. Positions, he snapped. The room moved fast after that, not in a calm-planned way, but in a way that meant they had practiced this fear before. Iolanthe moved to the corridor that led toward the sealed wing, posture straight, hands lifted slightly like she was ready to press her will into stone. Fleamont grabbed a satchel from under a chair and pulled out small glass vials, each one filled with faintly glowing liquid. He shoved two into Harry's hands. Harry stared at them. What? Alchemical fire, Fleamont said. Not for show. For hollow men. If they breach, you throw. You do not hesitate. Harry nodded, fingers tightening. Euphemia hurried in from the still room, eyes red, face set. He's stable, she said, like she was trying to convince herself. Charles is stable. Fleamont nodded once. Good. James moved closer to Harry, gaze sharp. Do you know what you're going to do? He asked. Harry swallowed hard. I'm going to cut the tether, he said. Lily's eyes narrowed. How? Harry's hands shook as he lifted one hand, palm facing the air, and let spirit sight guide him. He could see the tether thread now, thick and dark, running through the stone. He could see where it was anchored, like a knot near the sealed corridor. He swallowed hard. I'm going to weaken it where it's tied, he said. Not break it all at once. If I snap it, It might rip the house. Fleamont's gaze sharpened. Good, he muttered. You're thinking, Harry huffed. Shaky. Don't sound surprised. Fleamont's mouth twitched. Then his face went hard again. We do not have time for jokes. A low groan rolled through the house. Not wood creaking. Not stone settling. A sound like something massive shifting against the walls from the outside. Harry's stomach dropped. His breath caught. The fire in the hearth flickered, then burned brighter, like the house was bracing. Iolanthi's voice cut through the hall. Sharp. He is pressing the seal. The whisper rose, louder now, not faint through a keyhole, but strong enough that Harry could hear it from here. Not words, not fully, but the shape of them. Harry. Harry's skin prickled. His heart hammered. Euphemia's hand grabbed Harry's arm. Tight. Do not listen, she whispered. Harry swallowed hard. I'm not. The walls shuddered again. Outside, through the opening in the edge room, the mist darkened. With spirit sight, Harry could see it like a wave of black threads rolling toward the manse. Hollow men. So many. Harry's stomach rolled. He swallowed bile. James's voice went low, rough. Remember, he said to Harry, you do not have to do this alone. Harry's throat burned. I always do. Lily's eyes flashed. No, she snapped. Not now. Harry blinked, startled by the sharpness. Lily stepped closer, hands on Harry's shoulders, grip fierce. Look at me, she said. Harry forced his gaze to hers. Lily's eyes shone. You are our son, she whispered. You are Fleamont's blood. You are Euphemia's heart. You are James's stubbornness and my temper. You are not alone. Harry's chest tightened. His hands shook. He nodded once because if he spoke, he might break. Lily kissed his forehead, right on death's mark. Harry jolted, breath catching, cold and heat flaring for a second like the two marks recognized each other. Lily pulled back, eyes wide for a fraction of a second, like she felt it too. James stared. That's new, he muttered, voice cracking. Harry swallowed hard. Yeah, the whisper rose again, stronger. The seal groaned. Fleamont's voice went sharp. Now, Harry. Harry nodded once. He ran. Not a long run, just down the corridor toward the sealed wing, with Iolanthe already there, hands pressed into the air like she was holding an invisible wall. The charred door was at the end. The line Fleamont had poured earlier was still there, glowing faintly, but it was being pushed. The glow flickered. The air above it rippled like heat, but cold. Harry's skin crawled. The whisper pressed through the wood, stronger now, and this time it was almost words. Open. Harry's stomach twisted. His heart hammered. Iolanthi's voice was tight. Do it, she hissed. Before he learns your rhythm. Harry lifted his hand. With spirit sight, he could see the tether knot, thick and ugly, lodged in the stone near the doorframe like a thorn. He swallowed hard, breath shaking, and pressed his will into it. Not a shove, not a blast, a grip. He imagined his fingers closing around the knot, steady, careful, like he was pulling a splinter from skin. The tether resisted, fought like something alive. Harry's head throbbed. His nose started bleeding again, hot and sudden. He gagged, stomach flipping. Iolanthi's voice went sharp. Hold. Harry clenched his jaw and held. The tether vibrated, and for a second Harry felt a pull inside his chest, like Cadmus had hooked his ribs. Harry's breath hitched. He heard Cadmus's voice, not from the door, not from the hall, but inside his head, calm and cold. Give. Harry's hands shook. His vision blurred. His heart hammered so hard it hurt. Then Harry remembered Lady Death's words. Do not let love become a chain. He forced his breathing slow, even as panic tried to claw up his throat. He did not give. He tightened his grip on the tether knot and twisted. The knot frayed. A thin strand snapped. The house shuddered like it had been punched. Harry stumbled. Breath knocked out, blood dripping from his nose onto his shirt. The whisper screamed, a sound like tearing cloth. Iolanthi's eyes widened. She pressed harder into the air, shoulders shaking with effort. Again, she hissed. Now. Harry swallowed bile. His hands trembled. He lifted them again. He grabbed the knot again, deeper this time, fingers of wool sinking into rot. The tether fought harder. Harry's heart slammed. His stomach rolled. He tasted iron. He heard voices in the pull, faint, like the river. Screams, begging, laughter, crying. Memories trying to hook him. Harry's eyes stung. He shook his head, jaw clenched. No. He twisted again. Another strand snapped. The whisper faltered. For 1 second the corridor went silent. Then the whole door slammed outward, not opening, but bulging, like something huge had pressed its shoulder into it. Iolanthe grunted, knees bending slightly, and the air around her hands rippled like she was holding back a storm. Harry's breath came fast. His head pounded. From behind, Fleamont's voice thundered down the hall. Harry, back! Harry did not move. Not yet, because he could see it now. With spirit sight, through the door, through the seal, through the wood, he could see Cadmus's pressure, a dark mass pushing from the other side, and he could see the army outside the manse, black threads gathering, waiting. It was not just a whisper anymore. It was a siege forming. Harry swallowed hard, blood on his lips, hands shaking. He turned his head slightly, eyes meeting Fleamont's down the corridor. Fleamont's face was hard, but his eyes were bright with fear. Harry's throat burned. He stepped back, slow, breath shaking. The whisper returned, lower now, calmer, like it had learned. Cadmus's voice slid through the seal, soft and certain. Hello, Hinge. Harry's stomach dropped. Ilanthe's voice went razor sharp. Do not answer. Harry's hands clenched. His heart hammered. His breathing went fast and shallow. He did not answer with words. He answered with a look. With spirit sight, Harry stared straight into the tether knot and saw the path of it, all the way out, all the way to the ruin. He saw where Cadmus was, and he saw the black wave moving toward the manse like a tide that did not care how many people it drowned. Harry swallowed hard, blood on his tongue, and whispered, rough and steady, Come on then. The door shuddered again, and somewhere outside the house, the hollow men began to scream. The first ward bell didn't ring like metal. It rang like a rib cracking. Harry was already moving before he fully woke. Cold bit his face as he stumbled into the main corridor, bare feet slapping stone, heart punching his throat. The air tasted wrong like ash and old coins. Somewhere outside, something screamed, and it wasn't human. Up, now! Fleamont barked from the stair landing. Sleeves rolled, hair a mess. He had a bandolier of little glass flasks across his chest like it was the most normal thing in the world. Shoes later. Hands up. Harry's hands were already up. They shook anyway. James came from the other corridor at a run, wand in hand, eyes wide but bright in that stupid way he got when danger felt like a dare. Lily was right behind him. No wand, jaw set, hair tied back like she'd decided the world could burn, but she still wasn't letting it get in her eyes. What is it? Harry asked. His voice came out rough, too loud. Iolanthe was at the front door before anyone else, palm pressed to the wood like she could feel the whole realm through it. The haze is turning, she said, calm as a knife. He is here. Harry swallowed. His mouth was dry. Cadmus. Euphemia appeared in her night shawl, but she didn't look sleepy. She looked like someone who'd been waiting for this for years and hated that she'd been right. Stay together, she said, and the words weren't soft at all. No heroics. Harry, sweetheart, you hear me? No heroics. James snorted, half a laugh that sounded like nerves. Bit late for that, Mum. James? Lily snapped instantly, and even now she still had that tone that could stop him mid-step. Not helping. The second ward bell rang, lower, closer. The whole manse shivered. Dust fell from the ceiling like pale snow. Fleamont shoved a pair of boots at Harry. On. Now. Harry jammed them on without looking. His fingers fumbled, clumsy with panic. He forced a breath. In through nose, out through mouth. It didn't help much. They hit the front hall as one pack. The manse had no windows in the normal sense, but the entry arch showed the outside like a wide open eye. The world beyond had been gray for days. Fog, twilight, that constant wrong quiet. Now it was black. Not just dark. Black like ink poured into water. It crawled over the lawn in slow waves, swallowing the pale grass, and where it touched the old stone boundary markers, they hissed like hot iron dropped in snow. And in the black, shapes moved. Hollow men didn't have faces. They didn't really have bodies either, not properly. They were wrong silhouettes, hunched and stretched, made of hunger and missing names. They pressed against the ward line and left streaks like soot on glass. Harry's spirit sight flared without him asking. Lines appeared in the air, thin threads of light that had nothing to do with color. They were pressure lines, intent lines. The manse was a knot of them, woven tight, and the black fog was pushing at every strand. There, Harry said, pointing before he meant to. That part. Left side. The line's thin. Ilanthe's head turned sharply. Show me. Harry stepped closer to the arch, eyes stinging. There. It's frayed. Fleamont swore under his breath. Of course it's frayed. It's always the bit you didn't check twice. James leaned in, shoulder brushing Harry's. Mate, you can actually see it? Harry didn't look at him. He couldn't afford to. Yeah. Lily's hand found Harry's wrist, quick and grounding. Then tell us what he's doing. Harry stared harder. The black fog wasn't random. It wasn't a storm. It was a net being laid down with careful hands. He's probing, Harry said. His throat felt tight. He's listening, testing where we're scared. Rude, James muttered. Euphemia stepped forward, straightening like she was about to host guests instead of fight an army. Then we give him something else to hear. Fleamont popped the cork off the first flask with his teeth. On my mark, the hollow men hit the ward line all at once. The air boomed. The boundary flashed. Not light exactly, but a pressure wave that shoved the fog back a foot. The hollow men recoiled, then slammed again, faster, like they'd learned the rhythm. Harry flinched at the impact anyway. His stomach lurched. Mark, Fleamont snapped. He threw the flask. It smashed just outside the ward, and silver fire exploded outward like a sheet being snapped hard. It didn't burn like normal fire. It burned like cleansing. The hollow men that touched it shrieked and folded, their forms ripping apart into drifting sparks. Harry's breath caught. That works. It works until it doesn't, Fleamont said, already throwing a second. Harry eyes. Keep calling weak points. I've got it, Harry said, even as his voice shook. Ilanthe lifted both hands. The lawn outside warped. It was subtle at first. The line of trees that circled the manse shifted like a slow blink. Paths that had been straight became curves. The boundary markers seemed to multiply, their shadows turning into false shadows. The fog pressed forward, confused, bumping into invisible walls that weren't there a moment ago. James stared. That is mental. Stop admiring it and do something useful, Lily snapped. And then she stepped right up to the arch with both palms out. Harry felt it before he saw it. Lily's intent was sharp, protective, furious. The air in front of the arch thickened like syrup. When the next wave of hollow men slammed forward, they hit that thickness and stopped, their bodies compressing like they'd run into solid stone. Lily's face went pale. She grit her teeth. Her hands shook. Harry saw the pressure lines around her wrists, tight and strained. He moved without thinking, stepping beside her, hands up, matching her stance. Harry, Lily said, quick warning. I'm not leaving you doing this alone, he shot back, and his voice came out harsher than he meant. Sorry. Just, I'm here. Lily's eyes flicked to his, and there was that old Lily look, the one that made people shut up and listen. Then it softened just a little. Fine. But don't push. Don't burn yourself out in the first minute. James barked a laugh that sounded like he was about to cry. Look at you two doing team stuff. Love that. James, Lily said again. He raised both hands in surrender and backed up a step. Okay. Outside. The fog rolled again, and Harry's spirit sight caught something new. Not just hollow men. Not just pressure. A point. A fixed point like a nail hammered into the realm. It sat beyond the first ring of trees, and every line of fog and hunger fed back to it. Harry's stomach dropped. He's anchored himself. Ilanthe's voice cut through the noise, still calm. Where? Harry pointed. His finger shook. There. Beyond the trees. He's not just outside. He's tied into the verse. Fleamont's mouth tightened. Of course he has. Euphemia looked at Harry, and for a second she looked old. Can you reach it? Harry's mind flashed to the last time he'd seen Cadmus. The ruin. The cold. That voice saying Harry was wasting what he had. Harry swallowed hard. I can. But I'd have to go out. No, Euphemia said instantly. James stepped forward. I'll go. I'm dead already. Bit hard to make it worse. Lily grabbed his sleeve. You are not going out there like you're going to a pub. James looked at her, and the grin fell away. Lil, Ilanthe's gaze stayed on the black fog. He wants Harry. He always has. He will throw bodies at us until the line snaps. Harry's throat hurt. He forced the words out. If I cut the anchor, the fog loses its shape. Fleamont tossed another flask, silver fire roaring. That's the idea. Euphemia's hand pressed against Harry's cheek. Fast, warm, real. Sweetheart, please. If you go, you come back. You hear me? Harry wanted to say yes like it was easy. It wasn't. He nodded anyway. I'll come back. James stepped in close, voice low, suddenly serious. You're not going alone. Harry looked at him. Dad, you're not even wearing shoes. James glanced down, then shrugged. Spirit shoes. I'll manifest them or something. Lily made a sound like she was going to murder him. Then she took a breath and stepped beside James. We go together. In and out. No arguing. Harry blinked. Mum, no. Lily's eyes narrowed. Harry James Potter, don't start. He almost laughed. Came out as a shaky exhale instead. Ilanthe lifted her chin. I will keep the boundary blurred. You will have minutes, not hours. Fleamont shoved 3 flasks into Harry's hands. Don't drop these. And don't throw them at yourself. Harry stared at the flasks. They were cold. The glass felt too real for a dead world. Thanks. Euphemia kissed Harry's forehead. Quick. It made his chest hurt in a way that had nothing to do with fear. Go. Harry stepped through the arch. The outside hit him like water. The air was dense, resisting his movement, and the cold wrapped around his lungs. The fog clung to his skin like damp cloth. His spirit sight burned brighter, and lines snapped into view everywhere. Threads of intent pulling toward that anchor point like spider silk. James and Lily came right behind him, close enough that Harry could hear their breathing. He latched onto that sound. It was stupid, but it helped. They moved across the lawn at a run. The hollow men noticed. 3 of them peeled off from the ward line and rushed them, silent except for the wet scrape of their feet. Their bodies blurred at the edges, like smoke trying to remember being solid. Harry raised his hands. He didn't reach for a spell. He reached for a feeling. Protect. The air in front of him hardened. Not a glowing shield. Just air turning dense like metal that still looked like air. The first hollow man hit it and splattered, its shape flattening into a smear that tried to crawl forward anyway. Harry's arms shook with the effort. His shoulders burned. Nice, James said, voice strained, and then he flung his wand forward. The wand flare shot out like a spike of bright pressure, punched through a hollow man's chest and ripped it open. The creature screamed then, a thin sound like tearing paper. Harry winced. The scream wasn't pain. It was emptiness. Lily grabbed Harry's elbow. Left. Harry turned, too slow. A hollow man leapt, hands like claws going straight for his face. Harry reacted on instinct. He yanked his will inward, then shoved it out. The air exploded. Not light, not fire, just force. A shockwave slammed into the hollow man and hurled it back into the fog. Harry staggered from the recoil. Spots danced in his vision. His stomach rolled. Harry, Lily snapped, sharp. Breathe. Don't lock up. He sucked in a breath and tasted ash. I'm fine. You're lying, she said. And then she shoved him forward. Move. They ran again. The fog thickened as they reached the tree line. The trees in the spirit verse were wrong. Their trunks were too smooth, like bone, and their leaves hung still even when the fog moved. Ilanthe's illusion work made the space bend, hiding paths, but Harry could see through it now with spirit sight. The real lines were obvious. He followed them, cutting between two trees that looked identical until you noticed one cast no shadow. "Show off," James puffed. "Shut up," Harry said. And it came out almost normal. They broke into a clearing. The anchor point sat in the middle like a wound. It was a stone circle, half sunk into the ground, old enough that the stones had become part of the realm. In the center, the fog pooled and spun slowly, like a drain. Cadmus stood there, hands behind his back, like he'd been waiting politely. He looked like a man and not like a man. His face had the shape of someone handsome once, but it was stretched thin by obsession. His eyes were too still. He wore no armor, no cloak, nothing dramatic. Just old clothes that didn't belong to any time Harry knew. "Harry Potter," Cadmus said, voice soft, like a teacher talking to a slow student. "You brought your parents. How sweet." James's wand snapped up instantly. "All right, mate, you can stop talking now." Cadmus smiled without warmth. "Antioch would have liked you. Loud, confident, unafraid." James's jaw tightened. "And you're Cadmus, yeah? The one who couldn't take a hint." Lily's hand tightened on Harry's sleeve. "Harry, don't listen. Keep your focus." Cadmus's gaze slid to Lily, and for a fraction of a second something flickered in his expression. Not guilt, not shame, something older. Hunger, maybe. "Lily Evans," he said, and it sounded like he enjoyed saying it. "You died young. You were not given time to rot into wisdom." Lily's voice stayed steady. "And you weren't given time to grow up." James barked a laugh. "Oi, that was brilliant." Harry's heart was pounding so hard it hurt. Cadmus was standing close enough now that Harry's spirit sight screamed. Lines ran from Cadmus into the ground, into the stones, into the fog. He was feeding the whole siege through this knot. Harry forced his voice to work. "End it. Let them go." Cadmus tilted his head. "Let them go where?" Harry swallowed. "Past. Beyond. Whatever's meant to happen." Cadmus stepped forward, slow. The fog rolled around his ankles like a pet. "And what is meant to happen, Harry? That the dead vanish and the living keep bleeding until they join them? That you lose and lose and lose, and then you call it acceptance because you are too tired to fight?" Harry's stomach clenched. He felt sick. Cadmus's eyes flicked to Harry's chest, like he could see under skin. "I can hear it," he murmured. "The stone. It hums in you like a second heartbeat." Harry's hand went to his sternum before he could stop it. "It's not yours." Cadmus's smile widened. "Everything in you is mine. You are Peveril." "I'm Potter," Harry snapped, and the words came out louder than he expected, sharp enough that the fog around his feet rippled. Cadmus laughed, low. "Potter is a coat you wear to feel warm. Peveril is your bones." James stepped in front of Harry, wand aimed. "All right, I'm done. You want to talk? Talk to me." Cadmus didn't even look at him. "You died for love," Cadmus said, eyes still on Harry. "Did it help? Did it fix the world? Or did it just make your son carry it alone?" James's breath hitched. Lily's fingers dug into Harry's sleeve. Harry felt the words land like punches. His hands shook harder. He wanted to scream. He wanted to throw something. He wanted to hit Cadmus until the man stopped existing. Cadmus watched him like that was the point. "Do you feel it?" Cadmus asked softly. "That pull, that rage, that need to rewrite what happened. That is me. That is why you belong with me." Harry's vision blurred. He tasted blood. He'd bitten his own tongue. "No," Lily said, voice fierce, and she stepped beside James, shoulders squared. "He doesn't belong to you. He's his own person, you sick idiot." Cadmus's gaze snapped to her now, and the fog reacted, rising like a tide. "Careful," he said, and the softness was gone. "I have held this realm together with my refusal. I have made an empire out of grief. You will not insult me in my own kingdom." Harry felt the ground shift under his boots. Hands surged up from the soil. Not real hands, not flesh, made of fog and memory, reaching, grabbing at ankles, at knees, at wrists. The stones in the circle pulsed, and the air turned cold enough that Harry's breath came out in white bursts. James cursed and fired a spell that cracked like a whip. 2 fog hands shattered, but 3 more replaced them. Lily grabbed Harry's arm and yanked him back. "Harry, Move, move, Harry tried. His boots stuck like the ground had turned to glue. Cadmus lifted one hand, slow, and Harry felt it inside him. Not pain. Not exactly. A tug. A grip on something deep in his chest, like someone was trying to pull a tooth out from the root. Harry gasped. His knees buckled. His vision went gray at the edges. The stone, Cadmus whispered, and his voice sounded almost tender. Give it to me. You don't even know how to use it properly. Harry's hands flew to his chest. He could feel the resurrection stone there, not as an object, but as a weight, a hum, a promise. Cadmus's will hooked into it like a barbed wire. Harry's heart raced so hard it hurt. Sweat broke out on his spine even in the cold. His stomach flipped again, and bile burned his throat. James grabbed Harry under the arm. Hey, stay with us. Look at me. Harry couldn't. His eyes kept trying to roll back. Lily's voice cut in, sharp and real. Harry, listen. He's pulling on grief. Don't answer with grief. Harry choked out. What do you want me to answer with? Lily's grip tightened. You. Cadmus's brows lifted slightly, like he found that amusing. Yes, he said. Be you. Be the boy who watched everyone die and decided that was fine. Harry's throat closed. His eyes stung. He wanted to punch Cadmus. He wanted to sob. He wanted his mum to stop looking at him like that, like she could see every bruise inside his head. He heard Ron in his memory, loud and panicked. Hermione's voice, clipped and furious. Sirius laughing, then gone. Cadmus tugged harder. Harry gagged, a raw sound. His knees hit the ground. Fog hands grabbed his calves. James shouted and the air snapped. Harry felt James's will slam into Cadmus like a shoulder check, trying to shove him off. It barely moved him. Cadmus didn't even blink. You are a flicker, he said to James, almost bored. Love makes you weak. James's voice went low, dangerous. Love is the only reason you're not already gone, you miserable bastard. Cadmus smiled again. And yet you are gone. Harry's chest burned. The tug inside him felt like someone was trying to peel him open. His spirit sight flared, wild. Lines snapped into view, and Harry saw it clearly. Cadmus's power wasn't infinite. It was braided. It was built on one thing again and again. Refusal. Every line fed back to that single point inside Cadmus. That hard, stubborn knot that wouldn't let go of what was lost. The siege, the hollow men, the fog hands, even the anchorstone circle. It was all refusal made solid. Harry's hands trembled against the ground. His nails scraped stone. He forced a breath in. Cold air cut his lungs. And then he did something that felt wrong. He stopped fighting the tug with anger. He stopped answering Cadmus with panic. He let the feeling exist without grabbing it. Harry's voice came out quiet, rough. You miss her. Cadmus froze. James's head snapped toward Harry. Harry. Lily didn't speak. Her eyes widened slightly, like she'd seen the move before but never from him. Cadmus's jaw tightened. Do not. You miss her? Harry repeated, and the words tasted like blood and truth. That's why you did all this. That's why you made a kingdom out of rot. Because you couldn't stand that she left. Cadmus's hand clenched. The tug on the stone spiked, sharp enough that Harry saw stars. Harry made a noise and swallowed it down. Harry forced himself to keep going. I get it, he said, and his voice shook, but he didn't let it turn into a scream. I get it. I've wanted to rip the world apart for less than what you lost. Cadmus's eyes went bright with something ugly. You do not get it. Harry swallowed. I do, because I tried. I tried to fix it. I tried to drag people back, even when I knew it was wrong. Cadmus's gaze flicked, just once, to Lily and James. Hunger and rage tangled together. Harry felt sick. He forced his hands to unclench from the ground. He pushed himself up onto one knee. I'm not saying you're right, Harry said. I'm saying I know the feeling. Cadmus stepped closer, slow, like he expected Harry to beg. Then give it to me, he whispered, and I will show you how to end loss. Harry's heart hammered. His hands shook. He could feel the stone tugging inside him, pulled toward Cadmus like metal toward a magnet. Harry looked at Lily and James. Lily's eyes were wet. She didn't look away. She didn't flinch. She just stayed there, like she was holding him up with her gaze. James's mouth was tight. He nodded once, small. Harry's breath hitched. He felt the urge to scream again, to fight with pure rage. It would be easier. Instead, Harry let his shoulders drop. Cadmus frowned slightly, confused. Harry spoke, quiet. No, and then Harry accepted the pain. Not welcomed it. Not enjoyed it. Just accepted that it existed and didn't have to own him. The tug on the stone didn't vanish, but it stopped controlling his breath. The panic in Harry's chest loosened, like a fist opening. Cadmus's eyes narrowed. What are you doing? Harry's spirit sight sharpened. He saw the lines again. He saw the anchor. He saw how Cadmus had tied himself to the realm, like chains wrapped around his own ribs. Harry lifted his hands, palms out. He didn't aim a spell. He aimed a decision. The air around Cadmus thickened. Not like Lily's barrier. Different. This was tighter, more precise, like Harry was taking the concept of space and squeezing it. Cadmus's coat fluttered as the fog around him strained, pulled inward. Cadmus's expression shifted. First surprise, then anger. You dare. Harry's teeth chattered. Sweat ran down his back. His arms shook like he was holding something heavier than stone. I dare, Harry said through clenched teeth. Because I'm done being pulled around by your grief. Cadmus snapped his hand up, and the ground beneath Harry turned slick, like wet glass. Harry's knee slid. He caught himself, palms scraping stone hard enough to sting. James lunged, wand flashing. He shouted a curse, and the air cracked. Cadmus's shoulder jerked, like he'd been hit. Cadmus didn't bleed. He didn't even stumble. But the lines feeding into him flickered. Lily slammed her hands down toward the soil. The fog hands grabbing Harry's legs shattered, bursting into cold vapor. Harry sucked in a breath and tasted relief. Cadmus's gaze swung to Lily, and that hunger sharpened. You could have lived, he hissed. You could have grown old. You could have held him. And you threw it away. Lily's voice was ice. I chose my son. Cadmus's face twisted. You chose death. Lily didn't blink. Yes, the word hit the clearing like a bell. Cadmus flinched. It was tiny, but Harry saw it. Refusal hated acceptance. Couldn't stand it. Harry's hands rose higher, shaking. His mind went to a cloak, not cloth but concept. Hide. Harry summoned it the way he'd summoned force. Not with a spell. With intent. A veil spread outward from Harry's shoulders. It wasn't visible in a normal way. It was more like the world forgot to look. The fog hesitated, confused, like it had lost the idea of where Harry was. The hollow men rushing in from the tree line slowed, their headless bodies turning the wrong direction. James stared, breathless. Harry, what did you just do? Harry's voice came out thin. Cloak. Lily's eyes widened. That's the cloak. Cadmus snarled, and for the first time he sounded afraid. No. Harry's veil expanded, blanketing the stone circle, the clearing, the tree line. It didn't make them invisible to each other. It made them invisible to the predators. The hollow men outside the veil stumbled, lost, colliding with trees. Some tore into each other, frantic, hunting for a life signal that wasn't there anymore. Cadmus's fog hands faltered. His siege lines trembled. Harry's spirit sight flared again, and he saw the next piece. The Elder Wand wasn't in his hand. It wasn't even in this place as wood. But allegiance was a line, and lines could be cut. Harry's hands trembled as he reached with his will toward that concept, toward the thing that had once chosen him, even if by accident. Mine. Cadmus's eyes widened, and he thrust both hands forward. The air turned sharp. The space between them folded, trying to crush Harry like paper. Harry's ribs screamed. He gagged. His knees almost buckled again. He tasted bile and swallowed it hard. James grabbed Harry's shoulder from behind, voice low and urgent. Harry, don't you dare drop. Stay up. Stay up. Harry forced himself to nod. He couldn't speak. Lily's hand pressed against Harry's back. Steady. You're not alone, she said, voice shaking now. You're not doing this alone. Harry's eyes burned. He blinked hard. He focused on one thing, Cadmus's connection. He saw the line from Cadmus's chest into the stone circle, thick as rope. He saw how it fed into the siege net, how it held everything together. Harry reached for it with the Elder Wand's allegiance like it was a blade. Cut. The line snapped with a sound like ice breaking. Cadmus gasped. Real shock crossed his face. He staggered half a step, hand flying to his chest like he could physically hold the connection in place. Outside the veil, the fog screamed. The black haze around the manse shuddered and collapsed inward, losing shape. The hollow men turned, confused, their movement less coordinated, like puppets with strings cut. Cadmus's eyes went wild. "You can't," he rasped. "You can't take my kingdom." Harry's voice came out broken but firm. "It was never yours." Cadmus's lips peeled back. "Then I will take you." He lunged. Harry didn't have time to think. Cadmus moved like a blade sliding between ribs. Cold slammed into Harry's chest. The tug on the stone returned, violent, ripping. Harry screamed, a raw sound, and it ripped his throat. He doubled over, hands clawing at his own chest like he could grab the stone through skin. Cadmus's hand hovered over Harry's sternum. His fingers curled like he was pulling a thread out of fabric. Harry's vision went white at the edges. His heart raced so hard it felt like it might burst. James shouted, and then something slammed into Cadmus from the side. Lily. Lily had thrown herself into Cadmus with pure will, like she was tackling a storm. Cadmus snarled and backhanded her with a wave of force. Lily flew, hit a standing stone, and crumpled, breath knocked out of her. "Mom!" Harry choked, and panic surged again. Cadmus smiled, cruel. "There it is," he whispered. "Your grief. Your weakness." Harry crawled toward Lily, hands shaking. He couldn't breathe right. His lungs felt full of ice. His stomach turned, and he gagged hard, while burning his throat. James grabbed Cadmus's arm, wrenching it back. "Touch her again, and I swear I'll tear you apart." Cadmus turned his head, slow, and looked at James like he was something stuck to a boot. "You cannot tear what has already rotted." James's face went red with fury. "Try me." Harry's hands hit Lily's shoulder. She was conscious, eyes squeezed shut, fighting for air. Harry's voice shook. "Mom, talk to me." Lily dragged in a breath, ragged. She opened her eyes, and the first thing she did was glare at him. Even now. "I'm fine," she rasped. "Stop looking at me like that. Fight him." Harry swallowed hard. "You just got thrown into a rock, and you've been thrown into worse," she snapped. Then her gaze softened a fraction. "Harry, you know what to do." Cadmus's grip on the stone tightened again. Harry felt it like claws inside his chest. Harry shut his eyes for half a second. He thought of the boy he'd been, desperate, trying to undo everything. He thought of the last time he'd wanted to run time backwards so badly he could taste it. Then he thought of Lily's yes. He opened his eyes and looked straight at Cadmus. "You want the stone because you think it fixes loss," Harry said, voice rough. "It doesn't. It just makes the hole louder." Cadmus's face twisted. "You dare judge me when you carry it?" "I carry it," Harry said, and his hands rose again, shaking, palms out toward Cadmus. "Because it's part of me, not because I'm using it as a chain." Cadmus's eyes flashed. "Then prove it. Call them. Call everyone you lost. Show me you can refuse like I did." Harry's throat hurt. His eyes stung. He wanted it. Merlin, he wanted it. He wanted Sirius here. He wanted Remus. He wanted to see everyone for one more second. He didn't move. He shook his head once. "No." Cadmus stared at him like he'd just spoken a language Cadmus didn't understand. "No." Harry's breath came hard. His hands shook so much his fingers cramped. "No," he repeated. "Because if I do that, I'm not talking to them. I'm using them." Cadmus's face went flat with rage. "You think you are better than me." Harry swallowed. "I think you're tired." Cadmus's eyes went wide, and the fog around them surged, lashing like whips. Harry's cloak veil flickered, strained. Hollow men at the edge of it screamed, their shapes pressing inward, trying to find the life signal again. Harry's arms burned. His chest hurt. He felt like he was being crushed from inside and outside at once. James stumbled, breathing hard, sweat on his brow. "Harry," he panted. "If you've got a plan, now's the time." Harry's voice came out blunt. "I'm doing it." He grabbed the one thing Cadmus couldn't stand. Acceptance. Harry let the stone sit where it belonged, heavy in his chest, humming, but not leading him. He let the grief exist without feeding it into refusal. He let the fear exist without turning it into worship. And then he opened himself to something colder. A presence stepped into the clearing like the world had been holding its breath and finally exhaled. Harry didn't need spirit sight to know who it was. Lady Death stood beside the far stone, shape shifting subtly, edges soft like fog, but her presence was solid. The cold around her wasn't cruel. It was honest. The air tasted clean for the first time since the siege began. Cadmus froze. His whole body stiffened like a dog hearing a whistle. "No," Cadmus whispered, and suddenly he sounded like a frightened man, not a king. "Not yet." Lady Death's voice was quiet. "You have been saying not yet for centuries." Cadmus's face twisted. "I built this. I held them. I kept them here." "You kept them trapped," she replied, calm. Cadmus's hand tightened on the invisible pull inside Harry's chest. "He is mine." Lady Death turned her gaze to Harry. Harry's breath hitched. The bond from earlier chapters flared, that sensation of absolute cold and burning heat at once. His skin prickled. His heart hammered. Lady Death didn't touch him. She didn't need to. Her eyes, whatever eyes meant for her, held Harry like a question. Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. He forced the words out. "He's hurting everyone." Lady Death's gaze returned to Cadmus. "And you are hurting yourself." Cadmus backed up one step, then another, like he was trying to put distance between himself and a truth that would swallow him. "I will not go." Lady Death's voice didn't rise. "You have already gone. You just refused to notice." Cadmus snarled and flung his will outward. The stone circle shook. The ground split. Fog poured up like blood from a wound. The hollow men at the edge of the veil screamed and surged, finally finding the life signal again. Harry's cloak veil tore. The clearing filled with hunger. James grabbed Lily, hauling her upright. Lily coughed, still glaring, still alive. Euphemia and Fleamont were nowhere near, still back at the manse, holding the boundary. Harry felt that pull in his mind like a thread. Cadmus lifted his hands, desperate now. "If I cannot keep my kingdom, I will take his life and start again." Harry's stomach dropped. He felt Cadmus switch targets. Not the stone, him. Cadmus reached for Harry's living spark. The part of him the spirit verse had been trying to digest since day one. Harry froze, terror spiking. His lungs locked. Lady Death moved. She crossed the space without walking, and her hand closed around Cadmus's wrist. No flash, no explosion, just a stop. Cadmus's whole body jerked like a puppet whose strings had been yanked. He looked at her hand like it was a betrayal. Lady Death's voice stayed gentle. "Enough." Cadmus's face cracked. Not like stone, like a mask. For a second, Harry saw the man under it. Not a king, not a monster. A man who had loved and lost and broken himself trying to undo it. Cadmus's eyes filled with something that looked like tears but wasn't. "I can still hear her," he whispered, voice shaking. "If I let go, she's gone forever." Lady Death's hand tightened. Not harsh, just final. "She has been gone. Your refusal did not bring her back. It only drowned you." Cadmus shook his head, wild. "No, no, no." Harry's chest hurt. He wanted to say something. He didn't know what. Lily's hand found Harry's shoulder, steadying him. James stayed close, wand up, but his face had gone pale, like he'd realized this wasn't just a fight. Lady Death turned her head slightly, and for the first time she looked almost tired. "Harry," she said softly. Harry swallowed. "Yeah, do you still accept the path you chose?" Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once hard. "Yes." Lady Death's gaze softened, and then she turned back to Cadmus. She didn't kill him. She unmade the thing he'd built around himself. The fog around Cadmus peeled away in layers, like old bandages. The stone circle's anchor lines dissolved. The hollow men screamed and scattered, their coordination snapping apart. The black haze across the lawn began to thin, pulled apart by a wind that hadn't existed a moment ago. Cadmus's body started to blur, not from attack, but from release. His face twisted, terror and relief tangled together. "I can't," he rasped. Lady Death's voice stayed quiet. "You can." Cadmus's gaze flicked to Harry, and for a heartbeat the hatred was gone. There was only raw, aching envy. "You will lose too," he whispered. Again and again. Harry's mouth was dry. His hands still shook. His eyes stung. "I know," Harry said, and his voice cracked. "And I'll still live." Cadmus stared at him like that hurt more than any spell. Then Lady Death pulled. Cadmus's form collapsed inward, not violently, but like a candle being pinched out. The last thing that remained was a whisper in the air, a name that might have been his bride's, and then even that faded, carried away into the flow of the verse. The clearing went silent, not the heavy wrong silence from before, a normal silence, the kind that comes after shouting when everyone realizes they're still alive. Harry's knees gave out. He hit the ground hard, hands scraping stone. His whole body shook. His heart raced like it was trying to escape. Sweat ran down his face. His stomach heaved, and he vomited onto the cold ground, harsh and humiliating. James crouched instantly, one hand on Harry's back. All right, get it out." Harry coughed, wiping his mouth with the back of his hand. "That's disgusting." James huffed a laugh, shaky. "Yeah, welcome to the family." Lily crouched on Harry's other side, eyes sharp, scanning him like she could see injuries under skin. "Can you stand?" Harry tried. His legs trembled like he'd run miles. "Give me a second." Lady Death stood a few steps away, watching, quiet. The fog around her was calm now, like she'd smoothed it with her hands. Harry looked up at her. His chest still hummed with the stone. His skin still remembered her touch. Lady Death met his gaze. "The siege is ending," she said. "But your time is not endless." Harry's throat tightened. "I know." She took one step closer. The air cooled. Harry's hair rose on his arms. He hated how much that comforted him. Lady Death's voice dropped lower, just for him. "If you stay much longer, the verse will stop calling you living. You will become anchored here like he was." Harry swallowed hard. "So I have to leave?" "Yes," she said. Harry's chest ached. He didn't look away. "Not yet." Lady Death's mouth, or the idea of it, curved slightly. "Careful. That is how it begins." Harry let out a shaky breath that almost turned into a laugh. "Yeah, okay. Point taken." Lady Death's hand lifted. She didn't touch his face. She touched the air in front of him, and the bond between them warmed, that strange mix of cold and heat. "Come back to the manse," she said, voice soft. "Your family is waiting." Harry nodded. He forced himself to his feet with James's help. Lily stayed close, one hand at his elbow like she'd decided he wasn't allowed to fall again. They turned back toward the tree line. Behind them, the stone circle cracked once, then sank into the ground like it was being swallowed by the realm. The last threads of black haze pulled away, thinning into gray. Harry looked toward the manse in the distance. He could feel the wards stabilizing again, lines tightening, breath returning to a house that had been holding its lungs for too long. But as he took his first step, Harry felt something else too. Tug, faint, familiar, not from Cadmus, from the living world. Like his own body, somewhere far away, was finally realizing he'd been gone. Harry could not stop shaking. The clearing was quiet now, but his body still acted like the fight was happening. His hands kept trying to curl into fists. His stomach kept rolling. Every breath scraped cold air down his throat. James stayed crouched beside him, one hand steady on his back, the other hovering like he did not know whether to hug him or hold him up. Lily was on Harry's other side, one palm pressed against his shoulder as if she could keep him in the living world by force. Harry swallowed. His mouth tasted sour. He wiped it with the back of his sleeve, grimacing. "Sorry," he muttered. James gave a short, shaky laugh. "That is not even in the top 10 worst things I have seen tonight." Lily's eyes stayed hard. "Can you stand?" Harry tried to push up. His legs wobbled. His boots slid a little on the stone. He caught himself on his hands, breathing fast, sweat cooling on his skin. "I can," he said, and then had to pause because his throat tightened. "Just give me a second." Lady Death stood a few steps away, still and close at the same time. She did not loom. She did not threaten. She just was like gravity. The fog that had been black was thinning to gray. It pulled back from the trees in long strips, like someone peeling away dirty bandages. The hollow men at the edge of the clearing did not rush anymore. They drifted, confused, losing shape, fading into the air like ash. Harry watched one of them dissolve and felt a twist in his chest. Not pity exactly, but something like relief mixed with disgust. He hated how much the sight still made him flinch. James followed his gaze. "They are going," he said quietly. "They are being released," Lady Death corrected, voice calm. Harry forced himself to his feet. His knees trembled. Lily's hand slid to his elbow, firm. "Thanks," he murmured. Lily snorted, a soft sound that was almost a laugh. "Do not get polite on me now. I am still angry." Harry gave her a look. "When are you not?" Lily's mouth twitched. "Touche." James straightened too, rolling his shoulders like he was trying to shake off the last of the fight. He still held his wand, but it looked less like a weapon now and more like a habit. Harry's chest hummed where the stone sat, quiet but present. Not pulling, not screaming, just there like a reminder. Lady Death turned her head slightly, as if listening to something far away. "The boundary is stabilizing," she said. Iolanthe appeared at the edge of the trees like she had been there all along. Her hair was loose now, and there was soot on her hands. She looked tired in a way that made her seem more real. "It is holding," she agreed. Her eyes flicked to Harry's face, then to Lily, then to James. "But it will not hold you forever, child." Harry swallowed again. His hands went damp inside his sleeves. James stepped closer to Harry, shoulder almost touching. "We get back to the manse," he said. "We take a breath. Then we talk." Lily's fingers tightened on Harry's elbow. "We talk now," she snapped, "because if you try to vanish again, I will drag you back by your ear." Harry let out a shaky exhale. "Noted." Lady Death's gaze landed on Harry again. "Do not linger," she said softly. "The living world is tugging at you. Each minute here makes the tether thinner." Harry's stomach sank. "How long do I have?" Lady Death did not lie. "Not long." James's jaw clenched. Lily's eyes flashed. Iolanthe stepped forward, voice brisk. "We move. The manse will shelter the conversation better than open ground." They started back through the trees. Harry's steps felt wrong, like the ground was half real and half memory. He could hear the manse's wards now, not as bells, but as a low hum. It sounded tired. It sounded relieved. James stayed on Harry's left. Lily stayed on his right. They kept him boxed in without saying it, as if he might fall or bolt. Harry tried to make a joke. "Am I being escorted?" James gave him a sideways glance. "Yes." Lily did not even pretend. "Absolutely." Harry wanted to laugh. Instead, his throat burned and his eyes stung. He blinked hard and kept moving. By the time they crossed the lawn, the fog had turned a normal gray again. The boundary markers glowed faintly. Fleamont stood at the arch with his sleeves still rolled and his face set like stone. Euphemia was beside him, shawl wrapped tight, eyes sharp. They both moved at once when they saw Harry. Euphemia grabbed Harry's face in both hands, tilting his head like she was inspecting him for cracks. "Look at you," she said, voice trembling with anger and relief. "You look terrible." Harry tried to smile, came out weak. "Thanks." Fleamont's gaze snapped to James and Lily behind him. His mouth tightened. He did not speak for a moment, as if he was forcing himself to stay steady. Then he pointed. Inside, they stepped into the manse. The moment Harry crossed the threshold, warmth hit him. Not cozy warmth. More like pressure easing off his lungs. The air smelled of old wood and clean smoke. The wards hummed around his skin, careful, soothing. Harry's legs went soft. He leaned against the wall without meaning to. Lily noticed instantly. "Sit," she ordered. Harry opened his mouth to argue. Then he shut it and sat on the nearest bench. His hands shook on his knees. James dropped beside him, boots still missing, looking ridiculous and deadly at the same time. "Do we have tea in the afterlife?" he asked, voice too bright. Euphemia glared. "Do not start." Fleamont walked into the center of the hall and turned, forcing everyone to face him. The hall looked different. Cracks in the stone were sealing themselves. A burnt smell faded. A tapestry that had been torn was knitting back together in slow motion. Iolanthe stayed near the arch, watching the wards, eyes half closed. Lady Death did not enter. She stood just outside the threshold, visible through the arch like a shadow that chose to be seen. Fleamont's voice was low. "Cadmus is gone." Harry nodded. His throat felt thick. Lady Death took him. Euphemia's eyes flicked to Lady Death, then back to Harry. "And you," she said. "What did he do to you?" Harry swallowed. "He tried to pull the stone out of me." James made a sharp sound in his throat, like a growl. Lily's hand curled into a fist. "I heard," she said. "I heard him talking." Harry stared at the floor. His hands trembled harder. Euphemia's tone softened. "Sweetheart, look at me." Harry lifted his head. Euphemia's eyes were fierce and gentle at the same time. "You fought," she said. "You did not break." Harry's chest tightened. "I almost did." Fleamont stepped closer, crouching in front of Harry like he was trying to keep his voice from turning into a shout. "Listen to me. You cannot stay here much longer. The manse can shield you from the realm, but you are still living. Your body is not meant to anchor in this place." Harry's stomach dropped again. "I know." "No," Fleamont said sharply. "You know in your head. I need you to know in your bones. If you stay, you will stop being tethered to your world. You will become part of this realm. Not as a visitor, as a spirit. You will not get a second chance." Harry's hands clenched on his knees. His nails dug into fabric. James's voice went quiet. "How long?" Fleamont looked at Lady Death through the arch. "She will say it plainer than I can." Lady Death's voice carried easily. "He has hours at best," she said. "Less if he refuses to let go." Harry's heart stumbled. Hours. That was nothing. Not compared to what he wanted. Lily's face twisted. "No," she said raw. "No, that is not fair." Lady Death did not flinch. "Fair does not exist here," she said, still gentle. "Only balance." Euphemia's hands clenched in her shawl. "So we have ours." Fleamont stood again, jaw tight. "We use them properly." James leaned close to Harry, voice low. "You hear that, right? We are not doing any stupid martyr nonsense." Harry stared at him. "You are literally dead." James gave him a flat look. "Still counts." Harry huffed a breath that almost became a laugh. Fleamont pointed to the corridor leading deeper into the manse. "Parlor. Now, we sit. We talk. Then we plan the departure." Harry's chest tightened at the word. Lily's hand found Harry's wrist, pulling him up. Harry's legs shook, but he stood. They moved into the parlor. The room had a fireplace that burned without wood. The flames were pale, more like memory than heat, but they warmed the skin. Old chairs lined the walls. A heavy table sat in the middle, scarred as if it had survived arguments. Harry sat on the edge of a chair. James dropped into another like he owned it. Lily stayed standing, pacing, arms crossed. Fleamont leaned against the mantel. Euphemia sat, posture straight, eyes on Harry like she was memorizing him. Iolanthe stood near the doorway, half in shadow. Lady Death remained outside, visible through the open arch down the hall, her presence a constant pull. Fleamont spoke first. "Harry, tell us what you did." Harry swallowed. "In the duel." "Yes," Fleamont said. "Not the spells. The choice." Harry's mouth went dry. He stared at his hands, then forced himself to look up. "Cadmus was powered by grief," he said. "By refusal." He kept saying not yet. "And he used my grief to pull on the stone." James's jaw tightened. Harry kept going. "I saw the line. I cut his anchor with the Elder Wand's allegiance. And I used the cloak to hide the clearing. But the real thing was, I stopped answering him with panic. I accepted that the loss existed. I did not feed it. Lily's pacing slowed. That is what you did when you said no, she said quietly. Harry nodded. It was the only thing that worked. Euphemia's eyes softened. That is the ignotus path, she said, as if the name was a prayer. Hide not to run. Hide to refuse the trap. Iolanthi's voice drifted from the doorway. You became dangerous to him because you did not need him. Harry's chest tightened. I did not feel dangerous. I felt like I was about to fall apart. James reached out and squeezed Harry's shoulder once. Hard. That is the same thing sometimes. Harry blinked hard. His eyes stung again. Fleamont's voice went firm. The cost of that choice is this. You will not be able to live the way you did before. You have touched the bones of the family. You have spoken to death. You have shaped reality with will. That does not vanish when you wake up. Harry stared. So I keep it. You keep it, Fleamont said. And you keep the weight. Lily stopped pacing. She looked at Harry, expression fierce. Then we teach you to carry it. Euphemia's eyes flashed. We do not have time for teaching. Not properly. Harry's throat tightened. Then what do I do when I go back? Silence fell for a beat. Lady Death's voice drifted faintly from the hall, like she had been listening. You live, she said simply. Harry swallowed. His hands shook. James leaned back, trying for casual, failing. All right, grim advice. Lovely. Lily shot him a look. James raised his hands. I know. Sorry. Fleamont straightened. We will do what we can. We will not waste the time we have. Euphemia leaned forward, eyes locked on Harry. First, you eat. Harry blinked. What? Euphemia's tone turned sharp. You are shaking. You have been vomiting. Your body is still attached to your world, and it will not forgive you if you keep pushing. Eat. Harry stared at her, then nodded weakly. Okay, James muttered. Mum's scary even when she is dead. Euphemia did not look at him. Yes. Lily let out a short laugh, then covered it with a cough as her eyes went wet again. A tray appeared on the table like it had always been there. Bread, plain and warm. A cup of tea that smelled like real tea. Not fancy. Comfort. Harry stared at it, suspicious. Fleamont shrugged. The manse remembers hospitality. Harry took the bread. His hands shook. He bit into it. Tasted normal. The simple normal of home. His stomach clenched at the feeling, but it stayed down. He swallowed slowly, breathing through it. Lily sat finally, dropping into the chair beside him. She watched him eat like she would watch a wound being stitched. You are going back to a war, she said quietly. Harry's jaw tightened. Yeah. James's grin faded. We cannot follow. Harry looked at him. I know. James's voice went rough. We cannot even watch properly. Harry's throat burned. He took another bite just to have something to do. Euphemia's gaze flicked to Lady Death in the hall again. She will guide the passage, she said. Harry swallowed. She said I cannot linger. Fleamont nodded. Then we do not linger. We say what needs saying. Iolanthe pushed off the doorway and stepped fully into the room. There is also the matter of memory, she said, voice careful. Harry's stomach tightened. What do you mean? Iolanthe's eyes met his. The river of memory cleans. It does not only carry. It strips what does not belong. You will keep what is anchored in you, but details may blur. Faces, voices, the exact shape of rooms. That is the cost of crossing back. Harry's breath caught. No. Lily's hand shot out and grabbed his wrist. Her fingers were cold and real at the same time. Harry, look at me, she said, voice tight. You will remember us. Harry's eyes burned. What if I do not? James leaned forward, trying to smile. Failing. Then we will haunt you. Obviously. Lily shot him a look that was pure threat. James sighed. All right, fine. But you will remember the important bits. The feeling. The truth. That we are not a story. We are yours. Harry's chest hurt. He nodded hard. I do not want to forget. Euphemia's voice softened. That is why we do this now. We do not leave you with empty hands. Fleamont tapped the table once. We split the time. Harry speaks with each of us. Alone. No crowd. No performance. James blinked. That sounds ominous. Fleamont glared. It sounds efficient. Lily nodded. Agreed. Harry's stomach twisted. Alone conversations meant real conversations. The kind that hurt. Euphemia stood. I will go first, she said, and then her gaze landed on James. You. Out. James blinked. What, why me? Because you will cry, Euphemia said flatly. And I do not want you crying while I talk to my grandson. James made a wounded sound. Rude. Lily snorted. Accurate. James got up, grumbling, and walked to the door. He paused and looked back at Harry. His eyes were bright. I will be in the hall, he said quietly. If you need me. Harry nodded. James left. Lily started to follow, but Euphemia lifted a hand. Not you, Euphemia said. I want him alone with me. Lily's jaw tightened. Then she nodded once and stepped out too. The room quieted. Harry sat across from Euphemia and Fleamont, but Fleamont shifted, moving to the mantel like he was giving Euphemia the center. Euphemia folded her hands. Harry, she said, voice gentle now, you have been brave. But brave is not enough. Bravery without sense is a grave. Harry swallowed. I know. No, Euphemia said, eyes sharp. Do you? Harry hesitated. Euphemia leaned forward. When you go back, you will want to use this power to fix everything. You will want to pull. You will want to force outcomes. You will tell yourself it is for love. Harry's chest tightened. He looked away. Euphemia's voice did not soften. That is the first lie. Love is not control. Love is not refusal. Love is choosing to live and still carry the pain. Harry's throat burned. Cadmus said the same thing. In the worst way. Euphemia nodded. Because even monsters can speak a truth. They just use it to trap you. Harry forced himself to meet her eyes. What do I do when I cannot stand it? Euphemia's gaze softened again, fierce and kind. You talk, she said, to your friends, to your teachers if you trust them, to the ones who keep you grounded. You do not sit alone and build a kingdom out of your own grief. Harry's chest ached. He nodded slowly. Fleamont's voice cut in, blunt. And you eat. Harry blinked. You too. Fleamont shrugged. Yes, everyone is right. You look like you have been dragged through a hedge backwards. Harry snorted a laugh short. It hurt his throat. Euphemia's mouth twitched. Good. You can still laugh. Harry's laugh died. He swallowed. Will you go on? When I leave. Euphemia's eyes glistened. She did not look away. Yes, she said softly. We will. We are already gone, Harry. This is a gift we were allowed because you opened the door. But we will not cling. We will not become him. Harry's fingers clenched on the chair arm. I hate that. I know, Euphemia whispered. I hate it too. Fleamont cleared his throat, looking away like he was annoyed at the room. All right, he said rough. That is enough misery. Harry, you have something else. The Potter's stubbornness. Use it properly. Not to refuse reality. To keep walking. Harry nodded, eyes stinging. Euphemia reached across the table and took Harry's hands. Her grip was warm. We are proud of you, she said. And the words hit Harry like a punch. His breath caught. I did not feel like someone to be proud of. Euphemia squeezed. That is because you are honest. Harry swallowed hard. Thank you. Euphemia let go. Fleamont nodded once, a small approval. Fleamont's gaze shifted to the door. Next, Euphemia stood and moved out. Harry stayed seated, hands shaking. His chest felt too full. A moment later, Lily stepped in and closed the door behind her. She did not sit. She walked straight to Harry and pulled him up, arms wrapping around him hard enough that it hurt. Harry froze for half a second. Then he clutched her back like he was afraid she would vanish if he loosened his grip. Lily's voice was muffled against his hair. Do not ever do that again. Harry's throat tightened. I did not plan it. I do not care, Lily snapped, and her voice broke. You scared me. Harry swallowed. He could not speak. His mouth opened, closed. Nothing came out. Lily pulled back just enough to look at him. Her eyes were wet. Her jaw was tight. Talk, she said. Harry's voice came out cracked. I did not know I could want something so much it made me feel sick. Lily's expression softened. just a fraction. You wanted us. Harry nodded quickly. I wanted to stay. I still do. Lily's breath hitched. She cupped his face, thumbs brushing his cheeks like she was trying to memorize the shape. Listen to me, she said, voice low. You staying here would not be love. It would be a slow death. That is not what I died for. Harry's eyes burned. But you are here. Lily's mouth twisted. I am here because you broke time. That does not mean you get to break yourself too. Harry's hands trembled. He gripped her wrists lightly, like a child. Lily's gaze stayed steady. You are going back, she said. You are going to live. You are going to be angry and sad and terrified, and you will still keep going. That is your job. Harry's breath came fast. I do not know if I can. Lily's voice snapped. Yes, you can. Harry flinched. Then Lily softened again, leaning her forehead against his. And when you cannot, you lean on your friends, she whispered. You let them help you. You let them see you. Do not shut them out. Do not become a boy who thinks he has to carry it all because he is special. Harry's eyes squeezed shut. I did that already. I know, Lily said, and her voice went thick. And I am telling you to stop. Harry swallowed hard. I am scared I will forget you. Lily's breath shook. She kissed his forehead, firm, real. You will not forget the feeling, she said. And when the details blur, you will make new ones. That is how it is supposed to work. Harry opened his eyes. That sounds like you are trying to make me feel better. Lily's mouth twitched, almost a smile. Yes, I am your mother. That is literally my job. Harry let out a broken laugh, turned into a shaky breath. Lily pulled him back into a hug again. She held him for a long moment, and Harry could feel her heart, steady and strong. Finally she pulled away, wiping her eyes with the back of her hand like she was annoyed at herself. All right, she said briskly. Go. Your father is pacing himself into a hole in the floor. Harry nodded, throat tight. Mom. Lily paused at the door. She looked back, eyes fierce. Harry, yes, I love you, she said. And she did not soften it, did not make it dramatic. She just said it like a fact. Harry's breath caught. I love you too. Lily nodded once, sharp, and left. A heartbeat later, James stepped in, trying too hard to look casual. He flopped into a chair and stretched his legs out like he was at a pub. All right, he said. That was grim. My turn. Harry stared at him. You are shaking. James looked down at his hands, then shrugged. Yeah, Harry swallowed. You were right. Love makes you weak. James's grin flashed, quick and bitter. Love makes you human. Cadmus called it weak because it was the one thing he could not use properly. Harry's throat tightened. James leaned forward, elbows on knees. His voice dropped. I should have been there, he said quietly. In your world. I should have stopped it. Harry flinched. Dad, no. James's jaw tightened. I am not doing guilt for fun. I mean it. I left you with people who did not know how to love you. Harry's chest hurt. You did not choose the Dursleys because you wanted me hurt. James's eyes flashed. But it happened. And you grew up too sharp. Too careful. Too quiet. Harry swallowed hard. I survived. James nodded slowly. You did. And you did not become cruel. That is the part one am proud of. Harry's eyes stung again. He hated how often that was happening. James gave a short laugh. Merlin, look at us. We have like 2 hours and I am doing feelings. Harry huffed a breath. You always do feelings. You just hide it behind stupid jokes. James pointed at him. Rude. Accurate. But rude. Harry's mouth twitched. James's voice sobered again. Listen, he said. You are going back. You will be tempted to do everything alone. You will think it is safer. It is not. If you go alone, you get reckless. You get cornered. Harry swallowed. I know. James lifted his chin. Then say it out loud. Who do you trust? Harry hesitated. James's eyes narrowed. Not the whole world. Just the people. Harry's throat tightened. Ron. Hermione. James nodded. Good. Harry stared at the table. And maybe Dumbledore. Sometimes. James made a face. That is a complicated sentence. Harry almost smiled. Yeah. James leaned back, rubbing his face. Fine. Use him carefully. He is smart. He is also the kind of smart that thinks suffering is a lesson. Harry's jaw tightened. I know, James's gaze softened. But you do not have to hate him to set boundaries. That is an important skill. Harry blinked. You are giving me advice like you have lived past 21. James snorted. I am dead. I have had time to think. Harry laughed properly this time, short and rough. James's grin softened. All right, one more thing. Harry's laugh faded. What? James's voice went quiet. If you ever feel yourself starting to enjoy the power, he said. If you ever feel that rush and you want more, you stop. You talk to someone. You do not chase it alone. Harry's chest tightened. He remembered the fight, the way the air had turned solid at his will, the way it had felt like the world finally listened. He swallowed. Okay, James nodded once. Sharp. Good. Harry stared at him. Dad. James's grin wobbled. Yeah, Harry's voice cracked. I do not want to leave you. James's eyes went wet instantly. He blinked hard and looked away like he was annoyed at the fireplace. Yeah, he said rough. Same. Harry's hands clenched. James took a breath and forced himself to look back. But you are going to, he said, and the words sounded like he was building a bridge with his own ribs. And that is the point. You get to live. I do not get to be there. That is the cost. But I would pay it again. Harry's breath hitched. Do not say that like it is easy. James's grin flashed. Crooked. It is not easy. It is just worth it. Harry's eyes burned. He nodded, hard. James stood suddenly, moving fast like he could not stand still. He crossed the room and grabbed Harry into a hug that was too tight and too desperate, like he was trying to leave bruises so Harry would remember him. Harry hugged back just as hard. James's voice was rough in Harry's ear. Do not waste it, he whispered. Do not waste the life we did not get. Harry swallowed hard. I will try. James pulled back, wiping his eyes with his sleeve like a child. All right, he said too loud. Enough. I am leaving before I start sobbing. Harry's mouth twitched. James pointed at him again. You better be nice to your friends, he said. You better let them in, or I will find a way to punch you through dimensions. Harry let out a broken laugh. Sure. James nodded, satisfied, and left the room like he was fleeing. Harry sat down again, breath shaking. Iolanthe stepped in without knocking. She did not look at the chair. She stood, hands clasped behind her back, posture straight. Harry looked up. Your turn. Iolanthe's mouth twitched. If you wish. Harry gestured at the chair. Iolanthe did not sit. Harry sighed. All right, fine. Stand. Iolanthe's gaze stayed on him, sharp and assessing. You did not take the Peveril arrogance, she said. That is rare. Harry frowned. Is that supposed to be a compliment? It is an observation, Iolanthe said. Our line is full of people who think blood makes them owed something. Cadmus built a kingdom out of it. Harry's jaw tightened. I do not want that. Iolanthe nodded. Good. Then hear this. The spirit verse is not only a sanctuary. It is a mirror. It shows you what you cling to. It shows you what you fear. If you ever return, it will test you again. Harry swallowed. Will I return? Iolanthe's gaze flicked toward the hall where Lady Death stood. If she calls you, she said. If your own choices drag you back. Or if another of the old refuses to let go. Harry's chest tightened. Another like Cadmus. Iolanthe's voice went flat. Yes. Harry's hands clenched on the chair arms. Then what do I do? Iolanthe stepped closer, just one step. You stay human, she said. You stay tethered to laughter and food and friends and small stupid arguments. That is not weakness. That is armor. Harry stared. That sounds like something my mum would say. Iolanthe's mouth twitched again. She is correct. Harry swallowed. Why did you help me? Iolanthe's eyes did not flinch. Because you are the first Peveril in generations who did not treat this realm like a trophy, she said. And because I am tired of being trapped in a family feud that should have ended centuries ago. Harry nodded slowly. Iolanthe's gaze softened. Barely. You did well, she said quietly. Do not let the living make you smaller because they cannot understand what you have touched. Harry's throat tightened. Thanks. Iolanthe nodded once, sharp, and turned to leave. Harry called, Iolanthe. She paused at the door, looking back. Harry hesitated, then forced the words out. Will you be all right here? Iolanthe's expression went distant. This realm will change without Cadmus, she said. It will heal. That means it will forget some of us. That is how it is supposed to be. Harry's breath caught. Iolanthe held his gaze for a beat, then left without another word. Harry sat alone for a moment, chest tight, mind spinning. He could hear voices in the hall now. Fleamont's blunt tone, Euphemia's sharper one, Lily's quick bite, James laughing too loud. It sounded like home and grief mixed together. Harry stood, legs still shaky, and walked toward the hall. Fleamont spotted him immediately. Good, he said. You are done with the sentimental rounds. Harry grimaced. I am never going to hear the end of that, am I? Euphemia sniffed. Not if you deserve it. James, sitting on the bench like a kid who had been told to behave, grinned. You look like you cried. Harry gave him a flat look. You look like you are about to cry again. James's grin faltered. Shut up. Lily stepped close and fixed Harry with a look. We go to the edge, she said. Now. No more delaying. Harry's stomach dropped. He nodded anyway. Okay. They moved together, everyone in a tight cluster, through the corridor that led to the back of the manse. The corridor ended in a wide arch that opened onto a slope of pale grass leading down to a river. The river of memory did not look like water exactly. It looked like liquid silver moving too fast. It made no sound, but it filled Harry's ears anyway. A constant whisper that made his scalp prickle. Cold air rose from it, clean and sharp. Harry stopped at the top of the slope. His throat tightened. His hands shook again. James stood beside him, close. Lily stood on his other side. Fleamont and Euphemia were behind them, hands linked. Iolanthe stood off to the side, still and watchful. Lady Death waited at the river's edge. Harry's chest hummed where the stone sat. The river hummed too, like they recognized each other. Lady Death looked up at Harry. This is the way back, she said. Harry swallowed. I just step in. Yes, Lady Death said. And you let it carry you. Harry's mouth went dry. And I lose things. Lady Death did not soften the truth. Yes. Lily's hand gripped Harry's wrist hard. Harry, she said, voice shaking. Look at me. Harry turned. Lily's eyes were wet. Her face was fierce. You are going to be fine, she said, and her voice broke on the last word. Harry's breath hitched. You are lying. Lily's mouth twisted. I am trying. Harry's laugh came out broken. He shook his head, eyes burning. I do not want to go. James's voice went rough. I know. Euphemia stepped forward, pressing something into Harry's palm. It was not an object at first. It was a warmth like a memory of a ring, a circle of protection. Harry blinked, confused. What is that? Euphemia's eyes flashed. A Potter blessing, she said. Do not look at me like that. We did not only inherit arrogance. We inherited stubborn love. Take it. Harry's throat tightened. Thank you. Fleamont stepped forward too, placing a hand on Harry's shoulder, heavy and steady. Remember this, he said. You are not only Peveril. You are Potter. Potter means you do not bow to grief. You carry it and still go. Harry nodded, eyes stinging. James stepped closer and grabbed Harry's face between his hands, forcing him to look. All right, he said, voice thick. No clever speeches. Just this. I am proud of you. I love you. And if you ever think you are alone, you are wrong. Harry swallowed hard. Dad. James's grin wobbled. Yeah. Shut up. Lily made a broken sound and pulled Harry into a hug again. James joined it, arms wrapping around both of them, and for a second Harry was crushed between them, warm and trapped and safe. Harry held on like his life depended on it. Then Lily pulled back, eyes fierce again. Go, she whispered. Go, Harry. Harry turned to Lady Death. She stood at the bottom of the slope, waiting, patient in the way only something endless could be. She did not smile. She did not look sad. She looked like a promise. Harry walked down the slope slowly, each step heavier than the last. The river's cold reached for his ankles before he even stepped in, like it could feel him coming. Lady Death held out her hand. Harry hesitated. His fingers trembled. Then he took it. The contact was immediate. Not gentle. Not harsh. Just total. Cold and heat at once. Sharp enough to steal his breath. His skin prickled. His heart stumbled. His knees almost buckled. Lady Death's voice was quiet. "You chose to live," she said. Harry swallowed. "I am trying to keep choosing it." Lady Death's gaze stayed on him. "That is all anyone can do." Harry's throat tightened. "Will I see you again?" Lady Death's fingers tightened around his. "If you walk toward me," she said. "Yes. If you try to run from me forever, I will still find you." Harry let out a shaky laugh that sounded like a sob. "That is not comforting." Lady Death's mouth curved slightly. "It is honest." Harry stared at her hand, then at his own. Lady Death released him and reached into the air beside her, as if pulling something from a pocket that did not exist. A small black feather appeared between her fingers. She held it out. Harry stared. "What is that?" "A token," Lady Death said. "A tether. Not to trap you. To remind you." Harry took it. The feather was cold, but it did not frost his skin. It felt heavy for its size, like it carried a rule inside it. "What does it do?" Harry asked. Lady Death's gaze stayed on him. "It will keep your memory from washing completely," she said. "Not every detail, but enough. And when you are tempted to refuse, it will remind you what refusal becomes." Harry swallowed. "Cadmus." Lady Death nodded once. Harry's fingers curled around the feather. "Thank you." Lady Death watched him for a beat, then stepped closer. Harry's breath caught. Lady Death lifted a hand and touched Harry's cheek with 2 fingers, light but precise. The cold and heat flared again. Harry's skin prickled. His heart raced. Then she leaned in and pressed a kiss to the corner of his mouth, brief and shocking and clean. Harry froze, eyes wide. Lady Death pulled back, calm. "That is not a claim," she said quietly. "That is a promise. You are seen." From the top of the slope, James made a strangled sound. "Oi!" Lily punched his arm without looking, away from Harry. "James!" "What?" James hissed. "That is my son," Euphemia muttered. "Stop talking. Let him go." Harry's face burned. He did not know if it was shame or heat or something else. Lady Death's gaze stayed steady. "Do you understand?" she asked. Harry swallowed hard. "Yeah," he managed. "I think so." Lady Death's hand lifted and pointed to the river. "Go," she said. Harry took 1 step forward until the silver water lapped at his boots. Cold shot up his legs, sharp and immediate. His breath left him in a gasp. The river did not feel wet. It felt like being stripped. Harry's hands clenched. He turned his head, looking back up the slope. James and Lily stood together, hands linked now, faces tight. Fleamont and Euphemia stood behind them. Iolanthe stood off to the side, still as a shadow. Harry's throat tightened so hard he could barely breathe. He wanted to run back. He wanted to stay. He wanted to scream until the river stopped. Instead, he forced himself to nod. Lily lifted her hand, fingers trembling. James lifted his too. Harry took another step. The river climbed to his knees. The cold cut deeper. His breath came out in harsh bursts. His heart raced. His vision blurred. He clutched the black feather in his fist so hard his knuckles ached. He took 1 more step, and the river rose to his chest. The world tilted. Harry felt the realm pull at his memories, fingers prying at the edges. He saw flashes. James laughing with mud on his face. Lily's hands smelling like flour. Fleamont's blunt grin. Euphemia's fierce eyes. The manse humming. Cadmus's hungry smile. Lady Death's kiss. The river tried to strip the details away like skin. Harry gasped, panic spiking. He felt himself reaching for refusal. Not yet. Not yet. Not yet. He clamped down on it. He forced his breath to steady, even as the cold crushed his lungs. He let the grief exist without feeding it. He stepped forward again. The river swallowed his head. There was no sound. There was only pressure. Then suddenly warmth. Harry's body slammed into something solid. He sucked in air so fast it hurt. His eyes flew open. He was on cold stone. Torchlight flickered above him. He tasted dust and real air and the sharp smell of old castle. His stomach lurched again, but this time it was from shock, not the river. Harry! Hermione's voice snapped, sharp and panicked. Harry, what happened? Hands grabbed his shoulders. Ron's hands. Rough and warm. Harry blinked, dazed. His vision swam. Hermione's face hovered over him, pale, eyes wide behind her hair. Ron was on the other side, mouth open like he did not know what to say. The time turner sat in Hermione's palm, its chain tangled around her fingers. Harry stared at it like it was a snake. Ron's voice cracked. Mate, you just went blank. You were here and then you sort of, I do not know. Your eyes went weird. Hermione's voice was tight. Do not say weird. That is not helpful. Ron snapped back. Oh, sorry, Hermione. Your eyes went strange in a very academically precise way. Hermione shot him a glare, then looked back at Harry, voice shaking. Harry, talk to me. Harry tried. His throat was raw. His hands trembled. He pushed himself up, then immediately swayed. Ron grabbed him tighter. Whoa! Sit. Harry swallowed. His heart hammered. Sweat cooled on his skin. Hermione stared at him like she was seeing something else. Your magic feels different, she whispered. Harry blinked. You can feel that. Hermione's eyes narrowed. Yes, and it is not normal. Ron's face went pale. That is a sentence I hate. Harry's gaze flicked around. They were in a corridor near the 3rd floor, stone walls closed, portraits watching. A suit of armor stood crooked in the corner. A distant echo of footsteps bounced. Harry's spirit sight tried to flare. For a second he saw lines in the air, thin and bright, like threads of intent. Then it snapped back, like his eyes were being forced shut. Harry winced. His head throbbed. Hermione grabbed his face gently, turning it side to side. Are you hurt? Harry shook his head, then regretted it immediately as nausea rolled again. Ron's voice went softer. Harry, what did you do with that thing? Hermione's grip tightened on the time turner. We did not even turn it. You just touched it. You just looked at it and then you were gone. Harry's mouth went dry. He looked down at his hand. His fist was clenched tight. He opened it slowly. A black feather sat in his palm. Hermione froze. Ron made a small sound. What is that? Harry stared at the feather, heart racing. It was real. It did not fade. It did not melt. It just sat there, cold and heavy, like a fact. Hermione's voice went very quiet. Harry, she said. Where did you go? Harry swallowed. His throat hurt. He looked at Ron. He looked at Hermione. Their faces were so young, so alive. Punched him in the chest. He tried to speak, and his voice cracked. Not here. Ron's eyes widened. Mate, that is not an answer. Hermione's gaze flicked to the feather, then to Harry's mouth. That is that soot? On your lips. Harry blinked. He lifted a hand and touched the corner of his mouth. His fingers came away clean, but he could still feel it. Harry swallowed hard. We need to talk to Dumbledore. Ron's face twisted. Oh, brilliant. That always goes well. Hermione stood sharply, already moving. Yes, she said. Now, before you collapse. Harry tried to stand. His legs wobbled again. Ron grabbed him under the arm. Stop wobbling, Ron muttered. You are making me nervous. Harry huffed a breath. You are always nervous. Ron shot him a look. I am usually nervous in a normal way. This is new. They moved fast through the corridor. Harry's head kept throbbing. The world felt too bright. Sounds were too sharp. He could hear Hermione's breathing, Ron's footsteps, the distant laughter from somewhere, and beneath it all a faint hum he had never noticed before, like the castle itself had a heartbeat. His stomach rolled again. He swallowed it down. By the time they reached the gargoyle, Hermione was practically shaking with urgency. She recited the password wrong once, then again. Then she paused, took a breath, and snapped, Sherbet lemon. The gargoyle jumped aside. Ron stared. How did you know that? Hermione glared at him. Because I have ears. They climbed the spiral staircase. Harry's legs felt like rubber. Ron kept him upright. Hermione kept looking back, eyes tight, as if she expected Harry to vanish again mid-step. The staircase stopped. Dumbledore's office door was open, like it had been waiting. Albus Dumbledore stood inside, hands folded, gaze steady. He looked at Harry first, then at the time-turner in Hermione's hand, then at the black feather in Harry's palm. His expression did not change much, but his eyes sharpened. "Harry," Dumbledore said softly. "Welcome back." Harry's stomach dropped. "You knew." Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. "I knew something would happen the moment you brought a time-turner near a place it does not belong," he said. "I did not know what." Hermione's voice was tight. "Professor," he collapsed. He was gone in his eyes, and then he came back, and he had that. She pointed at the feather like it might bite. Dumbledore's gaze stayed on the feather. "May I?" he asked. Harry's fingers clenched. His chest hummed with the stone. He hesitated. Dumbledore noticed. His voice stayed gentle. "Only if you wish." Harry swallowed. He held the feather out. Dumbledore did not touch it immediately. He leaned close, eyes narrowing slightly, like he was reading the air. Then he lifted his hand and brushed the feather with one finger. The candle flames in the office guttered. Ron swore under his breath. Hermione's eyes widened. Dumbledore withdrew his hand slowly. His voice went quiet. "That is not of our world," he said. Harry's throat tightened. "It is." Dumbledore's gaze snapped to Harry. "Explain." Harry's hands trembled. Ron kept a grip on him, steady. Hermione stepped closer, voice intense. "Harry, tell him." Harry took a breath. He shook. "I went to the ancestral verse," he said, and the words sounded ridiculous in his own mouth. "A spirit world. It is tied to my blood. To the brothers. To the stone." Hermione's face went pale. Ron's mouth dropped open. Dumbledore's eyes did not widen. They just went very still. "And you met them," he said softly. Harry nodded. "I met my family." Ron made a small sound that was half disbelief and half pain. "You met them." Harry's throat burned. "Yeah." Hermione's voice shook. "How long?" Harry swallowed. "Days. Maybe more." Here it was seconds. Ron's grip tightened. That is mad." Dumbledore's gaze stayed on Harry. "And the cost," he said. Harry blinked. "What?" Dumbledore's voice was calm, but it carried weight. "There is always a cost," he said. "What did you leave behind?" Harry's chest tightened. He saw Lily's face, James's grin, Euphemia's fierce eyes. He swallowed hard. "Them," he said, voice rough. "I left them." Hermione's eyes filled with tears instantly. She blinked them away hard like she was angry at herself. Ron's face twisted like he had been punched. Dumbledore's gaze softened. "I am sorry," he said quietly. Harry stared at him. "Do not," he snapped before he could stop himself. Silence fell. Ron's eyes widened. Hermione looked shocked. Dumbledore did not react with anger. He stayed still. "All right," he said gently. "Tell me what you need from me." Harry's breath caught. He had expected a lecture, a warning, a trap. His hands shook harder. "I do not know," he admitted. Hermione stepped forward, voice tight. "He needs to sit. He needs to be checked by Madame Pomfrey. And he needs to not be alone." Ron nodded quickly. "Yes, all of that." Dumbledore's mouth twitched slightly. "A very reasonable list," he said. Harry frowned. "List." Hermione glared at him. "Do not start." Dumbledore lifted his wand. "Fox," he said softly. The phoenix appeared in a flare of red and gold, landing on its perch with a soft sound like feathers settling. Harry's stomach flipped. He suddenly remembered the river and felt sick again. Dumbledore's voice stayed calm. "I will ask Poppy to come. You will remain here until she arrives." Ron looked relieved. Hermione looked like she wanted to argue anyway. Harry stared at the feather again. He could feel Lady Death's rule inside it. The tether. Dumbledore's eyes flicked to Harry's mouth again. Subtle. "Harry," he said quietly. Harry looked up. Dumbledore's gaze was sharp. "You have been marked," he said. Ron made a choking sound. Hermione's face went white. Harry's throat tightened. Not like you think. Dumbledore did not flinch. Then how? Harry swallowed. His face burned. It was a promise, he said, and the words sounded stupid. Hermione's eyebrows shot up. Ron stared at Harry like he had grown a second head. Ron's voice came out strangled. A promise from who? Harry's throat worked. Death. Ron made a sound like he wanted to laugh and cry at the same time. Right? Brilliant. Of course. Because why not? Hermione's voice was sharp. Ronald, do not. Ron's hands flailed. I am trying, Hermione. I am trying to be normal about the fact that my best mate just said death kissed him. Harry shot him a look. It was not like that. Ron's eyes widened further. That is somehow worse. Hermione turned to Harry, eyes intense. Harry, she whispered, are you in danger? Harry hesitated. He thought of Lady Death's calm. He thought of her honesty. He shook his head slowly. Not from her. Dumbledore's gaze stayed steady. From what, then? Harry's chest tightened. He thought of the tug he had felt, the faint pull from the living world, like something had noticed him. He swallowed. From myself, he said quietly. The words landed hard. Ron's face fell. Hermione's eyes softened, just a fraction. Dumbledore nodded once. Slow. Then we treat that danger seriously, he said. The door opened before anyone could respond. Professor McGonagall swept in first, tartan robes crisp, mouth set. Madame Pomfrey followed, face already stormy. What have you done now? Pomfrey snapped. Then her gaze landed on Harry and softened by a fraction. Oh, Potter, you look dreadful. Harry tried to smile. Thanks. Everyone keeps saying that. Pomfrey grabbed his wrist and started checking his pulse, fingers firm. Do not speak, she ordered. Harry tried not to. McGonagall's eyes flicked to Hermione and Ron, then to the time-turner. Her face went tight. Explain, she said. Hermione started talking fast, words tumbling. Ron tried to jump in. McGonagall shut them down with one sharp look. Dumbledore watched, calm. Pomfrey leaned close to Harry's face, eyes narrowed. You are dehydrated, she snapped. You have been through some kind of shock, and your magic is doing something odd. I do not like odd. Harry swallowed. Sorry, Pomfrey glared. I did not ask for an apology. I asked for you to stop doing reckless nonsense. Harry winced. He looked at Ron and Hermione. Ron mouthed, told you. Hermione rolled her eyes, but her hand brushed Harry's arm, quick and grounding. Pomfrey straightened. You are coming to the hospital wing, she said. Harry's chest tightened. He looked at Dumbledore. I cannot be alone, he said quickly. Ron immediately said, he will not be alone. Hermione nodded. We will sit with him. McGonagall's mouth tightened, but she did not argue. Fine, she said. But if either of you miss classes for this, you will answer to me. Ron stared. Professor, he might be dying. McGonagall's eyes narrowed. Then you will answer to me later, she said. And somehow that was both terrifying and comforting. Pomfrey herded Harry toward the door, grip firm. Ron stayed on one side, Hermione on the other. As they left the office, Harry looked back once. Dumbledore's gaze was on the feather in Harry's hand. His eyes looked old. Harry, Dumbledore said softly. Harry paused. Dumbledore's voice was quiet. Thank you for returning, he said. Harry's throat tightened. He nodded once and forced himself to keep moving. The hospital wing smelled like clean linen and potions. Pomfrey shoved Harry into a bed and snapped her fingers for water. He drank because she glared at him. Ron sat on the chair beside the bed, fidgeting. Hermione sat on the other side, posture straight, eyes locked on Harry like she was afraid he would evaporate. Harry stared at the ceiling, breathing slowly. His body was exhausted. His mind was loud. He could still hear the river's whisper in the back of his head. Hermione's voice finally broke the silence. Tell us, she said quietly. Ron nodded, face pale. Yeah, he said. Tell us everything. The real everything. Not the heroic trimmed version. Harry swallowed. His fingers curled around the black feather. He took a breath, and he started talking. He told them about the gray fog, about the manse, about Fleamont and Euphemia, sharp and warm and alive in a way ghosts should not be. He told them about James and Lily, how they looked and sounded, how Lily still scolded like it was her job. Ron's eyes filled with tears when Harry said his mum kissed his forehead before he left. Hermione's mouth trembled when Harry admitted he had wanted to stay. He told them about Cadmus, about the Hollow Men, about the siege. When Harry described the moment Cadmus tried to rip the stone out of him, Ron went white and Hermione reached for Harry's hand without thinking. Harry squeezed back, fingers shaking. He told them about acceptance, about refusing to build a kingdom out of grief, about Lady Death stepping in like a quiet ending. He did not tell them everything about the kiss at first. Ron noticed anyway. "You said she marked you," Ron said, voice tight. "How?" Harry's face heated. "It is not." "It was quick," he muttered. Hermione's eyebrows lifted. "Harry," Ron stared. "It was a kiss." Harry groaned and covered his face with his hands. "Yes, all right, it was a kiss." Ron made a strangled laugh. "My life is ridiculous." Hermione's eyes were wide, but her voice stayed careful. "How did it feel?" she asked, and then immediately looked horrified at herself. "I mean, not in a weird way, in a magical way. Like, what did it do?" Harry lowered his hands slowly, face burning. "Cold," he said, "and heat, like my skin could not decide what to do. And then it was just calm, like someone looked at me and did not see a weapon." Hermione's expression softened. Ron's mouth twisted. That is actually kind of nice," he admitted reluctantly. Harry huffed a breath. "Yeah." Hermione's gaze flicked to the feather. "And that," she said, "that is the token." Harry nodded. "She said it would help me keep enough memory, and remind me not to refuse." Ron frowned. "Remind you how?" Harry's throat tightened. "By feeling heavy," he said. "By existing." Hermione leaned closer, eyes intense. "Harry," she said softly, "do you still have the resurrection stone?" Harry's chest hummed. He nodded slowly. "It is in me," he said. "Not in my pocket. In me." Ron swallowed hard. That is not normal." Harry gave him a tired look. "Nothing is normal." Ron let out a weak laugh. "Fair." Hermione's voice went quiet. "What is the cost?" she asked again, more gently this time. Harry swallowed. His fingers tightened around the feather. "I think I will forget details," he said. "I already feel it, like some parts are sliding away when I try to pin them down." Hermione's eyes filled with tears again. She blinked hard. "Tell us now," she said quickly. "Tell us the details now so we can help you hold them." Ron nodded. "Yeah," he said, voice rough. "We will remember for you if you cannot." Harry's throat burned. He nodded slowly. "Okay," he kept talking. He said Lily's laugh was sharp and warm, like she could cut through fear. He said James smiled with his whole face and it made him furious and comforted at the same time. He said Euphemia's hands were warm when she held his. He said Fleamont smelled like smoke and soap and stubbornness. Hermione listened like she was taking notes in her head. Ron listened like each word was a lifeline. When Harry's voice finally cracked too hard to keep going, Hermione squeezed his hand. "We have you," she whispered. Ron nodded, eyes wet. "Yeah," he said. "You idiot. We have you." Harry swallowed, breath shaking. "Thanks." Ron sniffed hard. "Do not thank me. Just stop doing the heroic idiot thing." Hermione's voice sharpened slightly. "And stop using a time-turner without telling me," she added. Harry stared. "You were the one holding it." Hermione glared. "Because you asked me to." "Do not twist it," Ron muttered. "He always twists it." Harry huffed a laugh, then winced as his ribs ached. Pomfrey appeared like a predator. "No laughing," she snapped. Ron and Hermione both froze. Pomfrey glared at them. "No tears either," she added, and then her face softened slightly. "All right, maybe a little tears, but do not upset him. He needs rest." Ron's mouth opened. Hermione nodded quickly. Pomfrey shoved a potion at Harry. "Drink." Harry drank. Tasted vile. Pomfrey looked satisfied. "Good," she said. "Now you sleep." Harry's eyes were heavy. His body felt like it was sinking into the mattress. Hermione's voice was soft. "We will be here," she said. Ron nodded. "Yeah," he murmured. "We are not going anywhere." Harry's fingers tightened around the feather one last time. Cold steadied him. Then his eyes closed. Later, when he woke, the light outside the hospital wing windows was dim. Ron was slumped in the chair, asleep, mouth open. Hermione was half asleep too, chin on her fist, hair a mess. Harry stared at them for a moment, chest tight. He lifted the feather and held it up to the light. It stayed black. It did not shine. It did not do anything dramatic. It just existed. Harry's throat tightened again. He looked away, staring at the ceiling. He could feel the stone in his chest, quiet. He could feel the castle around him, humming. He could feel something else too, faint and cold, like a hand at the edge of his thoughts. Not pulling, just there. Harry swallowed. He reached under his pillow and found a scrap of parchment and a quill. He did not write a diary. He did not write a list. He wrote one sentence, plain and direct. "I chose to live." He stared at it until his eyes stung. Then he tucked the parchment away, closed his eyes again, and let himself breathe. The last thing he felt before sleep took him was the faintest touch of cold at the corner of his mouth, like a memory that refused to wash away.